an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Boom Gia, hello everybody and welcome to SAL. It is day 3 out of 4 as we continue on with our regional finals live from Sao Paulo. Boy, I wish I was there. It would have been a very different kind of weather, but to be fair, never experienced a Christmas in, I guess, summertime. That would be a bit of a different trail of pace. Then again, definitely. I'm joined by two beauties here on the mic, Laxing and FaZe. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Doing pretty good, Milosh. Can't complain. Weather here is quite nice during the daytime. It might feel a little close to Brazil, but when the sun goes down, it gets chilly. I won't lie.
Well, that's why when the sun goes down, I just snuggle up next to Fox, and then everything's all good.
Oh, all right then. Well, I was going to say, forget about the weather. I was able to sleep in today. That felt great. I don't know if you can tell. Like, I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. We started a little bit later. If you were up a little early, you watched all the EML. Those games were pretty exciting. I'm excited to see what we got today, especially for the side of Liquid.
I remember my first part-time job sleeping in LMAO.
Where was your first ever part-time job, Fox?
I don't think Fox had a part-time job. I'm going to be honest.
I worked for 3 days at a restaurant, and then I quit.
I worked for Subway for 2 days and got fired.
I actually had a job, but I was an optometrist. But anyways, life, it comes at you hard. So guys, we're talking about games that we have for us today, and there's 2 matches that we continue through. There's 3 that are left, of course, because this is now the lower side of the bracket that we're going to be focusing on. FaZe Clan versus Team Liquid, of course, W7M versus the winner of this first match. Just a reminder for all the viewers out there, there will be a longer break in between the 2 games, just to allow to whoever winner, it may be just to chill, relax, rest up before they can get into the next game. It's not a long time, but keep in mind it's somewhere between the end of one game and the start of the other, around 1 hour. You'll see it's way shorter than you might think it is. And today's been, of course, chock full of Siege, as the boys were just talking about. EML was on earlier. We saw G2, Falcons. It's a whole different lifeline that we're looking at there, which continues tomorrow for the finals of the region. But that's tier 3 Siege. Here we're focused up on the real tier 1 on SAL, the best teams in the world. This is the first time and the only time that we will hear me say that. FaZe versus Liquid. The question is, though, if we were to describe how both of the teams got here, Fox, how would you put it into words?
FaZe, a little bit of a rough performance, playing uncharacteristic against W7M, but W7M beat them pretty swiftly. That being said, I wonder if FaZe is going to keep continuing down this path of trying to push the boundaries, or if they're going to try to bounce back. Liquid, on the other hand, a little bit of a, down to the wire fighting, up and down for them to make it this far. And I don't know. It's going to be a tough task because the team's quality only gets harder for Liquid here on out.
Yeah, as for this FaZe roster, I mean, we've seen this Liquid versus FaZe throughout their inception of joining the league, but, you know, coming into 2024, FaZe has really ran the gauntlet against Liquid, beating them 9 times, only losing 1, which was back at Reload. So I'm sure coming into this, you know, you see them all posting up right here. I'm sure the confidence is really going to speak into their gameplay going against Liquid, because even when you look at the matchup from losing to W7M, I mean, those were very fast-paced games. It was very straight to the face. It was very aggressive. Where we were watching Liquid yesterday and we were highlighting, they're a lot slower pace so coming into this FaZe matchup, I think something that we talked about a lot, Fox, too, was clearly, you know, one of the big reasons why FaZe has kind of looked a lot more beatable than we've seen before is Cyber. You know, he swapped roles, he plays this more utility support role and then kind of goes off. But we also question his lack of being able to entry and kind of pick and prod around, poke and prod around the sites where we typically see him, where he isn't doing it as much. And then if he isn't finding success on those entries, it's really a big question of who is going to fill those shoes. Who's going to be the next player to be able to find that opening pick, to be able to open up those rounds. And it really is still a big question for me is if FaZe, are they going to switch things up, or are they going to continue trying to ride this train that they've been running throughout this entire stage? Where me personally, I think they need to go back to their defaults and let Cyber kind of be off on a leash.
Yeah, I know that they're trying to change to be a more versatile team, but, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They were winning everything, especially when Cyber was just able to be let off the leash. Yes, would teams have a good understanding of what he was doing, but you still couldn't stop him. And I think this new aggressive style of FaZe, you know, even when they have Cyber on the utility, there's some glimpses of positivity to it, but I feel like the rest of the team is the issue. They don't have comfortability, because they don't really know what everyone is going to be doing, because they're always moving too much. And that's not something that is a characteristic of the way FaZe plays. And so I think the big question comes to the rest of the team. Players like KDS, who would be on the entry with Cyber, and, you know, now he's kind of struggling when he's playing on these new flex support roles. You know, Vita King, we saw him have a pop-off map 1 versus W7M, but then slowly quieted down towards the latter half of the best of 3 versus W7M. So those are the biggest indicators to if FaZe is going to find success. So maybe just being a little bit more comfortable with Cyber, find all of these multi-kills, maybe not, but at least the rest of the team will be able to continuously do their strat and their part.
And that seems like exactly, you know, kind of what went down with W7M being able to play together as a team and bringing it back against FaZe even after that first map 1 loss. Though now on to FaZe's opponents, Team Liquid. They need this miracle run, because for Team Liquid, Gabe, they need to win this match. Should they defeat FaZe Clan, not only do they qualify into the top 3 and are a step closer to the regional final here for SAL, but also they lock in their spot for the Invitational in Paris.
Yeah, that's by far the biggest thing here, and that's going to be riding, you know, on the back of their mentals with every single round, won or losses. You know, SI implications are right here. We need these wins back to back, and I kind of feel for these guys. There's a lot of pressure going into this matchup, especially like I said. You know, we talk about that head-to-head. FaZe has beaten them 9 times out of 10 times playing them. So I mean, that really will come to a mental aspect here, outside of just, you know, clearly playing. But what we saw from yesterday is, yes, we've highlighted Maya throughout this entire series leading up until this point, but a big reason for their success yesterday was the entire team was playing together. And I think that is something to note. I touched up on this throughout. They're really finding their stride. They're really finding their structure and how they can facilitate a lot of these attacks. And they've done time and time again where they look like they can play off of each other. There's synergy there. The chemistry's there. We've heard in Dafo talk about, you know, what are the things that they've been improving. And it really has been the chemistry. And I think we're seeing it with each and every single match. But the bigger question for me is here, can they pivot to a faster paced style of Siege? Because we know FaZe is typically a team that likes to control that tempo. They like to control the momentum and the shifts and the ties that comes with that. So it really is going to be on for me if Lenda in specific can really be able to pivot when they need to. If things aren't working, can they problem solve fast? Can they force another body? Can they play with one another? Because a lot of it really has been off Maya in the early game. And I worry if Maya isn't the one finding success early, is the rest of the team going to kind of falter with him? I really need to see everyone step up their performance today and play a lot faster paced Siege than what we've been seeing even in their last match against NIP, where again, it was a very, very slow game. And I can't see that finding success here against a team like FaZe.
Yeah, and when we want to bring up Maya, he's not going to be that player that's getting the opening kills all of the time. He is a player, you don't want to put him in those risky positions. You want to have him on entry, on the second entry, so that once you get that opening kill, or once you're able to set up, Maya's going to make magic happen, but he needs to be fed into those positions in the first place. So that's what we saw against NIP, is other players like Dafo having huge impacts when it comes to opening kills. Nesk in some rounds on map 2. I think that's definitely the biggest outlier for Liquid, is you don't want to risk arguably the best player on the team to the first engagement because it's so hectic. You don't know what's going to go on. You want to be able to save him, but have him just there to be able to go for that trade and turn it into a multi-kill. The rest of Liquid is more about the backline. I mean, Diaz, Dafo, Lenda, I think just being able to find more impact. I mean, Diaz has been having a great year so far for the team, but everybody on the roster being able to, one, I think abandon the shields. It's still a great play to be able to give up the shields, have Lenda more on utility as well. Dafo, hopefully we're able to see a little bit more consistency from him. And against a team like NIP, the whole roster was playing very well. There wasn't really one player underperforming. Yeah. Now you're going up against a different beast, a more formidable opponent that is going to have a little bit better gun skill, better crossfires. This is where the teamwork from Liquid is going to be tested, but they have that momentum from yesterday. FaZe is playing on a loss, whereas Liquid is playing off of a win. 2 wins, in fact. So that momentum can keep adding the snowball effect. And hopefully, we'll see if Liquid's able to use that in the momentum to be able to potentially beat FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line here for this Team Liquid squad, but seeing their happy faces yesterday and also how they're posting around social media after their win, we know it means a lot to them. There's been a big gap since we last saw Liquid really performing, ever since kind of the miracle run that we almost got to see a witness, or were bearing witness to in Manchester, and that has been a while ago, with SI looming on the horizon. Though, what maps will we be playing on in this series? Bring them up. Laxon, could you please guide us through the selection that our teams have gone through?
Yeah, I mean, already, it's kind of, I'm still sad seeing the Skyscraper go. I want to see a lot more Skyscraper being played before we don't get to see it anymore, but we do end up on Nighthaven Labs. I do think this is a good pick for the side of Liquid. They don't have a lot of play on it, 2-1 record on it. Obviously, this is still a new roster, so, I mean, their map pool isn't going to be, a plethora of maps that they can play in comparison to a team like FaZe, but being able to start in Nighthaven Labs, this does kind of promote that slow sort of play style. So, I was talking about I do want to see a little faster pace, but that also isn't going to be a bad thing here to play a slower pace style of Siege here on Labs. But the big question is, you're starting on attack, and this is where Fox was just talking about. You're going to be playing against a team that they're going to be more coordinated. They're going to be able to fire back a little better. They're going to be more, consistent in terms of being able to rotate and make plays in situations that, that Liquid might struggle in, or Lenda might not be able to adapt in. So I think we don't remove shields here, personally, to what Fox said. I am curious to see what they do, if they are going to ban out the shields on phases then to make Lenda not find comfort, or if they just pivot off the shields in general and maybe, like you said, use a buck, use some sort of utility to force players out of position, and then in conjunction with the rest.
It'll be difficult to see how FaZe approaches it, because if they get rid of the shields, yes, you're able to take one aspect away from Liquid, but then you're leaving Maya on the Deimos, which will be very difficult to manage and deal with, or Nesk on the Deimos, depending on who's taking what. That'll be very scary. It's interesting to see how FaZe will want to approach it. That being said, the way FaZe has been playing, I'm not too much of a fan when it comes to these maps, because yes, it promotes playing slower. You get Labs, you get Consulate, playing slower, playing more defensive, suffocating the other team out. That's not what we've been seeing FaZe do. That we've seen them get aggressive. So they need to be able to get as big as a lead as they can on defense, or else they're going to be in trouble once the side swap and FaZe is on attack.
Well, our teams are pretty much set here. Nesk with the devil eyes all red and ready to get into it. And speaking of getting into it, let's bring up our casters and have a little chat. We said goodbye to our first crew, and now we're in with Intero and Jesse. My friends, it's been a while. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing really, really well. Jesse was just at the 10th anniversary of Rainbow Six Siege in Montreal. He was invited. Gentlemen, I don't know if any of you were invited. Mine apparently was lost in the mail, but I'm sure Jesse had a great time.
Yeah, it was cool. We got to see a lot of Ubisoft offices, and we got to see a lot of the props and stuff that they have and that they collected over the last couple of years. So I'm tuned into Siege. I'm ready to see some gameplay, and looks like we're right on time.
Yeah, let's hand it over to our wonderful influencer, Jesse, and this guy in Taro, who no one's ever heard of.
Well, we have lost the picture for just a second, so we'll get right back into it. Jesse, Team Liquid, an improbable run now. Through this bottom bracket, they are a team that has not had an easy year, period. They're going up against a team that started the year by winning the 6 Invitational. There are 4 teams remaining here in the SAL playoffs. Liquid and FaZe fighting for a place up against W7M in the upper bracket final, which will occur in a couple hours. What are your expectations here? 2 of the biggest and most known quantities in Brazil will collide yet again.
I mean, Parker, it's going to be a difficult task, I think, for Team Liquid. They've been on a good run, and you could see before we jumped into this game, they've got the crowd support. Liquid have an army of fans that want to see them win this event, that want to see them qualify to the 6th Invitational. But FaZe Clan are FaZe Clan. They have been dominating Liquid over the last couple of years. Laxing touched on it on the desk. The record that this team has is kind of ridiculous, and they're the world champions. Have they had the best results this season? No. You know, they definitely have been, I think, a little disappointing. Still got a very strong result in Munich, but when you're a team like FaZe, you kind of expect to get first place or nothing. Haven't been able to replicate that success they had in Boston, but still an extremely formidable threat. And Liquid certainly the opposite. Have not really been on top of their game this season. They avoid getting spawn peak to start this game, though, so that's the first step taken correctly.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse, we are still playing on the old patch. So as you can see, Hibana goes for the reload, which means that these operator changes to a huge amount, frankly. All of the hard breachers receiving some changes, Ace getting a bit slowed down, Mute getting some seismic changes on defense as well. None of those have applied here. It's easy to do when you're playing on LAN, which, as you saw from the crowd and the spectator viewpoint, that is exactly what is happening here with Brazil. But it means that what these players have become accustomed to on the test server and is in the game live right now is not here in the SA League playoffs. I think that's pretty reasonable. They've played the entire stage on this patch. They should be able to play the remainder on it instead of throwing everybody through a loop. And then obviously taking Skyscraper out of the map pool, I think, would be a bad idea at this point. Hibana can frag really well. She did get the new DMR, but with the Type 89, Diaz gets the very first pick here in this bout.
Yeah, and that's getting even stronger the next patch too. Don't forget, Parker, the recoil buffs to the Type 89. So it's a good day for Hibana mains and a good day for DS for that opening pick. He cleans up Cyber. A little weird not to see Cyber playing on this Azami, by the way. This is typically his role. Souls has played it a bit in the past, but their last few games, it's been Cyber playing Rafters on Azami. So a little bit weird to see them swapping that up. Doesn't immediately pay off, but there is an opportunity for Souls to make it right.
Glaz is a very strong operator, talked about by Fabian for being a bit busted at the moment, and seems to have been found out by other regions as Team Liquid look to sink their claws into this FaZe defense on the top floor. They've managed to open up that IT wall. They've got Rafters control. Now they just need to work their way through the remaining utility that FaZe Clan has kept a lot of in pocket. You saw Kiba barriers go out. Handy gets on the board. Cyber in the grave, Daffodil down, Nesk now down as well. Maya slaughtered from a nice swing from Souls, playing that angle on the breach that was opened up by the ace of Lenda. A bit of a pause with 35 seconds left, and Nesk will get back up, but FaZe still with a small advantage.
They don't really have map control though, Parker. This push is really tough. Even though they had the numbers, all the swings can now come through from FaZe Clan. Nesk left in a 1v3, and it's just an impossible task without any of that control around Aqua or Connector.
A slow creep up from Nesk, but KDS gets the job done with the shotgun in hand. Pulse giving info with the sensor, and then managing the rest of it with the gun itself. There is LAN. You can see it with the crowd. All of the regional league finals will be played with a crowd. EML, as you saw earlier today, is in Malta. NA will be in Philadelphia. Casters are remote, but I believe everybody else is there for all of the different regions. Casters are probably there for Brazil because, you know, Brazil's Brazil, and that's just the way that they go. They swag. They swag out. What can we say?
Yeah. APAC and South America, of course, have casters in person. APAC being held in Sydney, coming up pretty quickly here, I believe next week, if I'm not mistaken. And then, yeah, Sydney, Philly, Sao Paulo, and Malta. We've got a whole host of little LAN events that you guys can go to, and of course many of you have already gone to and are experiencing live in person, so that's really awesome to see. Liquid losing their first round here in person, and it kind of comes down to that map control that I touched on briefly, Parker. When you're attacking for that top floor bomb site, you really need more than just Raptors and IT. Even though they had the one-man advantage, I like that FaZe Clan didn't panic because they knew they had the map control. They were still holding Connector, they were still holding Electrical, they were still holding Aqua. I think FaZe Clan have done a great job just in this first round of giving Liquid enough that they feel comfortable going for a push, but not so much that they actually have a chance at losing these rounds.
I mean, FaZe is FaZe. They're always a beast. They're always a demon. They're always a tough team to have to collide with. FaZe Clan had a bit of a struggle against W7M just a few days ago. That's what allowed W7M to make it to that upper bracket final against Furia, and it was close. I mean, 7-5, 7-4. Furia still taking the 2-0 lead, but W7M showing that they can hang. Furia will be out of action today. We'll see them tomorrow in roughly about a day's worth of time. Now, with all regional finals, Jesse, you're not just gambling on winning here in the regional finals, but SI, which is 8 weeks and 1 day away as of today. Both of these teams obviously want a good showing. FaZe Clan has secured their spot, if memory serves correctly. Team Liquid has not. You feel free to fact check me on that one.
Yeah, Liquid playing for their spot right now. It's do or die to make it to SI with this game. So critical matchup, and Nesk knows that better than anybody with 2 big picks, finding both Handy and Souls on a bit of this roam game. Good early start from Liquid as they'll take that map control up above. They still have to worry about Cyber. He does lurk inside of lobby. That'll be a position that they should be aware of. Cyber wasn't exactly subtle. And those vertical threats still a problem too. KDS pushes up Cargo to take down Lenda, the captain of Liquid.
Very different from what we saw in the previous round, Jesse. It was a slow execute. They did the due diligence you need to do. Open up that IT wall, take Raptors control. An active defense will push you on those areas. FaZe Clan playing a more passive defense this time, coming to Brawl, and almost half of the server dies within the first 90 seconds. So now we have the intermission period. Still quite an extensive roam for FaZe Clan. They've got the Solus, who could potentially quarterback this and get under the skin of these Team Liquid aggressors. They'll have to wrestle with that bulletproof camera here at the bottom of stairs. A nade will go out, and it's a perfect opportunity for Cyber to potentially strike under the cover of darkness.
Yeah, if his timing is good, he could be devastating, but if he's too late, then it'll be a 3v2 favoring the attackers on site. Vidiking has to hold them off while Cyber makes his move.
At this point in time, you just have to mob the site, right? Maya's been taken down. There goes Vidiking. Where is the Soulless? Cyber still holding court from above, and he finds one kill. Well, actually, all 3 players on FaZe Clan collaborate for the final set of 3 kills. Team Liquid knew what needed to be done. There were 2 bodies on site. You have to push that advantage, and yet the Kaid was just too formidable for them to deal with, and this is a very early timeout from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think it comes down to these executes, Parker. This is a tack timeout that's required because of how good the early game has been going from Liquid and how poor the conversion has been going for them as well. Both times, I'd say they were in a bit of an advantage pushing towards the site, but the first time they don't have enough map control to make that push work. The second time, the map control is a bit better. Obviously, it's a focus on EXO with DS over on the main breach, but they don't seem to be aware of Cyber's position. His flank from behind is either not expected or ignored when it probably shouldn't have been. They had time to clear that guy out, but they just chose to hit the bomb site instead. FaZe Clan feel like they're in total control of these first 2 rounds, even though Liquid have been winning in the early game. FaZe know exactly what space to give up. They know exactly what they're required to hold, and the timing is perfect. Vidiking's able to hold off the 2 players pushing him EXO at the same time as Cyber comes in for his flank. It's all coordinated really nicely. Again, playing with that TCSG, the Goyo in the site from Vidiking was really, really strong coming out from him. And it starts to put some worry in the hearts of Team Liquid. Sure, they're on attack, but this is their map pick. They're playing for SI. If they don't win this game, they are likely headed right down to the last chance qualifiers. So, I mean, the pressure is high, especially in front of all the fans you've got in front of you, too. They need to be able to convert some of these late rounds.
That's really where the stumble has been. Both times Team Liquid have either excelled in the early round or been able to keep pace. It's everything that comes after that. So they'll talk to their coaching staff. They'll try to get things sorted out. Diaz was the player that was talked about on the desk. He got the very first kill of this series, and he's not necessarily going to be the guy that they rely upon to get most of the kills, especially if you look at the operator lineup and the way that they have used those operators in the first 2 rounds. But I mean, Diaz needs to be a bit more active. Nesk with 4 kills, but they haven't really impacted the round. FaZe Clan, pretty even across the board. This is something we're going to say about FaZe Clan a lot today. We're going to say a lot of it in potentially both matches. If FaZe Clan perseveres and ends up having a rematch against W7M later today, we'll talk about the depth that this team has. Cyber gets walked on by Nesk. They were both expecting a tussle on that kitchen window, and Nesk comes out ahead. This looks like vintage Nesk, Jesse.
Yeah, it's good to see him performing in the entry games. Again, this has not been the problem for Team Liquid. Their opening picks have been very strong this game. They'll do it again, which is good. And a second one to follow up. The biggest lead that they've had so far in this game with Maya taking out KDS. FaZe Clan maybe a bit over-eager, maybe a bit overconfident coming out of their opponent's sack timeout after just round number 2. No real top floor control other than Handy. Vidicking all alone here in the hallway too. So he's trying to posture. He's trying to be threatening, but there's really nothing to back him up.
They'll just continue to come to blows. FaZe Clan getting clobbered on by Team Liquid. This is the tertiary bomb site. This is where you expect the wheels to come off a little bit. And that's exactly what will happen. First kill and last kill. A nice bookend for the round from Nesk. And a flawlessly won round by Team Liquid to prove they can hang. You see the jerseys in the crowd. Team Liquid supporters showing up in spades. That is unsurprising. They are consistently the most popular team in Brazil. And their fans will hopefully have a lot to cheer for today. Team Liquid will need to do a little bit better on the harder side of Nighthaven Labs if they want their fans to remain so vocal.
Yeah, I mean, it can make all the difference in the world. FaZe Clan know that. They've played against quite a few crowds in their time. Many grand finals where the crowd has not been on their side. This one, not quite a grand finals, but it might feel like it with those Liquid fans in the stands. Despite all of Liquid's struggles over the last season or two, despite all of the turbulence this team has gone through, they still have one of the biggest fan bases in all of Siege, and it's nice to see them coming out, showing their support for the guys now in what is such a critical game. Arguably the most important game of the season for Liquid, as it is the one that decides if they make it to SI or not. They'll have some more opportunities, of course, if they do fail, but it's always going to be a gut-wrenching feeling if you lose a game like this when you come so close to making it to a big moment like that. FaZe Clan will choose to remove out the Deimos, and Liquid take out the Clash. To me, the Clash has not been the problem. It almost feels like a ranked ban where it's like, what's the most recent annoying thing we can remember? Oh yeah, the Clash that was played in round number 3, but they didn't really have any issues with it. I don't mind it, I guess, because I still think there are there's no one operator that was causing them problems in rounds 1 and 2. Maybe the Azami from Souls, who did do quite well on this Raptors position, delaying a lot of time. But they decide the Clash is the bigger threat, and I can't say I blame them for it. It can definitely be a problem when you're coming into these high-level matches on Nighthaven.
Clash is just an operator that really excels in tight corridors and narrow parts of the map, which a map like Nighthaven Labs has in spades, right? The best way to deal with a Clash is to put her in an exposed area and punish her, or use utility to deal with her. Cyber, once again, will gamble his life very early on. He did it in the previous round. It did not work against Nesk. This time it will not work against Maya as he gets slaughtered, and FaZe Clan will suffer yet another early round pick. Yet, Jesse, as we've already mentioned, this is something that FaZe Clan has had to deal with through all 4 rounds now, and yet the scoreline still favors them.
Yeah. Yeah, and listen, I mean, this is Cyber's 3rd opening death in 4 rounds. This is what this guy does. It doesn't matter if he's having the worst day. He's going to spawn peek you. He's going to swing. It's just his play style, and there's a reason why he's a world champion with it, right? Cyber is one of the most aggressive roamers that we have in all of Siege. It's good that Liquid have been ready for it. I might want to see Cyber rein it in a little bit over the next couple of rounds, in rounds 5 and 6, because it feels like he's being read pretty easily, and he is a great late-round player too, but it's not a surprise to see Cyber playing in this way, and it's good to see Liquid countering that. The problem, of course, is getting these last 4.
That has been the major issue that they've dealt with, and again, they will have to work their way through even more utility that's been put onto Raptors, but the focus for Team Liquid isn't in the same place. Raptors control came relatively early back in round 1. This time, not a focus in the slightest. So you can allow that Azami of Souls to just sit there and continue to find value. The rest of Team Liquid will attack the bomb site from the other direction. They're going to go through Electrical. Vidiking gets punished by Maya, who finds his second. And now Nesk has the attention of his own player. Souls goes down, Maya finding every kill up to this point. 2 more to be had. KDS and Handy locking down the bomb site. Handy takes down Lenda. Nesk denies the ace. And it's all up to 1 player to find Handy. Maya will vault his way into a frost mat. Not ideal, but he can pick himself back up. And Diaz shuts down Handy to tie the game. Team Liquid have very quickly learned from their mistakes. That timeout seemingly working wonders.
Yeah, and you can see the energy in that building. It has come alive with back-to-back round wins from TL, and it all comes off of a great entry from Maya. I think the big difference, Parker, he comes in and he takes more map control this time around. They actually have focus on meeting and on connector and on electrical, all of these parts of the map that you really do require for a top floor push on Nighthaven Labs. It's good to see Maya getting involved and active early in this game. He's actually the highest rated South American player in the world when you look at the season stats as a whole. Of course, he gets a little bit of a buff because Liquid haven't gone to the big tournaments where they play the toughest teams in the world. So Maya maybe has a little bit easier opponents compared to some of the other players in South America, but there's no denying the skill that this guy has. Role shifting a little bit on this new Liquid, becoming one of those two primary entries alongside Nesk with this TL roster, really feels like he's been able to find his footing. And, you know, I was a little worried through the first 3 rounds that we weren't seeing him pop off and be explosive because he is the guy that gets the bulk of the kills on this team. But there we go, round number 4, we see him getting active, and that's a good sign for Team Liquid.
I mean, it's early in the morning, right? It's 3 p.m. there, so that's you know, maybe he's just still waking up. I'm sure when you're playing on land, there's some practice facilities here, so they've probably gotten off on a great foot. I mean, Nesk is really the standout performer for me on Team Liquid, though. Like, look at this, 7 kills, all high impact. He was able to hold the attention of Electrical for a great deal of time, which tied up one of those defenders on FaZe Clan. If memory serves correctly, it was KDS who was in that position, which means that the Pulse is not able to play on the sensor if he's worried about getting pushed. So that renders the Pulse effectively useless, Jesse. If you're not able to sit on your cardiac sensor, if you have to pull out that shotgun or the Reaper sidearm, it means your primary goal on the Pulse is being put on the back burner as survival takes over. For FaZe Clan, over the last 2 rounds, survival has been a hard thing to come by. So kudos to Team Liquid for figuring their way out of this situation and managing to draw even. FaZe Clan will go back to this top floor bomb site now for a 3rd time. They are 50-50 on it, as you just saw Team Liquid obliterate them. And if you're a FaZe Clan fan, you hope for maybe a bit better of a defense here.
Yeah, my eyes are on Cyber, as they should be at the start of every round, Parker, but I don't think he's playing as aggressive this time. It feels like maybe in the tag time that Ramalho said, listen, let's calm things down a little bit, Cyber. Let's rein it in. It's not been working. I can respect that. Playing Electrical at the moment and certainly could be aggressive, but has chosen not to for this round. The other adaptation that they've made, they swapped off the Frost and Vidikings moving over to the Mira. A bit more of a standard operator to come out. Gambling with his life a little bit over towards IT, but his utility is going to be incredibly tough to break through. Having these windows facing into Connector and facing into Garage are going to provide just another challenge that Liquid will have to come up against. They do have the right tools, I suppose, with both the Hibana and the Ashe, but still that util not going in anywhere else, right?
Everybody's still alive past the 1-minute mark in this round. That's a pretty quiet beginning here as they've set up Dafo down below to put some heat against the feet and the souls of these FaZe Clan players. Dafo is taking some time to figure out where he wants to go. The mirror windows might be the main focus here, but there has been an offsite player for FaZe Clan every round, so that's something Dafo will have to be concerned with.
Yeah, he's watching the hatch. He's aware that it could come through. I think they've read into the fact that Cyber is not playing as aggressive this time, just because they know how well it's been going for him. That is not at all. So they can take a little bit more of this space. They can be a little bit confident, but this is kind of seeing Liquid slow down. This is a lot of what we saw from them yesterday, Parker, with these slow rounds up against NIP. We're seeing it again, and the util work is strong, but they can't forget about the clock.
Down goes Handy. Dafo finding his target. The smoke down is a devastating loss with 1 minute still on the board. It also allows somebody on dedicated flank watch for Team Liquid. This means FaZe Clan will be shoved into a box on this bomb site, and the only way out is to swing, and Vidikings understood the mission. Down goes Maya. Vidiking will gamble on more. He's a tremendous player, but Nesk has his number. 8 kills for Nesk. That'll be all she wrote as Cyber pushes his way towards the legacy player on the side of Liquid. A 3v3 with 30 seconds left, Jesse.
Yeah, and there's nobody IT, nobody Rafters. Dafo's going to be probably walking up Aqua, the other 2 connector sides. This is getting really awkward for Liquid.
And Diaz asserting himself inside of Electrical. Down goes Cyber, the shotgun out for KDS. Once again, the Pulse cannot do Pulse's job, so instead it will be hold the line. But it's a split push, and a puncture could be had here as Team Liquid pinches this bomb site. KDS will now turn his focus. He grabs Lenda, pivots towards Electrical. It's a brawl with only a few seconds left. Soul's last man standing. Diaz running out of time. He'll prolong it by pulling out that defuse kit, and Souls will work his way on in and win the round as he chases Liquid off of the defuse kit. Bye-bye. What an end to round 5.
Comes down to that 1v1, and they are able to play the clock. I mentioned it halfway through that round, Parker, that Liquid were slowing down. They were playing the more Team Liquid style of Siege that we saw from yesterday. Very slow rounds where they're working a lot of utility. They're not taking a lot of that space. And it's kind of interesting because you can compare that to the last 2 times they attacked Nighthaven top floor, right? In round 1, they took IT control and Rafters. They had a one-dimensional push. They ended up losing. In round 2, they had IT, Rafters, and they had the connector side. That's a 2-dimensional push. They ended up winning. This time, they once again had electrical and connector, but they didn't have anybody in IT. So it once again becomes quite one-dimensional. Dapo didn't really walk up those stairs ever to try to assist and provide that second dimension, just working from down below, and it's not quite there. Combine it with the time, and it's FaZe Clan to take the lead once again in this first half. Attack timelines have been burned from both teams extremely early, and it seems like both were extremely effective.
I can't remember the last time we've seen 2 teams call a timeout before round 5, Jesse. That is really quite a stunner here.
Yeah.
I mean, even on that previous round, though, you're the expert. Do you give that round full credit to FaZe Clan, or is that Team Liquid being, as they have done time and time again, a bit too slow? They had 2 pressure points on that bomb site. Yes, you're being blocked out by shotguns. Yes, you have to be concerned about that, but you have a numbers advantage. You try to get a guy in, you know exactly where KDS is. He swings onto the default plant spot. You've got an electrical door. Why did you not push this? I want to give credit to FaZe Clan here, but I do need to wag my finger a little bit at Team Liquid because lethargy has been a big issue for this team. It presented itself in the first 2 rounds, and it kind of reared its head a little bit in round number 5.
I do agree 100%, Parker. I think you do have to put a little bit of criticism on Liquid that previous round. But also, I mean, FaZe Clan are the ones who aren't giving them those early picks. Cyber once again reining things in. There's nobody on this top floor. Handy has just walked up Aqua now, which could be a huge problem for Liquid. But broadly, they're not contesting this roam game too much. With the one exception of this player who has lurked back up to the top floor, they aren't fighting them in the early game, which is allowing Liquid to go slow. They're not letting Liquid get off the board early. Parker, they have no clue where Handy is at. If they don't catch him on a drone soon, this could be a disaster with Handy going for this flank.
Well, it really does depend if Liquid have a dedicated player here, as Souls and Cyber are also within striking distance of these Liquid players. Nesk has the sound call. He's fishing for something with Maya nearby. Both teams really evenly matched in their lineup. Liquid responding to this electric and gadget heavy lineup of FaZe Clan by bringing the IQ. Second logic bomb will now go out. Halfway point of the round, and Liquid have a pretty good read on this first floor, and they're going to allow Nesk to go to work on that buck and operator that's been oh so important for Liquid on this first half.
You're still so worried about these players lurking around. FaZe Clan have so many threats up and around the map. It feels like Liquid are very focused on the basement. It was the flank from Cyber that screwed them the last time they pushed this bomb site. It could be him or Handy this time around.
Calm before the storm, as we're only at a minute. 50 seconds left, everybody's still alive, but Handy has that top floor control. They have a good read on it, a nice shot from Diaz. As Handy drops, that was the flank player that was oh so critical for FaZe Clan here. The element of surprise is gone. Now the Horsemen can take what remains of this map and push towards the bomb site. This has been a stumbling point for Liquid. Do they fix it this time? They just lost Lenda, they just lost Nesk. Jesse, history might be repeating itself. Diaz finds his second kill. Cyber still on the roam now, going through rafters, looking at warehouse, looking at the drop. He's got a read that leaves Vidiking and KDS on site by themselves. Cyber found, damage dealt, KDS in the ground. Vidiking is the only one to hold against the hordes of Team Liquid with 10 seconds remaining, and he's killed by Maya. Cyber on the flank, his position spotted 15 seconds ago. His only hope is shutting down this defuse kit. Does he have a read on it? He's pinging away. He needs to find Diaz. He does, but Maya stops him in his tracks. And the first half, as even as the day it began, 3-3 the scoreline.
And another 3K from Maya. He's been so good all season on Liquid, and he does it once again. it really felt like the time was getting the better of Liquid, Parker. It felt like we were watching round 5 all over again, where the clock was going to come back and screw them. But we had some really smart players on Liquid watching the ceilings above them. Maya, of course, for that final frag, but even Diaz getting that opening pick on the Ella, absolutely critical to relieve some of that pressure. And then once that time gets to about 10 seconds, Maya says, screw it, guys. We've got to push through sight. There's no more worrying about the roamers. Yes, they still exist. We know they're up there. We can't care about them now. We'll deal with it later. Really nice prioritization coming out from Maya. I think at the very end of that round, he's been the hero from Team Liquid through this first half, and he gets them a favorable result, Parker. 3 attacking rounds on Nighthaven Labs is exactly where you want to be. Now they can move to defense. Now they can ban out all the ranged hard breachers, and they're going to have Mira on the board as well. So expect to see a lot of Mira coming out. These walls are going to be really tricky to open without Ace or Habana.
Remember, Jesse, no timeouts remaining, so this second half, both of these teams are going to be fumbling blind, no opportunity to speak to their coaches.
Nope.
Clash will be on the board as she escapes the ban phase, and yeah, I mean, Team Liquid really making this a pain in the ass for FaZe Clan. You're going to need to rely exclusively on secondary hard breach gadgets or a thermite. A Maverick is definitely doable here, but FaZe Clan... they run the Maverick from time to time, but instead are opting not to swap things up. They want a better assessment of this Liquid defense. For those that are relatively new to this game, if you're an attacker, you have until about the 5 seconds remaining in prep phase to lock in your operators. KDS, the only one swapping off. FaZe Clan really liking this lineup, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of knew what they were getting into with a round like this. Handy will kind of usually be the guy who plays hard breach on this site. I know Handy is considered to be one of their entry fraggers, but when you can play with those can openers, it opens up a lot of opportunities, and Vidaking loves to jump on either the shield, as we see him now, or the Grim. This Mira window is just a nightmare to deal with, Parker. If you can't open it from range, you're always going to be exposed to these nitro cells. They use the nade to try to force Diaz off the position, but he still lands the nitro, and that is exactly why this Mira is a huge problem. Losing your thermite 30 seconds into the round should be devastating to FaZe Clan's chances.
Oh my. This is Liquid's map, and they now get to sit on the side that they want to play on. That is another thing worth mentioning here, Jesse.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan got to defend first. That usually means, hey, this is the better side, and we want to start off strong. There are some teams that do the opposite. That was a huge loss from KDS. Did you see that? The Twitch drone seemingly missed the bulletproof camera and then got shot by Team Liquid. So that piece of utility might still be up and will be a present thorn in the side for FaZe Clan.
More of that util that doesn't go the way of the attackers. It just feels like every time with this util game, it is not going their way. Goyos will stall out things as the shield starts to come forward. Vidaking does find a little bit of safety deep inside a connector, but with this mirror window staring at you and you don't really have any good counters for it, I just don't know what the plan is going to be. You've got to run up to it and bash it, but even that is not going to be safe, and you've got to waste a lot of time thanks to this Goyo canister.
Vidaking will now deal battle with Diaz, take away some of that information as Diaz now falls back into a very powerful spot. Souls is there for the follow-up with the Blackbeard. Vidaking will need to expose his head to get a good shot here. So you have Souls for backup instead. Vidaking will barge into the bomb site, backpedal as out go the air jabs, both of them, and now Souls has no remaining utility. It'll trap these Team Liquid defenders in unfavorable positions. Wow, what an assertive push by Vidaking, and he takes care of Maya. Nesk firing back, but this is a strong spot for FaZe Clan to be in, Jesse.
Yeah, they can plant if they want to. Vidaking hunting for picks first. He sees the clash. That's a freebie, falls right in front of him. How have Liquid let this get so bad? They've got to find some way to deny this plant.
Mid to late round for Team Liquid. They are the weak SpongeBob. First 90 seconds, they're the buff SpongeBob. 20 seconds to go, and Nesk is trying to turn this one around, leveling up. The advantage for Team Liquid will continue to grow. Handy, the only savior from FaZe Clan. 15 seconds left, and he's got a weakened Diaz and Nesk to deal with. Only 4 bullets. Body shots will take care of these two players, but he needs to have a good read. Down goes Diaz. Nesk will need a dozen kills. Handy just playing on time alone. Nesk walking away. Oh my God, Handy clutches out. My Lord, what a final moment by FaZe.
And one of the most unlosable rounds just got lost in this game. Team Liquid had everything going for them that round, Parker. Everything that they could have wanted. They had the early game dominating with the C4 onto the Thermite, with the utility staying up from the Twitch drones. They had only one angle of attack. There was nobody Aqua. There was nobody Rafters. There was nobody IT. They couldn't even open up IT. They stopped the plant from going down. It's unlosable from that point. They have a crossfire. They can just play the cross, but instead Handy finds 2 1v1s in the midst of that round. I am baffled by what we just watched. And this feels like the same thing that has plagued Liquid for years now, Parker. Even though the fundamentals are there, even though this is a good team, there are some real troll moments in the late rounds, and that's going to be one that comes back to haunt them if they don't win this game.
I don't want to point too many fingers at Nesk there, because I don't know if you saw the clock, Jesse, but there was 1 second remaining when Handy was at the doorway. I think Handy gets to Nesk in that second if Nesk opts not to peek. Nesk has been on it today. He's been out-dueling the best of the best on FaZe Clan in big moments. At the beginning, his 4 first kills to his 2 rounds were a bit impactless. Since then, Nesk has stacked up 7 kills in a winning record for Team Liquid, going 3-2 in that time frame in terms of rounds won. Nesk is feeling it. There's not enough time to hide. I don't hate Nesk peeking, but I just need to wonder, at that point in time with 10 seconds left, Jesse, it was very apparent that Liquid, miles apart, said, why don't we just wait out the clock? That's a fine strategy. If you have enough clock to waste, Handy played the final 10 seconds so perfectly, and that's a heartbreaker for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine to not criticize Nest too much for swinging there, but I'm going to criticize them for not playing with DS. I mean, they were in the 2v1. DS is in the spot to hold a crossfire, but they're not able to play together, and I mean, that's just one that you've got to forget at this point for Liquid. It has been a bit of a chaotic first 60 seconds on the bottom floor, Parker, as FaZe have done a lot of work on these outside walls. They've got the glass and a ton of smokes, which speaks to me that they might want to be going for a bit of a rush strategy. But with Liquid responding to a lot of the early walls opening up, they might be changing their mind, or they might just want to clear a bit of utility before they go for this plant. Definitely feels like it's going to be a smoke plant, jump in the breach, cover with the glass type deal, though.
I'm looking at this lineup again from FaZe Clan with the glass to quarterback, whatever push there will be. 6 smokes is really that makes your head spin, Jesse.
It's going to be fun.
The Warden is on the board, so as long as DS can survive well enough and be positioned well enough, it could doom FaZe Clan. And presumably FaZe Clan knew of the Warden pick when they made these swaps and they made these operator choices. So they've obviously got an idea on how to combat the Warden and the Solus. Down goes Handy to Nesk. Nesk will find his dozenth kill, and he will have revenge for the previous round. It right now doesn't change the tally in the game, but Nesk is hoping that it snowballs from there.
Yeah, a lot of these Liquid players, including Diaz and the Warden, are above the bomb site, so they're going to try to deny the smoke plant vertically. Cyber's really the only person to stop this. Cyber needs to be able to kill these players before they can stop the plant.
And down goes Lenda. Vidiking will strike. FaZe Clan answers back. Vidiking taking too much damage from the gas of Daffodil. There's no more gas remaining, so Daffodil will get off of that position. Vidiking attempting the defuse plant again. The Glass of Souls taking no prisoners. Now it's Liquid on their back heel. FaZe Clan looking to stretch their lead by yet another round, but Nesk has he woke up. He ate his Wheaties this morning. Diaz and Daffo, last 2 standing. FaZe Clan outnumbering them by 1, and with the post plant going down, this is a grave situation for Liquid. They don't find anything. The king will shine his crown, and FaZe Clan goes up 5-3.
Yeah, it's a big round from Vidiking, stepping up, the captain of FaZe, and he does a great job choosing that plant spot. He baits out the smoke so perfectly. We were very focused on the players up above, and rightfully so. Nesk was trying to discover that plant for his teammates, give his team a chance to deny it from up above using that Solus scanner, but it really was Daffodil that I think had the best opportunity to deny that plant with those Toxic Babes. He just could not find the denial onto Vidiking, though. Every time Toxic Babe went out, Vidiking pulled off the plant. When he gets it down eventually, he's on like maybe 20% HP, but that's just enough. That's all he needs to get the plant down. The coverage is perfect from Animus as well, coming through to protect him, and then steps up in the post plant to get the kills. Really nice push coming out from FaZe Clan. Maybe got to wonder on Liquid, some of those top 4 players, were they impactful? Because we didn't see DS doing a whole lot from storage. He can't deny the plant vertically from that storage position. Nesk, it kind of took him a while to ping out where the plant was, and by that point, I mean, what can you do other than just swing on it? So a little bit unfortunate that they couldn't deny that plant coming out from Liquid. FaZe Clan have now started to mount a pretty sizable lead, Parker. 2-0 attacking on Nighthaven is a scary half to see yourself up against.
That's basically where a team will finish after 12 rounds. FaZe Clan still has 3 more opportunities to pick up those 2 rounds to push themselves over the limit past that finish line without needing overtime. I think there will be some people who might point fingers at Nesk's position in that previous round, seemingly disconnected from the rest of his team, but he was in a very powerful spot, Jesse, playing that Rafters position to govern the hatch control and make it so that that cargo portion or warehouse or whatever teams these days are calling it cannot be held in the post plant for FaZe Clan is oh so critical. And Nesk, to his credit, did pick up, I believe it was 2 kills in that round. So he did his job really effectively. And if he had won that 3rd duel, I think the post plant falls apart for FaZe Clan because you've got Nesk in that very powerful middle floor position over the bomb site. It was the rest of Team Liquid that did not show up. Lenda is having a disastrously bad day, even by his own standards, and on his role, frankly, should be better than this 0-6 scoreline that we see. I don't know. The guns are not bad for Team Liquid. Look at the scorelines of the 3 guys we expect to frag well. Maya, 7-5. Diaz, 7-4. Nesk, 13-6. They are doing fine. It's the support again through that mid to late round. When you need those support and utility operators to shine, that's where Team Liquid right now is falling short.
Well, I like going back to the top floor, Parker. This should have been a round win from Liquid in round number 7. They're going to run it back with the Mira, but you can see FaZe Clan. They've had a bit of time to think about this bomb site, and they've brought some adaptations. Cyber, not on the Thermite. This time he's on the Maverick, helping to open that IT a little bit safer from up above. They've managed to avoid getting blown up, at least for the first minute and a half of this round. But King also able to take this Raptors control with the Monty. It kind of mitigates what this zombie can do. It's slow going, but if they can work a pick onto Nest, that can make all the difference in the world. Still no other map control really being held by them. I imagine they're going to want to go connector side, but KDS also somewhat positioning himself that way as well. So we really need to see another angle come out from FaZe.
Team Liquid have all but 1 opening duel so far, by the way. Nesk will find yet another. It's his 3rd time drawing first blood, and he turns and he topples the king. Vidiking gone. And now Cyber will desperately look to keep those numbers close, barging through the door, finding nothing for it. Lenda can play a bit more of a sheltered position as now KDS has been dropped. Team Liquid able to turn the Jets on at such improbable moments. And they've got this round in a chokehold. 20 seconds left. Nesk has suffered through a little tiny bit of damage. A pinprick to the finger is about all that they've been able to do to him. Souls and Cyber still on their feet. KDS down but not out. There goes Diaz. FaZe Clan will prevent a flawless round, but they are running out of time. 10 seconds remaining. Cyber escorting Diffuse Kit in. Souls finds himself in the midst of the bomb site. Lenda has his hands full. Down goes Maya, but these are kills just for posterity at this point in time, as the clock will give it to Team Liquid. Maybe a Pyrrhic victory for FaZe Clan, toppling some of the forces on Liquid. But the gap that just stretched by FaZe now closes by 1 more. Team Liquid finding a different gear and a higher gear when needed.
That's what round 7 should have been, Parker. They got all the early advantage. This time it's Nesk popping off on the Azami. Some brilliant play from the old man on Liquid. Does a great job. This needs to be a Mira ban right now from FaZe Clan. I cannot imagine they will ban anything else once we finish up with these highlights. The top floor should be impossible with those operator bans. And there we go. The Mira finally taken out. It's a miracle FaZe even won that top floor once. They lose it the second time. They're not going to be too in their heads about that. They expected to lose it. It's okay, given the way the bans played out from them. Now Team Liquid needs to find answers on other bomb sites and without the Mira. This is where it starts to get really tricky for them, and this is where those first 2 attacking rounds will start to really apply the pressure onto Team Liquid. They can go to storage and control. They can go to basements, but what are they going to do with it? They need to try to abuse their information, which is what they're trying to do this round. We see the Pulse coming out. We see the Valkyrie coming out. We see the Solus coming out. A lot of these intel operators aiming to try to deny a plant either from above or from down below. And then when we get to that basement bomb site again, it's going to be much the same story. What can you do to stop this plant from going down? Because that's where FaZe Clan found success in round 8. And if you continue to let them put the plant down, I mean, we know how good Vidiking is in that situation.
So many weapons here on both of these teams, Jesse. I referred to Nesk as a legacy player, but frankly, all of these guys are. These, like, you look at the Siege royalty that is here in Brazil. If you were to, for the American viewers and those that are somewhat westernized and are aware of what Mount Rushmore is, if you were to make a Mount Rushmore of just Brazil alone, the player that just got the very first kill of this round, Nesk, has to be on it. There's no question. But who are the next three? And this is something that I know that there's been constant chatter on social media about the best of the best. Brazil has really not had the same mega star players the same way that other regions have. Yeah, people are going to trot out like Cyber and Palu, etc., but you can make a very compelling case that somebody like Felipox should be on there, that Julio should be on there, that guys like Cyber should be on there, of course, but what about Vidiking? What about Souls?
Yeah.
Like, there are just so many threats on both of these teams that you can never predict what the result is going to be. On a good day, Team Liquid can absolutely beat FaZe Clan. Liquid doesn't have as many good days as FaZe tends to, but right now in this round, FaZe Clan is having a good moment. Let's see how the next 2 minutes go.
I agree 100%, Parker. FaZe Clan, not the best start to this. Losing your Collie is not ideal. Interesting that they even brought this operator to this bomb site. I would have loved to know what their strat was with it, but regardless, they can't be too worried about it now. Cyber on the Thermite. Playing a lot of hard breach so far today. Kind of interesting little roll swap to come up from him, but it's Nesk who does eventually get traded out. He might be 17-7, but he is mortal. He can bleed. KDS finds that pick there, and we can see the focus from FaZe is all on this top floor. They need to take this control before they go for the push that they want, but it's really awkward when you're going up against Lenda on the Clash.
Now Maya here will gamble his life on a nice shot on the Cyber. Down goes the main hard breach, and the only hard breach that remains on the side of FaZe Clan, but with a minute to go, I suspect this is not as big of a focus as it should be. Handy quick to recover, as now they've got the smoke of Maya on the run. Diaz outdoing KDS, and they're just going to feed them all into Maya, but Diaz is the one credited with all of these kills. Maya putting in good work, but it seems like somebody's stolen his homework and done maybe a bit of a better job here, Jesse. 40 seconds remain. Handy in a 1v4. We did see Handy clutch out a 1v2 just a few rounds ago, but this time it seems like a far more challenging task, especially with the Clash still on the board. You want to make a bet? Does Handy even get a single kill?
I'm going to say no.
You are so right. Diaz, the final 3 kills. Tie game. We will go all 12 rounds of regulation here in map number 1. What a shocker. Deeper into the playoffs we go. Teams leveling up. Matches getting more and more intense. Team Liquid have brought it back.
Big round coming out from Liquid, a necessary one from them. We know how good FaZe Clan can be attacking on this map, so seeing them come back and win this storage bomb site, tertiary site for a lot of teams, that's got to be confidence inspiring. It was such a good hold at the top of Aqua Stairs, Parker. Diaz gets credited with the bulk of those kills, but Maya gets a really important one early in that round too, getting the player over towards Rafters. Lenda is giving them good information and stalling out the players from pushing through CC, playing on that Clash. Daffodil, we didn't talk about at all, but he was down below watching them on the pulse scanner, so feeding even more information to his team. It really felt like Liquid put all of their resources into holding Aqua. FaZe Clan tried to hit it head on, and it just did not go their way. So really nice defense from Liquid. Good to see that teamwork still thriving from them. This has been a team that, frankly, has shut down when things haven't gone their way at big moments, at big tournaments in the past. That's a stereotype they're trying to shake off this season, and so far they've had mixed results with that, but that's a great round, I think, to inspire some confidence in the Team Liquid fans, because it shows that even though they lose a couple of early defenses, they're still able to play together. They're still able to play as a unit.
They're letting the map also help with them too, right? Like this is a defender-sided map. We're seeing the defenders have a really good go of it. Team Liquid have figured out, at least for a couple rounds now, the final moments. Nesk sitting on almost 17 kills, almost 18. He's drawn first blood 3 rounds in a row. A 4th is within reach, but Cyber gets him on the fadeaway. That was a rough spot as Nesk was being pinched from both Rafters and Fish side. Cyber's numbers, speaking of Fish, underwater. 4 and 9 as Nesk will sleep with those fish, and the solo's taken out means that FaZe can breathe a little bit easier on the roam. Maybe not. Jesse, is Cyber about to get the jump scare of his life? No, Daffo flattened, turned into a pancake by Cyber. Diaz trades it right back, but FaZe Clan still with the advantage.
Yeah, with the logic bomb going, Cyber knew exactly where Daffodil was. Didn't necessarily know about the second guy, but that Dokkaebi utility helps Cyber get a second kill of the round. Gives the advantage over to FaZe Clan. They don't really have to worry about any flanks. Lenda's playing Vending Stairs, which is a little bit scary. He could get aggressive, but it's also a part of the map that FaZe are aware they haven't cleared out yet, so they shouldn't assume that it's clear at this point. Looks like they've got a ping on him as well. The yellow ping coming through from Cyber gives Souls an opportunity to get this kill.
Explosions galore as Lenda's now made it 10 rounds without a single kill. On defense, he needs to pick it up, but he will go 11 without it. He'll wait a little bit longer. 2 that remain for Team Liquid. Some frustration will likely grow on the inability for one of their players to fight back. Maya and Diaz with their hands full with 1 minute still on the clock. This is grim stuff. It's been a valiant effort by Team Liquid to keep this one close, and Handy again will be the savior of the final moments. FaZe Clan on Liquid's map will take round number 6 and move to map point.
And I think we're seeing a little bit of the skill difference on some of these aggressive positions, Parker. We know there are players on Liquid that can frag out. Nesk is insane. Maya is insane. All these players are talented, but you go to a guy like Lenda who hasn't had the greatest of game. He is the hard support IGL. We don't expect him to be fragging, but he needs to step up and get a frag in that moment. But he's on the middle of a drone. He's being Dokkaebi called halfway through that round as well. Doesn't really have teammates to support him. There's no way he's likely to get a kill in that situation. FaZe Clan's so aware of that. I thought the logic bombs coming out from Souls that round were incredibly impactful, so well timed. Usually we talk about Handy as the main Dokkaebi player on this team, but Souls picks a decent amount as well. And it's really nice to see that coming out from him, because even though he didn't get a lion's share of those kills, it was his util that really allowed his teammates to get the frags.
I think what we're seeing right now is a relatively high-level style of gameplay between these teams. We don't need to even internally debate, do we talk about the positives or we talk about the negatives? There's so much good for us to sink our teeth into. Final round of regulation. Overtime could await us for those that are on smaller devices with maybe not the largest screen size. You'll see that Consulate is up next for map number 2. That was picked by FaZe Clan. They could 2-0 this if they prevail here on a very scrappy Nighthaven Labs. If not, if Team Liquid do muscle this one out and both teams win their own map choices, then we would go to Chalet as the tiebreaker. One thing, again, that we will keep an eye on, our first bloods, Nesk leading the way with 4. Diaz in second with 3. FaZe Clan combined, just 2. Through 11 rounds, and yet look at the scoreline. And none of these have been trades. These have been actual, real, legitimate first strikes. And FaZe Clan have been able to overcome adversity time and time again. It's really, frankly, quite impressive.
It's a boon for Liquid that they get to finish regulation on the top floor. It's the strongest site on the map. They've won it once already on this side up against FaZe Clan, but they no longer have the Mira. So how are they going to keep these walls closed? How are they going to keep FaZe Clan out? As far as IT wall is concerned, they're not going to keep it closed. It got opened up a while ago from FaZe. Cyber not having to worry about those nitro cells now, can happily play on this Thermite. But what other angle are they going to have? It looks like Raptors is going to be a focus for them. They might go towards Connector as well. There's a clash over there. There's going to be a lot of util that side of the map. FaZe Clan know they need a bit more map control before they can go for this execute, but I don't know where that's going to come from at this point, Parker.
Entrenched now in this top floor bomb site that's been played more than all of the others. Team Liquid lost it on their first attempt, fixed it on their second. Almost 50-50 here. FaZe Clan do have the better numbers at the moment, as we see a 5th attempt now on this top floor. Everybody's still alive with 1 minute to go. A bit of a slow round in terms of pacing here. Action will be explosive with this map on the line.
Capital bolts come out, and that might signal a bit of a push, but the Goyos get popped in return, and we do just have to stall out a little bit longer. 50 seconds. FaZe know they don't have to rush this. It's going to be a 5v5 chaotic execute. They need to be able to find a pick before they go for this before they go for the push. Lenda almost gets downed, and there he goes, dying to Cyber to start things off.
0-8, Lenda, nothing more than a warm body, and that's about it on the side of Team Liquid. They will find themselves once again on their back foot. It will get worse. Down goes Maya. Daffo keeping numbers close. They've swept through, and it's all up to Diaz to clutch. They brought him over from North America. but not much he can be done. The rest of Brazil has his number, and FaZe Clan steal Team Liquid's map 7-5.
And Parker, it happens by just one round, and we gotta look back to round 7. I said it would haunt them, and I fear that it just might. Liquid had that match in their hands. They could have walked away with the victory, but some small mistakes in really critical moments gives it over to FaZe Clan. FaZe played a great game start to finish. They started very aggressive. They reined it back in, I think, late into that first half, and then had some really strong attacks to finish it off as well. Huge credit to the world champions for stealing their opponent's map pick. They're in a very strong spot now in this series.
Jesse, those last 2 rounds, in terms of numbers surviving, were FaZe Clan's 2 most dominant rounds in the entire map. So what a time for the wheels to come off of the Team Liquid bus. Yeah, we're going to focus a lot on rounds 1 and 2 because Team Liquid looks like they entered without much of a pulse, but they figured things out. They called their timeout. They fixed it. They fixed the mid round for the most part. And then in the 2 most critical rounds, the Team Liquid choking curse came back to haunt them. And when it mattered the most, Liquid fell apart and conceded 2 incredibly important rounds to FaZe Clan, and FaZe took full advantage of it. You can be a good team, but what makes you a great team is your ability to punish your opponent's mistakes, and boy, oh boy, did we see FaZe Clan do that.
Yeah, 100%. We know how good FaZe can be when their opponents aren't having the best day. For Liquid, this is still a journey for them. They're a newer team, far newer than we see from FaZe Clan. Obviously, just bringing in a couple of key pieces halfway through this season. We know their goal is to get to SI. I think if they can make it to 6 Invitational, that will be a big win for them as an organization this season, but it's a long road at this point. Losing your own map pick to FaZe Clan, now you've got to stare at Consulate coming your way. They should get the defense start side, so that makes things a little bit easier on the second map. But yeah, I don't like Liquid's chances, if I'm being honest, of getting deeper into this tournament and making it to SI without the LCQ.
I mean, you are going up against the defending world champions. So, I mean, we do need to recalculate our expectations a little bit here. But if Team Liquid have that same slow start on map number 2 on a favorable side of a map that is not their own, if they start slow like they did on their own map, I think it might be curtains and FaZe Clan might move on with a 2-0. But speaking of moving on, Jesse, let's move on to map number 2 after this break.
Available now.
so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Introduce Siege X.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL and over a beautiful Sao Paulo with 30 degrees, as we were told. As we speak, it seems like the temperature is at least double that in the Team Liquid locker as they managed to lose the first map. As our wonderful casters, Intero and Jesse, were saying, the moment it had to be kicked up into overdrive, unfortunately, there's that choke potential that went into play. But kudos to FaZe Clan for fighting back and bringing this one in on Night Haven Labs, Gabe. It is a testament to their World Championship material.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, you know, I mean, for it to be this close, I really want to give the respect to Liquid. I really thought they fought hard. I think they made great adaptations from round to round, especially in around the top floor where we would see Pulse being used. And then immediately the next time they came back to it, they would then immediately take that electrical pressure to nullify the Pulse, not be able to allow the Pulse to find success. But it really is the difference from FaZe to Liquid is just the players on the team. I mean, they can make anything happen. We highlighted Cyber, that we wanted to see him kind of be more of a force to be reckoned with. And sure enough, you know, he didn't really find a lot of success this matchup. It really came off the backings, especially of a player like Handy. I mean, a big performance from him. I mean, we saw that big 1v3 to start out their attack. It kind of reminded me of what we saw back at SI, where it was him versus Usus inside Clubhouse. He's on that blitz. It came down to that 1v1, seconds dwindling down, and he gets it in the very last second. I mean, every single one of these players, similar to what we've highlighted on other Brazilian rosters, is any one of these players can pop off. You can't count them out. And again, to just really highlight, Liquid was doing everything right, in my opinion. It just came down to the last little bit of the rounds, but they were getting those opening picks in so many of these rounds. It was just, unfortunately, they couldn't get it done in the end. FaZe do close it out very convincingly in those last two rounds.
Yeah, I love the shotgun usage from FaZe. I mean, the way that they had the solo shotgun, the pulse shotgun, just, you know, an operator like pulse shotgun we don't see too often. So that's something that we, you know, when you see it, you got to notice it. And KDS was using it phenomenally well. But I agree with you completely. I feel like Liquid should be the team that's being committed here. When it comes to, out of the 12 rounds, FaZe got 2 opening kills. So yeah, what is going on? Does FaZe really deserve the win? I mean, clearly they do, just because of how they were able to bring things back. I think that's more of a testament to the individual players from FaZe and how they're just on another level above the Liquid players. But I really want to say Liquid is playing like the better team. They're just throwing out, making these little mistakes once they have that opening kill and just hemorrhaging kill after kill once they get that advantage. And that's the easy part, is just closing out games, rounds, when you have that advantage. And that's something that Liquid's definitely going to be kicking themselves for going into map 2. But they know that they're the better team. They can build that confidence off of it going into that map of Consulate and understand we realistically should have won this first map. That being said, I'm sure FaZe is feeling pretty good off of the big plays, the big individual plays that was able to carry them through this map. But I wouldn't say I'm too impressed with the way that FaZe has been playing so far. I do think Liquid had the better game plan, better strategy, and they just played better as a team all together.
I do agree. And something I do want to speak on is, yes, Lenda didn't have a big performance. I mean, going 0-8 certainly isn't great, but I will say his Clash play was rather spectacular. I mean, there were quite a few handful of these rounds where we would see that Clash really allow the others to excel, get those frags. I mean, a big round, I think, was, I believe, round 8 or round 9 during Aqua. We would see that Clash from Lenda allow the rest of the players to collapse and just converge on these FaZe players, getting a big 3K. So, yes, he was 0-8, but 0-8 doesn't always speak into what he is doing inside the game if you're really watching. And I think he actually did find a lot of success and got a lot of use out of those shields. But I do agree with what Jesse was saying. I mean, 0-8 simply isn't going to be enough, especially when you're going into this next map where you need to get on the board. You need to find these frags because you alleviate the pressure from the rest of the team trying to pick up that slack. So I really hope we can see a lot coming out of Lenda, because outside of that, like you said, the strategy on the side of Liquid, it clearly was there. And a lot of that is off the backing of Lenda.
It might be the pressure, it might be something else. We're not really too sure at this point, but still, maybe that little bit, as you're saying, Gabe, would have pushed Liquid across the line, but still FaZe victorious on Nighthaven Labs. Let's turn our attention to our second map. I'd like to remind everybody of our map, Veto. Nighthaven was our first, of course, with the 4 initial bans. This was Liquid's pick, and now we go to FaZe's Consulate. We talked about the map bans before we got into this game, Fox, and it was about how this kind of slow things down. And Consulate, obviously, big one that slows the game down even more.
Yeah, I don't think, again, I think we hit the nail on the head when it comes to the map bans that FaZe isn't playing like the normal FaZe that we like to see. I mean, the fact that they're losing so many aggressive gunfights early is a big detriment, but on a map like Labs, you have time, you have layers to be able to stall and win out in time and allow big players in positions to get multi-kills, because the time pressure is always going to be an aspect that it doesn't seem like Liquid is managing very well. But on a map like Consulate, you can still do the same sort of thing. I'm hoping to see a lot of unique shotgun plays as well, with the pulse shotgun maybe brought out again. But that being said, I think FaZe is winning based off of the layering, using the utility, using the C4s, using the information that they're gathering. Liquid needs to be able to understand, we get the pick. At a certain point, we know that FaZe is going to be stalling us with C4s, with utilities, with smokes. We need to be able to push through and abuse that man advantage. And I think a big thing is if Lenda can get on the board, whether he's on the shields, whether he's just able to get some kills, if he can just be that body in front of the team and feed everybody else in. I mean, you know, Neska's turning up today. I mean, 17 kills. You know, Maya's going to be behind him. So as long as we're able to trade out that body with the opening man advantage that Liquid's doing very well, then Liquid should be able to put up another fight on Consulate. And again, you could be argued that Liquid should have won Labs as well.
Yeah, and to your point, you know, we look at a map like Consulate, it really is played off layers as well, and that's what I really want to see on the side of Liquid. Take from what FaZe were doing to you, abuse the fact that you're going to be starting out on defense here. It's very, I mean, we all know it's very hard to get into this map to begin with, so if we can see very early on, Liquid get aggressive, get in the face of FaZe, get these opening picks that have clearly been going in their favor, knocking Cyber on his ass essentially, and then just being able to fall back, play on the utility, play those crossfires, play the communication and the style of Siege that we were seeing when they played Border in the early series, you know, out there matches. So, I mean, it really is just a big question. Is Lenda going to get on the board? Are they going to play an aggressive style Siege, play off those layers, use the utility, and just play the basic fundamentals of Siege, just playing with everything that is in your power to thwart off an attack? And I really think they can do it because their game plan was there on Nighthaven Labs. I can't imagine that they don't have something prepped here going into this Consulate.
Now, actually, a great time to pull up our casters and Taro and Jess in here and kind of build off of what you're just talking about as the win condition here, Laxing. Jesse, from your point of view, how do you set up to get aggressive on Consulate if you're dealing with things either side, really, of the coin?
I mean, Consulate's tough, Milo. Obviously, you're going to be favoring the defenders in a lot of these early engagements. Liquid will be starting on the defense, which is nice. You definitely can go for some spawn peeks. You can go for some of those aggressive moves, but at the same time, it's so strong just to sit in certain positions on this map. I don't love the prospect of going hyper aggressive in spots like that. So I think you just have to kind of take it as it comes, right? If FaZe Clan are pushing one side of the map, make sure you're holding over towards there, fighting them as they enter. Make sure you can stop them on the most difficult part to get in. But it's not an easy task for sure on a map like Consulate.
Parker, with your soft eyes, can you tell us maybe how do you get aggressive on Consulate from your point of view to take that space, really not allow either attack or defense really to get in your face?
Well, baby, these eyes don't go aggressive in any way. They're soft as a baby's hands, Milosh. That's really all it does.
I missed them.
I got lost in my own eyes. What was your question again?
You know what? I don't think it matters that much. Consulate, at the end of the day, this is pressure, right? You're Liquid, you're back against the wall, you're in the moment where everything could crash and burn. Your run for SI can just come to an end. You have to go through the grueling LCQs. You have to get aggressive. You have to take territory. How do you, if you were coach in Taro, get into the mind of Fabian right now and try to motivate your team to get them into this run?
Well, I mean, that's a scary place to be, and I'm not sure if I'd want to be in it, though I guess it would give me a bit more credibility here on the broadcast, as I'd be a multi-time SI and major winning champion. I mean, Liquid's biggest issue from the onset has always been buckling when pressure is at its greatest. We saw that just happen on Nighthaven Labs. Now you are going to a map where pressure will be even higher because it's not your map. You're going to start on the better side, which means that there will be immediate pressure to run up the numbers, because if you don't run up the numbers on the best side of your opponent's map, staring down a 1-0, you are out skis, brother. You are donezo. You have to go through the LCQs to make your spot. And I mean, there's always pressure on one of the biggest orgs in the world playing in one of the most competitive regions in this world. Team Liquid need to fix that middle round. I don't know if it's bad comms. I don't know if it's that their support wasn't showing up. I think Lenda not being able to frag is a knock on the ass for confidence. His inability to hit water if he fell out of a boat is going to have a ripple effect on the rest of the team. Nesk shouldn't be dropping 17, 18 kills. Lenda should have a couple there too. So if you can't rely on utility, you can't rely on gun skill from one player, and you're constantly in that 4v5 mindset, you need to do everything in your power to enable a player like Lenda to feel more comfortable, because time and time again, especially on defense, he looked mighty uncomfortable on Nighthaven Labs. He's going to be even more important defending on a map like Consulate.
And actually, there is an extra piece of data that we can use here for production to help us pull it up. It does show the attack win rate here, as you can see in front of you, and it is FaZe and Liquid that are so close between one another on a 3% differential, Fox.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where this is going to be like every single map and how every single team has been able to perform on it. When you look at a map like Consulate and how difficult it is to attack, Labs Liquid had a very good approach on being able to isolate one position, isolate that pick. And from what Parker was saying is, if Liquid is constantly playing in this 4v5 mentality, they're going to be in a bad position, but they're getting the opening pick almost every other round. So they're playing essentially a 4v4. If we can just get Lenda on the board, now you have that much more of the added teamwork that they can use that advantage for to push forward. I think that's the biggest factor, is whether Lenda is getting a kill or not, we just need his body to be traded for something of a greater purpose. And that's what Liquid is failing to understand. And it's allowing the time pressure to get on their shoulders, allowing FaZe to have big clutch plays where they can bring it back. So just as long as we are losing a body, but losing it for a purpose, Liquid should be better suited going into Consulate against FaZe.
Well, the pressure will mount here on Liquid as it's starting off on the attacking side. Could they continue this miracle run and take down FaZe into map 3 Chalet, or will it end here before any visas are dispatched? Please, and Taro Jesse, take it away.
Well, thank you very, very much. Consulate will make its presence felt as both it and Nighthaven Labs are debuting for the first time in the playoffs of SAL. That's just the playoffs. That's, of course, ignoring the actual stage work, and which is a much smaller sample size. If we go back to 2025 as a whole, Consulate did obviously get played a fair bit, Jesse. Now, does it surprise you that Team Liquid is opting to start on attack on this map?
Yeah, it is, Parker. I'm glad you brought that up because I was just about to touch on it. Team Liquid, they have done this a lot in the past where they will get the option of what side they want to start on, and they will choose the more difficult side. They've done this at previous LAN events as well. They've done this at previous tournaments when they've had other rosters where they like to give themselves a challenge. I don't know if it's just about waking themselves up early or if it's about wanting to finish strong and kind of knowing, okay, this is our benchmark. We've gotten the hard part out of the way first. But this is a Team Liquid special. They love to do this. They will choose to start on the attack against a FaZe Clan team who are nearly unbeatable on defense on this map. Since this season began, Parker, FaZe Clan have played Consulate 6 times. They have never lost it, and they have an 87% defensive win rate on Consulate. This is probably their best side on their best map. It's a challenge for Liquid, but if they can come through these first 6 rounds and walk away with even 3, they're going to be in a really confident spot, and it'll be a statement up against the world champions.
Liquid has said before that they prefer to start on the side that is tougher because it gives them an easier way forward after warming up. But after we saw what happened on Nighthaven Labs, I don't know if this was the right call here. And if you look at this Team Liquid lineup, it's almost impossible to argue that Glaz is one of the weakest ops on this team. No, he is among the strongest, and he's the first casualty. Team Liquid suffering a blow as there's a Nitro cell thrown out by Cyber. And with a minute left on a minute into the round, they have lost Diaz in the Glaz.
Yeah, and they're just getting admin control now, Parker. They still have 2 more Nitros to contend against as well. And with a Valk on the board, with a Pulse on the board, I mean, this is going to be really scary. They are going to go for a CEO execute. These first couple Candels come through, and so does Maya.
Down goes Lenda, down goes Maya, Nesk and Dafo are left, and you have to sit here and wonder what the heck was Team Liquid thinking. Whatever the thought process was, it has not materialized on this first bomb site. I mean, kudos to you for taking the Azami down, but that's all you've been able to muster. Now Nesk will inch his way into Projector. FaZe Clan giving him tons of room to maneuver, lots of patience. The smoke of Vidiking looks the opposite way, and Nesk lines up, almost finds a second on an operator that Nesk knows very well, the Valkyrie. But it's Cyber. 1 and 2. FaZe Clan up 1-0. Our analysts just about blew a gasket when they saw that Team Liquid were starting on attack, and I think for good reason here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough call. And I mean, for Liquid there, losing the opening pick doesn't do them any favors. They kind of pivot. It was interesting to see them put so much pressure admin side, but then it ended up just being a fake with the defuse kit coming in through CEO. That can work. I think conceptually that's not a bad idea for a push. But the biggest thing with CEO is you have to have somebody below the bomb site to stop the very position that Souls was playing, just tucked up in the CEO corner. Easily able to shut down the 2 players that swing in the CEO window. There's no universe you are winning around as long as Souls is sitting in that corner. He walks away with 3 kills on the 2-round DMR. Nothing surprising really from FaZe Clan in that defense, Parker. They play a lot of the same operators that they play all the time on that bomb site. The Valkyrie was a bit of a new one for them. They don't play a lot of Valk top floor, but other than that, it shouldn't have been too unexpected. I think definitely a misplay from Liquid to not recognize the player in the corner. Whether it was an adaptation, they just didn't have time to check for him, or whether they had hoped that the admin pressure was enough to pull all of the FaZe Clan players away. I'm not 100% sure, but make a bit of a misstep there, and it comes back to bite them big for Souls.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I'm not an analyst. I just talk about the game. I'm the word guy. If you are hard of sight, or if you do not have a visual component, then I'm your guy. I'm not the brain guy. I'm no coachologist. I'm no cyberologist as he takes down Dafo. KDS dies shortly thereafter at the hands of Nesk, and what was early action has been answered back, and this might be the first trade that we've seen between these 2 teams. Both of those kills, Jesse, occurring within the first 30 seconds of the round.
Cyber playing his game. We talked about how aggressive he likes to be in the early round on map number 1, but this time he's been a lot more successful. Starts the game 3-0 after not really finding much success with the first couple of rounds. Aggressive on Nighthaven. Just inside of Tellers, and they seem to know his position, but they're a little bit more worried about Handy, still inside of Piano. These are the only 2 players outside of the basement at the moment. This is a bottom floor bomb site, and we just see the back of Handy there. The backpack of Ella gets spotted, but these Nitros, Parker, you can't forget about them. Vidiking from the basement is the one who strikes next.
And it's Lenda still without a kill, playing these shield ops, playing these support roles, enabling Team Liquid to make space on attack, working for both intel and utility burn on defense. Vidaking swinging onto Nesk, and oh my goodness, Nesk looking very mortal. Cyber now chased away from his position. Deathmark tossed out by Maya. Nitro Cell answered back by Cyber, yet to be pulled. What a shot by Cyber. And he's holding court right now inside of Tellers. You hear of the magician duo Penn and Tellers because it was Cyber working a thing of magic inside of that part of the map, and it's a 2-0 start for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, really good defensive duo-ship from both Cyber and Vidaking. Cyber takes the spotlight with a really good early gunfight at the top floor, falls back to Tellers, doesn't get too aggressive with it. I really liked where he tosses out that nitro. He doesn't pop it. He knows that there's nobody close enough to get a kill with his nitro, so he just waits for the sound cue of somebody to shoot his nitro cell, and then he kind of knows, okay, someone's around this doorway. I got to be ready for that, and he absolutely is. Vidaking at the same time is working picks around him. Because there were so many eyes focused on Cyber, Vidaking's able to get a nitro cell front door onto the Blackbeard. Then he pushes up the Visa stairs for a frag as well. These are just plays that they're not expecting because they're so focused on Cyber. And you've got a roamer who is so good, an individual who's so talented like Cyber is, it's really tricky to finish him off so that you can focus on some of these other threats. These early problems prompt attack timeout to come through from Liquid. And this is, again, a little bit strange to see it come so early. It is another map where 2 rounds in, Liquid burned their attack timeout. And I mean, it did somewhat work for them on map 1, right, Parker? They won 2 rounds in a row after that, but it still feels like you're putting a lot into these early rounds, into these constant attacks. You're burning attack timeout this early.
I mean, it's hard to mentally reset and shake off a bad result from a previous map. Even the best teams get weighed down by what could have been and what you could have done differently. One thing that I'm sure is, if not, it's looming in the back of the mind of Team Liquid now, it might slowly creep there, is again, those opening duels. Team Liquid led the way 8-4 in map number 1, striking first, and yet they ultimately lost the map. That is a rare thing to see. Usually opening kills are a great indicator, especially if they happen earlier in the round, as most of them did for Team Liquid, as an indicator of who ultimately will win. The last 2 rounds, things went from bad to worse for Team Liquid on Nighthaven Labs, and 2 of the most dominant rounds for FaZe Clan resulted in a 1-0 start for the team that did not pick that map. Well, guess what? FaZe Clan have started map 2 on the exact same footing. The guy who got the opening pick in rounds 11 and 12 of map 1, Cyber, has the opening pick in rounds 1 and 2 here on Consulate. And I do think we can sit here and scratch our heads a little bit harder and ask ourselves, what is Team Liquid thinking? Because right now, I do not have an answer.
Cyber is one of the best entry players in the world, and he is heated up here in the second half of map 1 and first half of map 2. Despite a slow start, it just feels like he is on one today. 3 players on Liquid were not able to find a kill through the first 2 rounds. They're hoping to correct that in round number 3, the tertiary bomb site. Especially with their attack timeout burns, this kind of needs to be a round win for Liquid. Otherwise, I don't know how they're going to win this game, how they're going to pull it back. They'll have to have some crazy defenses. It's a very extended position with a lot of these players up on the top floor. You can even see some guys wanting to go for some spawn peeks. Main entrance, that's Cyber. You know that guy's willing to swing. Daffodil has to be ready for this, and he has intel, but Parker, it's so scary when it's Cyber on the other end of it.
I mean, Cyber is an incredible player. He had a bit of an off map on Nighthaven Labs. 5 kills here in map number 2. That almost matches his tally. Now 6. Sorry.
Yeah.
He has now. Let me issue a correction here, Jesse. Cyber has now matched his kill total from map number 1 over 12 rounds in 3 active rounds, almost 4. So much better start for Cyber.
And it literally comes off of Daffodil, who was staring at the front door where that run out was going to happen. They know where Cyber is. They have full information, but he doesn't care. He's too good. And he's still winning so many of these fights. Again, they know he's down here at the bottom of the server stairs, but I mean, can you actually find this guy? He's been such a menace up against Team Liquid all game long. They know where he's at, but he's just going to be that thorn in the side. His timing is impeccable as to when he swings, when he pressures. And the rest of FaZe, they just give up the top floor. They say, screw it. You can have CEO. You've got Cyber behind you. You've got very little time on the clock, and we've got 4 guys in sight.
Nesk was obviously the standout performer in terms of fragging potential, and if you're going up against a team like FaZe Clan, you need all of your guns ablazing. Nesk finished map number 1 with 17 kills. He's got 2 of just 3 kills spread out by Team Liquid. They're currently averaging 1 kill a round. That is not good enough. Cyber beheading Diaz, who looked a little lost over on Spiral Staircase, and Diaz is going to call his parents for pickup. But Maya and Nesk now on the board. Time running out, 5 seconds remaining. Lenda needs to be defanged. He will. FaZe Clan toppling him. Nesk in for the assist, and KDS gets the final 3. Timer be damned. KDS takes matters into his own hands. 3 kills for a 3-0 start. FaZe Clan running away with this matchup.
And that is an incredibly hot start for FaZe Clan. They have now gotten full control of this game, a full site rotation, 3 in a row to go their direction. And again, I mean, Cyber is just a massive threat. The fact that he gets a kill like that, gets away with it, and then hits another kill before the XU can come through is ridiculous. At this point, it does feel like Team Liquid need to just say, all right, the first 90 seconds of every round, we're sending 5 bodies at Cyber. We have to kill this guy. It's been too big of a problem for too long. Every time they ignore him, it comes back to bite them in the ass. They have to be able to shut this guy down. They end up banning out the smoke. That's not really going to help them in that respect. Not an operator that we see Cyber running around on. The late round, of course, excellent from KDS there, but it does come down to the time once more, Parker. When Team Liquid don't dominate the early game, they stall out like crazy. Even if they can get a pick, sometimes they stall out like crazy. And these late round pushes have always been going the way of FaZe because they have got the clock on their time. They're ready for the angles that Team Liquid want to push, and they're so consistent at hitting those shots. KDS can be a bit more of an aggressive player sometimes, but when you've got Cyber across the map doing exactly what he does, he can easily just sit in the site and put off some miraculous shots. Team Liquid need an answer, and they need it very soon in this game.
Device activated. Attacker's objective is
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've seen a lot, and I've casted a lot of Team Liquid. There was for people who've watched my casting, there was a period of time where I think it was in Sao Paulo. I'm trying to remember the event. I think it was at SI Sao Paulo where I absolutely crashed out at a Team Liquid play on, I think it was Oregon, and I completely lost my mind. I shouted for like 6 to 10 full seconds. And it's just, this team is so befuddling. I am baffled by the things I see from Team Liquid. Great start to this round, though, because I don't want to dwell on the negatives. Nesk walks in. Goodbye, Cyber. That is a huge trophy to mount on your wall if you're Team Liquid. Nesk firing up, waking up is really not the win condition here for Team Liquid. Taking down Cyber is, and the rest of the supporting cast for Liquid finding their footing, because Diaz was second frag in the previous map. He's still without a kill. Lenda has gone at this point 2 hours and, an hour and 23 minutes without a kill, Jesse. Like, at some point the rubber needs to hit the road here. Yep. Team Liquid just need greater depth.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about it a lot, hard support IGLs. We don't expect them to get a lot of kills, but we expect them to get more than 0. Right now, we're not seeing that from Lenda, so it's something to watch out for. But the final boss has been slain. With Cyber going down, Liquid can now take the snap control. It looks like it's going to be a more standard admin side over clear. They're able to find these roamers. KDS gets cleaned up as well, playing inside a break room. So that's the 2-man advantage that Liquid are looking for. This is their best chance to win a round so far, but it's still a bit predictable. We know the information is strong from Liquid. They spot a player down below on the pulse scanner. Handy gets that intel onto the last player down below. You will know exactly where Nesk is positioned, and all the other players are pretty much coming admin side. So if they stall him with a Tsuburao, stall them with the Tachanka, it's still not a free push from Liquid.
I mean, this is the best look that we've seen from Team Liquid, but you're right. They are teetering right now on the abyss. This is far less winnable than it may seem. Now the middle round, the part that usually dooms this Liquid team through this best of 3, presents itself. And with a minute left, there is still stall potential here on the side of FaZe Clan, but Handy gambles on a retreat. He gets spotted by Dafo. On the board, Souls and Vidiking with 6 kills combined. Almost the exact same tally as the remainder of Team Liquid surviving members. Tough going for Vidiking now as he's isolated in his position, tracked by the death mark. 30 seconds remain. FaZe Clan outnumbered 2-1 by Team Liquid. They've got great guns in their hands, and again, that stall potential can be oh so critical. Lenda in the ground at the hands of Souls. Numbers getting ever closer. FaZe Clan waiting for more. They find Nesk. Diaz on a point of HP. Diffuser not in the hands of the Horsemen. They will need to retrieve it. Diaz does just that. Souls catches Daffo, and Diaz is now left to his own devices. Running out of time, and Diaz will fall off of the plant, go back on it, and they are off to the races as Souls has an incredible end of round, a 4K. Again, 1 kill for the rounds they've won, and my FaZe Clan are demolishing Team Liquid.
I'm at a loss for words, Parker. Another 2-man advantage thrown in the bin from Team Liquid. And don't get me wrong, I think those 2 anchor players, King and Souls, played exceptionally. Maybe the best support duo in the entire world. When you can only have 2 guys holding down a site, King and Souls are probably the 2 that you want to have. Their positioning was perfect. They dodged the death marks. They're able to use those shots. King distracts with the fire while Souls comes in to get those kills. But Liquid, they can do nothing to force those players out. They burn their Capital bolts early. They don't find much from them. Nesk has those death marks, and that should be an opportunity to get the picks, but he doesn't go down below. He actually comes back up the spiral stairs. He's playing around reception, which means he doesn't really have those vert angles to apply pressure to the players from down below. They have some Bs from Daffodil, which again mostly get used early. The last kind of Grim canister that gets tossed out doesn't end up hitting anybody on the side of Daffodil, and it just feels like we get to the late round, we stall out a little bit from Team Liquid, and there's no good plan on how to find the last couple of bodies. A massive round from Souls and King in the ends there, and Team Liquid, another round where you gotta think they're picking themselves. They're not able to push together and get those trades. At what point does it stop? At what point can you get back on the rails? Because this Liquid train, they are firmly off of them at this point.
Yeah, we witnessed a derailment in real time, and I mean, I've never seen a train derail, but I've seen videos of it. And Jesse, it seems kind of scary. This is a really brazen play by Cyber. I cannot believe he's ratted in this corner.
It's on,
I don't think they droned him. I don't think they droned him. Jesse, no. I don't think they've spotted him. No, my goodness. I mean, it's an unconventional spot, I get it, but just nothing is going right for Team Liquid.
When children are like first learning to eat, you often have to tell them, don't play with your food, you know? It's important, just eat your vegetables. Don't treat them like toys. FaZe Clan are treating Liquid like toys, Parker. They're playing with them. They're going in these rat spots. They're dodging drones. Now Liquid's confidence gets shaken once again. Here's a fight yellow, and it no longer goes Liquid's way. The shotgun too good from Handy. There's more, but Liquid are too afraid to push.
Is there a mercy rule? Like, are we in a position?
Dude. All right.
What in the sweet Mary and Joseph are we witnessing? What is that? I didn't even have words. I don't think.
This might be over, Parker. I have no clue at this point in how Liquid are supposed to come back. That's maybe, like, even in a vacuum, that's probably the most dominant single round I have witnessed all season.
What am I supposed to say? What do you want me to say? What? Let's watch again. Hold on a second.
Yep.
Okay.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
Okay, boop. Boink. And boink. And boink.
Holy crap.
That was a flawless round. Souls is running the inverse Lenda. He's 7-0. There is a very real possibility here that we go the entire series without Lenda mustering 1 kill. There is no universe, at least as far as I'm aware, whether there are multi-universes, whether there's just a single one, whether we are living in a simulation, I don't care. There is no universe in which you can win a best of 3 with Lenda playing this way. There just is not. Flat out, period. You cannot. Sub-mean at this point. Like,
yeah. I can remember one other time where a player went an entire series without getting a kill. I can't remember. It was a European player years ago, and I'm blanking on who it was specifically. I don't want to say a name and be wrong, but I know it's happened at least one other time, but that's it. It is not a big club, and Lenda is dangerously close to joining it at this point. They will kill Cyber early once again, Parker. Again, I'd like to say final boss dead, but there's 4 final bosses on FaZe Clan, and Team Liquid still have to get the rest of them here this round.
I don't really know what to do at this point. There's a run out from KDS. He gets really brazen. Daffo on presumably the Fuse shield to work his way in, as FaZe Clan have taken out all the other shields except for the Blackbeard, and you saw how successful that Blackbeard could be. Daffo getting Diffuser down, but Maya has their attention. Smoke will gas him out, and Daffo gets away with it. So finally a good look for Team Liquid here in the first half. Team Liquid have not had much good to say about them. And yet now they find themselves in the most winning position that they have been in. It's all incumbent upon FaZe Clan to retake in the final 30 seconds of this round. Daffo scouting for information, as you've still got control of that top floor by FaZe at this point. Vidiking going towards the door. Diaz killing everybody inside of the server. And Mio Mai, he is a one-man army. Nobody else able to get on the board at this point in time. FaZe Clan watching as that clock continues to go, time slipping through their fingers, and well, you're about to hit the point of no return. We're there. Souls is down, Handy trapped in the doorway, and Liquid will do what we thought was impossible, Jesse, and that's win a round in this first half. An indomitable FaZe Clan showing a small sign of weakness, but what a climb back this will be from Liquid, as they do move to the easier side of Consulate, but they have quite the hole to climb out of. 5-1 for FaZe Clan, 2 rounds away from a meeting with W7M en route to the SA League Finals.
Yeah, and listen, the game's not over yet. We got a critical round from Liquid. 5-1 is a completely different ball game from 6-0. If you're only going to win 1 round and a half, win round 6. Give yourself a little bit of momentum to carry into that second half. FaZe Clan, I'm not going to lie, Parker, they took some risks, we'll say, in that final round. We saw the death from KDS sprinting out the front door. I don't think he does that if it's round 15 SI Grand Finals. But listen, you got to play the team that you're going up against, and I think Liquid did that. It was a really nice plant from Daffodil. He used his smokes. He got in on the fuse. He planted with the shield on his back. I've got no problems with the plant coming out from Daff, but it does start to raise even more questions. I mean, that's one little bit of kind of hard support utility come through, right? You're planting with a shield. You're smoking the defuse kit. You're getting it on the ground. That's not even coming from Lenda, though. And that's kind of the guy we historically think of on Liquid, is the guy planting with the shield on his back. But the fact that he's not even able to do that in this game is still raising some question marks for me. The second half is going to be stronger from Team Liquid. Consulate is one of the most defender side of maps we have in the game. As soon as Skyscraper gets removed in the next season, listen, I think Consulate will be the most defender side of map in the competitive map pool. But when you're going up against FaZe, and when FaZe just look like they're having such a good time, it's still a mountain to climb, Parker. And these first couple defense rounds, I think, are going to tell us a lot in terms of how locked in Liquid are for this game.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. If FaZe Clan can start off hot here on this unenviable side, as we often refer to it as, then I fear it's curtains. 6-1 for Team Liquid. That's already used their timeout after round number 2. The underlying numbers are just frankly not good. Cyber has 4 first bloods. Nesk and Diaz are the only 2 players to strike first. And again, the only trade that came in would have been in, I think it was round number 6, where it was really close, or maybe it was round number 4. I'm trying to remember exactly when that was. But either way, I mean, things are just not good here for Team Liquid. The only round that Team Liquid won, they had 1 player remaining. It was a 1v1 while that diffuser was down. There was a flawless round for FaZe Clan, and beyond that, they've had 3 or 4 players survive in 3 of those 5 victories. 4 technically if you count the flawless round. So Team Liquid just really struggling. Lenda again without a kill. We can stop wagging our fingers at him, because right now the bigger issue is Maya going 1-6, Jesse.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Maya needs to be a guy to step up. We talked about how he's been the best Liquid player all season long. Had some massive round wins back on Nighthaven Labs, but he's been absent here on Consulate. FaZe Clan will be going for another admin side clear based on the operator lineup and current positioning. It's been a bit slow so far, Parker. They haven't really gotten much map control. Soul's in admin now and starts to work a little bit with that can opener, but this hallway is the biggest problem. We've got Candelas to go through, but these oil canisters will be strong. The vending position that Nesk is in is going to be protected by some of these magnets. Getting a player out of this vending spot is really, really tricky, and I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be from FaZe Clan. They have to problem solve this now.
That's a great question here, isn't it? Vidiking taking some damage is all that we have to show for the first minute and a half of this round. Still plenty of utility from FaZe Clan to be used at some point. likely to their advantage, as has happened through these 6 rounds. Team Liquid are clinging to life at this point. Their hopes and dreams of making SI are a very distant, very distant thought. Right now, it's get out of this map. That is priority number 1. They did take down Souls, so Souls' first death. Handy will die as well. Nobody's flushed Nesk out of this position. Maya finds another kill. It's his second in the round. Maya coming online. Now you can see what Team Liquid can do with this side swap. Maybe a bit of a pause here, Jesse, as we hit the final 30 seconds and Team Liquid hold a 4v2 with Vidiking getting Diffuser down.
No way, right?
I'll be stunned if Liquid put them into a post plan. Dapo and Diaz clobber them. There you go. Really good coordination from Liquid. Again, though, this is defending on console. At bare minimum is picking up 3 rounds. If Liquid are not able to spring off to an early lead, as we said, that is a bad sign. Good news for Liquid fans. The horses are running free on their very first round of defense.
Yeah, and for me, Parker, it's Nesk to be the bright spot in the midst of the darkness. His position here, just behind the elevators, that is such a strong spot. So many good players pop off from that exact position. And I think the idea from FaZe Clan was they were going to burn it out with the Capitao Firebolts. But as Souls was swinging to use that Firebolt to get Nesk out of that position, it was Maya who stepped up and killed Souls. So it was a really good kind of duo play from both Maya and Nesk to stop that position from being cleared out. FaZe had an idea of how they wanted to do it, but it's a very difficult task. And I think Team Liquid had good teamwork, team play in the midst of that round to stop it from happening. This has been something that we talked about for them even on Nighthaven Labs. Like, Liquid on defense, I like their coordination. They are playing together. They look like a cohesive unit. On Nighthaven, though, it was some of those late rounds where things got away from them, when things got chaotic, when we didn't exactly know where every player on FaZe was, exactly what the push was looking like, when Liquid kind of lost the plot a little bit. So that's what I'm watching for through the rest of this half. We know Liquid are a good team in the early game. We know Liquid have good team play when they're playing off each other's swings. But can that maintain itself when we go late into these rounds when FaZe Clan make things a little more chaotic?
There was a really good thread on the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit about a day ago. I don't know if you saw that after yesterday's matches. It came on the heels of their match against Ninjas in Pajamas, talking about Liquid's new attack style, and a bunch of super fans of Team Liquid, of which there are many, especially on the subreddit, basically talking about how one of the biggest struggles that Liquid has always had as a team has been adapting to this new meta. And it was Lagonis, actually, who I was speaking to. I finally remembered. I remember talking about this on a podcast. I spoke with Lagonis about Team Liquid and their struggles and how they failed to adapt to the new meta. Like, they're changing up their roles. They're putting Nesk into more familiar places. Like, and you should go and read the thread. I'm obviously not going to read it because action is about to happen, or at least it looks like it might. But it is really addressing that Liquid is undergoing some substantial changes, and finding success immediately after implementing changes is almost always impossible. Vidiking goes down to Nesk. This is a very aggressive defense from Liquid. They almost lost a player on FaZe's aggression. But if Team Liquid can really knock FaZe off stride, this 5-1 deficit they had, it can evaporate very quickly.
Yeah, I think the attacking struggles are very much real for Team Liquid, but they don't have to worry about it for the rest of this game. Play aggressive on their defense, get those early advantages. That's what was finding them success on Nighthaven as well. Nesk, MVP of round 7 in my mind, and looking like he might be the MVP of round 8 as well. Kills Vidiking down inside of Visa. That drops the defuse kit. They should be able to pick it back up with lots of chaos happening still over towards Piano side. It does equalize us back to a 3-on-3. Last 3 defenders from Liquid will maintain their spots inside the basement. This is a bottom floor execute. My concern is that FaZe Clan still have a ton of soft boots, Parker. They've kept both Cyber and Handy alive on the Sledge and the Buck, and they've got pretty good time on the clock still, over a minute when this 3v3 formed itself. So they can start working the verticality, start opening up some of these floorboards, and then once Souls gets into a good position to plant as well, they might just have the angle that they need to get that fuse kit down.
I've got time, they've got drones. FaZe Clan are well situated in this situation, and they've got a read as well on Lenda, who has struggled to find anything from an offense perspective. Lenda still without a kill through this entire series. Good delay here, though, from the Goyo canister. So if Lenda's not impacting the play from a kill perspective, at least his gadgetry is. It's keeping FaZe Clan from getting into the bomb site. There goes another gas canister. There goes another Vulcan canister. And suddenly, FaZe Clan are stalling out. They're just going to have to suffer through the damage. Soul's incapable of doing that. Lenda gets a kill! 2 more to be found from Team Liquid, a second from Lenda, and now Cyber upstairs will just head for the hills. Huge round from Lenda, and Team Liquid win yet another.
And maybe most important of all, Parker, that's a big late round win from Team Liquid. It really wasn't a free round when they got into the 3v3. There was a lot of time on the clock for FaZe Clan, but they dragged their feet a little bit. They take a lot of time getting to that main garage breach, and at that point, there's Goyo canisters, there's Toxic Babes. Look at DS's utility. He keeps these 3 Toxic Babes until like the last 20 seconds. That's really good discipline from DS to just play that util, to be aware of where FaZe Clan are pushing, to be aware of when FaZe Clan are pushing. They saw out that clock. The util play is excellent. And then you said it. Lendo with the TCSG from inside the site finally gets on the board, and it couldn't have come at a more critical moment. They might only have 2 kills in this whole best of 3, Parker, but those 2 kills were massively impactful, and it keeps Liquid competitive in this map.
And I know that we have kind of focused very narrowly on just his fragging potential, but those Goyo canisters were instrumental in keeping FaZe Clan out of that bomb site. If you don't hit those 2 Goyo canisters, FaZe Clan rush in. They can easily get a plant down. They've still got Cyber upstairs in a very powerful position. But the thing is that the 2 players that needed to go deep into the bomb site for Cyber to defend died in part because of the gas and the flames. You're not always going to get kills. That's apparent. But if you can slow down a push or ultimately win the round through great reinforcements, through bandit tricking, through Goyo canisters, through Valkyrie cameras giving intel to the rest of your teammates, you're still providing value. So yes, we have been a little bit harsh on Lenda, and rightfully so. He has been terrible from a fragging perspective, but that round was his. Team Liquid wins it because of him, and without Lenda, it might be 6-2 for FaZe.
Well, Lendo's going to have another big late game. It will come off the back of early pressure, though, as Nesk is once again in this heavy roam spot. He was playing just inside of admin for the bulk of this first 60 seconds. He's backing off a little bit now. Nesk plays a very similar role to Cyber, where they want to get hyper-aggressive in this early game. FaZe haven't really engaged with it, Parker, and I think they're going to go direct to site. Based on their current positioning, they don't care about clearing the top floor. We might see Vidiking pressure the top floor while this push is going in, but note that the captain doesn't have the defuse kit. He's just trying to distract these top floor players. Well, it's actually going to be Handy that goes for the plant when they eventually do come through for it. Getting some time clearing from Yellow, but the focus will be the bomb site.
Team Liquid lose Lenda, so after his hot play, he goes down, but Maya and Dafo there with immediate answers back, and another will be found as Maya doubles up. FaZe Clan now in a really rough spot with Cyber and Vidiking taking no prisoners. Nesk drops. Cyber could have another now as the Warden of Dafo falls back at the most opportune time. A great peel-off for Team Liquid. Utility kind of bad on the side of Liquid. They have a Nitro cell. Soul is still on the board, but Diaz with nothing but a gun or 2 guns on the smoke, and Monty of Vidiking is still up.
Plan A was kind of a disaster for FaZe, but Plan B is not looking too bad. They've got full top floor control now. They've got Vidiking on the shield to give information for Cyber, and they know where that defuse kit is. It's near the site, so they can pick it up quite easily when they go for this plant. The question's going to be, can they successfully get this down, or do you just try to push deep and go for the kills? Because it's very readable if Liquid just try to deny this plant with the 1 Nitro cell that Daffodil still has playing in the basements.
I mean, your win con is finding Maya, right? Because if you allow the Solus to continue maneuvering around, you are in rough shape. There's going to be so much information here that the operator can relay to the remainder of this team. You have to go for a linear execute. You don't have time with 20 seconds left to go downstairs. Maya is ready for Cyber, takes him down. Vidiking in a 1v3, very vulnerable, and it is a shooting gallery as Diaz finds the final kill. The lead that was once a yawning chasm between the two has been reduced to a small leap as it's 5-4 for FaZe, still in the driver's seat. But Liquid have been unbeatable here on defensive consulate.
And we should see the TAC timeout happen after this set of bans come through. I can't imagine FaZe Clan are happy with how this second half has gone for them. Really good site play from Maya in the previous round. Gets information for his team, stops that early rush. When Lenda died, I was very concerned because I thought this is the push that FaZe were looking for. They're distracting up above. They're killing the anchors in the site. But it wasn't just Lenda in the site. Maya was there to trade off of him to get those last couple of kills. And even in the plan B, he was the guy that was locking things down, was able to find Cyber while that push was coming through on the main floor. So I do really like that. FaZe some good information late rounds. They were aware that there was a player in the basement with a nitro cell, but they couldn't bait it out of him, and they couldn't get a plant down. So just a tough one to try to convert after the early game did not go their way. A couple conversations now that need to be had from FaZe Clan. They know that this game is starting to get out of control. They've just lost a full site rotation. You're going to be going back up to the top floor and then back down to the basement. You've got to find some way to crack this defense on the side of Team Liquid because it's been quite strong so far. You banned the Goyo, which to me says that they're still going to be trying to go for these late round plant-focused pushes. They know that they've been stalling out a bit too much. They know that the clock has been a bit of a problem for them. So focus on that Goyo. Try to maybe get a kill into the smoke earlier on. Make something happen in the early game that can provide you a little bit more support when you go for this late round push.
Both teams now have used their parachutes, so they will be in free fall if things do not improve. The team that is barreling towards the earth at an alarming rate right now is FaZe Clan. Team Liquid, after a rough start, have amassed quite a tally. Neither of these teams have gone back and forth with round wins. It's been a very clear-cut set of rounds. FaZe Clan went off to a hot start, 5-0. It looked like Team Liquid were down and completely out, but 4 rounds to answer back where the underlying numbers for Liquid have been mighty good too. Liquid is fired up, and again, Consulate is so overwhelmingly defender-sided, one of the most defender-sided maps in any region, period. It is the most defender-sided map in Brazil, with the exception of Border, which is just slightly more defender-sided, but was only played 1 time. So, I mean, you can't really count that. Whereas Consulate was played at least 5 times. So, Team Liquid now running on the better side. We do have to ask, why put yourself at such a deficit? But hey, credit where credit is due, Jesse. Team Liquid started off on the wrong side. They were hoping to catch FaZe off guard. They didn't. FaZe Clan did exactly what they needed to do, but Team Liquid have been able to bounce back. The old Team Liquid, they would have mentally crumbled by now. We would be at a break waiting for W7M FaZe Clan. So credit where credit is due. Team Liquid have shown some mental resiliency to hang in a very tough matchup.
Important note as well, FaZe Clan should be getting defense start side in overtime as it was their map choice. So Team Liquid really need to close this out in regulation. These next 3 rounds are all important for Liquid to win. You don't want to force yourself to have to win an attack in OT. It's so tough on a map like Consulate, but their defenses so far have looked really good. We know where FaZe Clan want to push from. Nesk is once again back in his bending position. This is where he got so many kills last time. Falls back a little bit. How does he play this position differently from the first time around, Parker? I think he's going to have to rein it in. Doesn't risk it because he expects FaZe Clan to have a better chance at clearing it out, and that's exactly what happens. I like that discipline from Nesk.
Waiting for a skylight drop now over on yellow. Perfect time to throw down that Candela. Where will Maya be? The Warden will be uniquely situated to deal with this. Nesk dies. He's having a bit more human of a performance as Souls thought that there was one inside a bathroom but missed the mark entirely. Diaz trades out a bit of his HP to take down Handy. That's a nice kill for Team Liquid to put numbers back to a 4v4. Wow. And a great flick over as Vidaking punishes Diaz. Souls dies to Dafo. They are just trading back and forth. A bevy of kills. Almost half the server has been cleared out, and there's still 50 seconds left on the clock.
Lots of planting out from Liquid. They kind of need to go deep on the side of FaZe Clan. You're not going to get past these Tachanka fires. The Nitro from Maya is going to be a problem, too. And with Cyber low HP, even the impact of Lendo could stop the plant.
All low HPs from FaZe Clan, as you pointed out. I do like this position for Team Liquid. We could go all 12 yet again. It was Liquid to push us to that 12th round when they won round 10, needing all of regulation. Will they do it again? Cyber goes down. That's the fuse kit surrendered as well. Vidaking picks it up. He's dropped. Lende in on the action, and Maya goes huge. Tie game. We're going all the way in regulation.
More strong defenses from Team Liquid. They really don't overextend there. I love the discipline to come through. Nesk, he wastes good time on the vending position. He does eventually die. He's the opening death in that round, but Liquid don't panic. They lose the early game, but they're still able to hold their positions late round as well. I thought Diaz was going to lock things down on the smoke. I thought that'd be enough. It's a great flick from Vidiking to keep them alive in that game. But then FaZe Clan, they try to get the plant down. I just don't think that was ever going to be the right game plan for them. It felt like they had to push deep against that off-player lineup that Liquid had. FaZe maybe get a little bit nervous. They get a little bit worried about the game state, and they try to play that objective focused siege that they love to rely on in these late rounds. Liquid are, once again, reading it so well, though. The late game is drastically improved from what we saw in Nighthaven Labs. Parker, I'm starting to believe that Liquid might just pull this one back. I know it's been a while, but here we are at 5-5, and I finally got a bit of faith in Team Liquid.
It's the hope that kills you. It's
so
the hope
dangerous,
that kills you
isn't it?
here, Jesse. I gotta be frank. Look, you know, I'm the guy from the movie who's about to be like the, you know, he's got the noose around his neck and he looks over and he goes, first time. That's you right now with Team Liquid. Okay, because I can tell you right now, sitting in the chair that I'm sitting in, I have seen Team Liquid in this exact set of circumstances countless times, and I can't really count on my hand how many times they have succeeded. They were in this same situation just a map ago. I know things are a bit different now. Team Liquid are on the better side, so if FaZe Clan are able to win this in regulation, kudos to them for overcoming a defender fortress here. Team Liquid are perfect so far on defense. 4 for 4. Yeah, it's a heady task for FaZe Clan, but this is the World Championship squad that has not changed anything about this roster. They are a team that allowed NIP to be in these exact same circumstances for the SAL Stage 2 playoffs just a couple months ago. If there's any team that's going to be able to break the hearts and the backs of Team Liquid with against all odds, it's got to be FaZe.
Game plan hasn't changed for the world champs. They still want to play a plant-focused bomb site. They got good information. They have a drone on Daffodil. They know he's playing up inside a piano. They're not going to push in until this guy is dead. Hard ping's coming out on him now. The red ping will alert him to this information that they now have. And because Daffodil gets red pinged, he's just going to run away. He gives up this space and potentially starts to open a door for the plant that goes down just inside of the garage breach. They're not going for it just yet. KDS exploring a little bit more with his drone. The top floor is free and Cyber takes it. But if they can work a pick before they go for this plant, it might be even more difficult for Liquid to defend.
Wrapping around, hoping for an early pick, but it will not come for FaZe Clan. Team Liquid playing a bit more sheltered. The hero of this previous bomb site was Lenda, and it was the Goyo canisters that prolonged the entry from FaZe. They'll lose Handy as down goes the Logic bombs, down goes the Dokkaebi. FaZe Clan suffering an early loss. Early with a minute left, but early when it comes to action. The Goyo ban is going to make it so that Team Liquid have to be creative with this slow potential. They bring a Malusi to plug that hole. Diaz now in a very favorable spot for him. A little bit of do-si-do. KDS forcing him down into the ground. Still the advantage for Team Liquid, 40 to go. Breach open, FaZe Clan surveying the damage done and trying to assess whether they have an opportunity here to get the defuse kit planted.
Lenda's playing radio. He is the key player that they need to clear out of that way, but it's all the roamers instead. They've come back around. Parker and Ness swings for 2 on the site, gets them up to the map point. Team Liquid in a dominating position now. It just feels like they cannot lose these defenses. A massive couple of swings come through from Nesk in the late round. We talk about him as a roamer, but steps up when they need him to in the site. And Team Liquid have been cruising to this comeback.
6 rounds in a row for the Horsemen. It all started in the first half. They managed to escape a incredible showing by FaZe Clan with a single attacking victory. And since then, Liquid has done exactly what FaZe did, which is win 5 defenses back to back to back to back to back. Now the question becomes, do we see another 7-5? Do Liquid win 7 unanswered rounds? Or does FaZe Clan win the final round of the half just as Liquid did in the first half? There's very little here giving me confidence in FaZe Clan. They have looked like they cannot muster a successful attack despite being a good attacking team and despite being so dominant here. What did the Death say there? They've won 8 in a row on Consulate. Team Liquid have taken all those numbers and said, We don't know, Math. And that's really it. And now, Liquid running away with this. One more round of regulation. I do wonder if OT is on deck. Let's see how the next 3 minutes shake out.
FaZe Clan, if they can win this, they'll get defense start in overtime. They will be favored to win the map at that point. Back to Piano is the bomb site, and we're going to go for a completely different push if we're FaZe Clan. The isolated push on Yellow and Piano did not go their way previously, so we're going to clear the map. We're going to start admin side. We're going to open through the top floor through the balcony. We're going to try to find these roamers or at least push them back with decent time. The clock is going to be critical because you've got so much soft breach on the side of FaZe Clan, particularly with KDS on this Ram. You want to have time to use that utility. Top floor is being held right now by just Nesk and Maya, but if there's only 2 players that are going to hold a roam, it's those 2 that you want to see do it. Nesk and Maya both combined for 18 kills this map. They have been exceptional in the early game. With Daffodil down below, also really in a position to go for a flank or find one of these lurking players in the mid-floor, there's room for him to find a pick too.
FaZe Clan's roams have been quite ineffective. They have traded opening picks. Again, opening picks not really having as much bearing on who wins the rounds as we saw back on Nighthaven Labs. In terms of objective play, there have only been 2 successful defuse kits planted, and they have both gone in favor of Team Liquid. Team Liquid getting the defuse kit down and then holding out very well in that 6th and fateful round that started this Team Liquid surge. And then it was the immediate round after where FaZe got the plant down and Liquid swept right through that post plant and won it. Now things will get very tricky here, Jesse. Half the round to go. Daffo is gone. Team Liquid in a bit of a rare spot, which is they have lost a good gunner. And FaZe Clan are very confident at the moment.
Yeah, it's a weird push. They're not going top floor like I expected. It's actually been very focused on Visa, and they worked that opening pick. Daff knew what was going on, but he couldn't find the frag anyways. Vidaking strikes first. Denying this plant without top floor control should be the goal for Team Liquid. But if you can get to a deep spot, it's possible to still get this down under some smokes.
Now it's Nets taking some damage. Maya's in the ground as well. FaZe Clan coming up big when they need it the most. Diaz is gone. Vidaking getting defuse kit down. Team Liquid suffering everything. Lenda, the man of the hour. He had a terrific run of 2 rounds, but it will be a flawless end to regulation for FaZe Clan. We have mirror matchups on both sides. The first 5 rounds won by FaZe. Liquid snags round 6. Then the same thing happens. Just swap the teams around. Overtime on deck.
And we should expect nothing less from the world champions. They're mental as strong as ever. They put together a great push horizontal through the Visa side of the map. They get that plant. They threaten it at the very least, but at the same time, they're hunting for those kills. They don't care if you're up above on the top floor because they've got total domination of the bomb sites. That's exactly what FaZe Clan were looking for. And now, Parker, they take the advantage in this game. 3 rounds are all that we have left to play, and FaZe Clan will get defense through 2 of them, rounds 13 and 15, meaning if Liquid want to win this game, they have to put together a successful defense. They're not going to get a tertiary site here. It's going to be bottom floor to start things off, round 13, and then I will bet you my life savings. We need a 15th round. FaZe Clan will head to that top floor where they were so dominant against Team Liquid in rounds 1 and 4. So a difficult task now for TL. They need to find some way to break this. They've had a lot of different looks at these bomb sites. They should know what's coming for them, but it's 2 different things entirely to know what to do versus executing it.
Did you say you'll bet me your life savings?
I'll bet you my life savings round 15 gets played top floor, yeah.
Well, Jesse, if you happen to watch anything, gambling has literally dominated every part of our life, and we just are miserable and have to suffer through it. So you know what? I want to know, what are your life savings here? What am I gambling on?
I got a whole, listen, I got $5.06. I've also got some Pokemon cards from my childhood, so I'm going to count that in there.
What about your cats?
They're not life savings. They're friends.
I will take your cats.
No. You know what? It's going top floor anyways.
This is a real head scratcher by Cyber. I mean, it's an odd fight to take. Sitting in projector, staring down Nesk as he enters through the main doorway. Daffo eliminating Cyber as Cyber had overstayed his welcome in that position. And again, I do have to kind of wonder what the play here was. Why are you being so aggressive? Cyber's been terrific on the roam. He was excellent on attack, or rather, It was excellent when Liquid was on attack, with Cyber roaming and getting those first picks, but I just did not see that materialize here. And with this match being so close, I do have to wonder if that was the right play.
I mean, this is what Cyber does, Parker. It doesn't matter if it's round 15 SI Grand Finals. He is always a risk taker. And that time, some rare missed shots hits the body of both Nesk and Daffodil. If those are both heads, then this is a 2-man advantage for FaZe Clan. But unfortunately, he's just barely missed. And so it's a man advantage for Liquid. They take the early lead. They've still got a couple roamers to find. We've got KDS playing mid-floor Spiral and Handy on mid-floor Yellow Stairs. So they're not really near the entry point of this attack. Team Liquid coming in through Visa. There's the response. It's going to be a Nitro Cell from Vidaking to take down Nesk. The best entry fragger on Team Liquid is going to be gone. They'll have to rely on Maya and site players to finish things off.
And there goes Daffo, Handy over top of the bomb site. Vidaking on the board as well yet again. Diaz will silence him. A bit of regicide. 3 still favoring FaZe Clan. Down goes Diaz. Maya's last man standing, and Liquid having some struggles to attack this map yet again. What a shocker. Attackers have only won 2 rounds so far, and it sure doesn't seem like that number is going to get any higher. Diaz will have to pull off a miraculous 1v3 clutch. Diffuse kit out of reach, bomb site out of reach, time about to be out of reach, as now he'll smoke his entry through that hatch, baiting for a pick. FaZe Clan allows him the grace to drop into the site, waiting for his vision to appear through that glass scope, searching for anything. But FaZe Clan oh so patient until Handy hears the sounds and reads off of it. FaZe Clan move back to match point off of that one. What did I say would kill you, Jesse? The hope? Are you almost there yet?
Yeah, this is what we were worried about, Parker, and I think it comes back down to FaZe as a team. You could say a lot about this FaZe Clan roster. You can talk about their playstyle that can be slow at times and explosive at others. You can talk about their history, how long they've been together as a team, and the success that they've had being world champions at the last 6 Invitational. But I think the thing that really defines this squad for me, Parker, is their fearlessness. It doesn't matter what the situation is. They're always ready to swing you. They're always ready to play aggressive. And even when it doesn't go their way, even when Cyber ends up as the opening death, roaming all alone top floor, Handy is still pushing up Yellow to get that kill back. Vidaking is still launching those Nitro Cells and locking down the site to get those kills back. There is always a movement, a decision being made, initiative being taken on the side of FaZe Clan because they aren't afraid. They know that they're better than Team Liquid. They believe it in their bones, and so they're willing to take these risks. It pays off for them in that round. And Team Liquid, despite the opening pick, there's a big reason why they aren't able to convert a lot of these entries, and it's just because of how aggressive FaZe Clan can be to get them back.
10 seconds to go.
We do go top floor for round 14, Parker. We should see Liquid win this one. It's another test of their mental. They've been good defending this bomb site so far. If they can put it into practice, we'll get that 15th round, then, I mean, we'll see where my life savings end up.
$5.60 of Pokemon cards and both of your cats on the line here. I don't really have much use for the money or the cards, but I'll take the cats, like I said. I'm sure he's protesting. He's probably just muted. Who's to say? As for what we're looking at in the brackets, W7M fell to the lower bracket yesterday by a 2-0 victory for Furia, which means that the Bulls are waiting for which of these teams will square off against them. Jesse, I believe I saw that there will be a bit of a longer break between this matchup and our lower bracket final to allow whichever team prevails to get ready for their second best of 3 today. It will be a gauntlet that needs to be run. Both of these teams are very experienced, but in terms of just games played, FaZe Clan surely has the upper hand here. They are no strangers to deep runs at events. Team Liquid a bit less experienced just because of the newer roster and the change that we've seen on some of their roles. So Liquid obviously will benefit from that break should they prevail, but that means Team Liquid needs to win 2 rounds in a row and then Chalet, which is a bit of a Herculean task at this point in time. FaZe Clan, they just need to win 1 round.
Liquid can't do that, then Parker, they will be in the SILCQs. NIP will lock in a spot at the 6 Invitational instead, so the Ninja is happy with what they've seen so far, but it's not over just yet. This is a really interesting push from FaZe Clan, coming in with the 0, coming in vertically once again, down below the bomb site. Handy's here trying to protect Cyber as he starts to open up these floorboards. They want to apply pressure onto these Liquid defenders. Lanthanile has been so good from Liquid, but if you lose some important operators early, then you won't have those tools in the late rounds. That's exactly what happens. Lenda, the opening death now in round 14.
A very rough series for Lenda. Right now sitting at 3-17 across all these maps, maybe 3-18. Maya on the board, down goes Cyber. Dafo taking some damage. Plant goes down successfully on the side of FaZe Clan, and now a scramble in the post plant. It's all up to Maya. A Nitro Cell goes out, he gets the down, but still needs to find souls in KDS. He doesn't have much intel. He sees the Blackbeard, so he has to take an isolated 1v1. He doesn't have information on that defuse kit. Now he does. The Blackbeard will move ever closer. He's knocked over, and that's all she wrote. A best of 3 that Team Liquid will soon want to forget. FaZe Clan takes it 2-0, and they've got a rematch against the Bulls coming up next.
And a devastating result for TL. They got so close in terms of the 6 Invitational, and even in this series, Parker, they look really good at certain moments, but in the end, when the pressure is the highest, there's a reason why FaZe Clan are world champions. A brilliant attacking strategy to come out in round 14. They bring something that they haven't shown all game long. The zero comes in, they work from down below, they get those picks, and then at the second the plant goes down, it just feels like that's it. TL had been so good at denying that plant up until that final round, but it's all that matters is round 14. Respect being shown. You know how important this game was to Team Liquid with SI implications on the line. These Brazilian players, they're all good friends on the outside the server, even if it is a bit of smack talk and a bit of business inside. TL will have to go through that SI last chance qualifier. Now I'm sure they'll make a deep run for it, but as far as today goes, it is FaZe Clan who are the champions. Will continue on in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to FaZe, congratulations to Furia, and W7M. We know our final 3 here in the SA League. Now, the Brazilian side of Rainbow Six has always taken the inter-regional playoffs and championships very seriously. It's something that's actually been a bit absent when you look at APAC and you look at NA and EU. To a lot of these regions, they're just like, it's a formality. It would be nice to win. In Brazil, being the best in Brazil is a huge feather in your cap. So whether you've won a world championship or whether you won a world championship last year or you won a major and are still hoping to win a world championship, all 3 of these remaining teams are very eager to be the best in Brazil, and only one of them can get it done. Fury has already made it. W7M and FaZe Clan will now battle in a couple minutes. But let's talk a little bit about what we just saw before we let the desk come on in, Jesse, because Team Liquid made some changes. They looked mighty good on that second half. What ultimately fell apart in the final moments of Consulate?
I mean, I think they really did play some good games. I feel like it's the same story with Liquid, where we get to those late rounds, we get to the pressure moments, and that's when things just unravel. It's going to take time. It's going to take experience. We know Liquid have experience on a lot of their players, right? There's no saying how much experience Nesk has with how long he's been playing this game. But don't forget, their IGL, their captain Lenda, is still a rookie coming into this team. He has not played very much at a high level, especially with your fans out like that. I mean, it's going to be really tough, I think, in those chaotic moments to get a handle on things. I hope we see Liquid build this roster. I feel like there is so much promise still with how good Maya's playing, with how good Nesk is looking at the end of things, with how strong their backline could be. I mean, Diaz, we haven't talked about him a lot, but I thought he played excellent Siege today. If they can continue to build off this, get a little bit more consistent when the pressure is high, this team's got a bright future ahead of themselves, but it takes time, Parker. This FaZe Clan roster was together for years before they started making deep runs at international events and then finally winning the World Championship. Liquid need that time as well, and it's only going to come if you let it.
Well, we've got 3 very smart gents listening to what we have to say. I'm eager to know. Do they agree with you? Do they disagree with you? And most importantly, is there anything that we missed? Let's have the desk break down FaZe Clan versus Team Liquid.
Alô, 2, 2.
Thank you very much, Parker and Jesse. And yes, there might be one small thing, but it's not really that big of a deal. It's only that NIP have officially qualified to the Invitational through FaZe's victory here against Team Liquid. A huge moment for NIP fans all over the world, but still, FaZe, at the end of the day, gay, but they prevail. My God, the whole time we're thinking they're there's no way Liquid does this, right? It got so close. So close.
Yeah, I mean, they're world champions for a reason. And I think Jesse said it best. You know, when it comes down to those high pressure moments, FaZe has been there time and time again. That pressure got to them. One SI where they ended up losing it because of the pressure. They had everything in their favor. They wrote their wrongs with the next one at Boston, win it here. They won it there. And I mean, I think something that really speaks margin just in terms of, you know, their sheer mentality is going into round 12. I mean, they executed it flawlessly. I mean, that almost sets you up for success in terms of momentum, in terms of a mental shift, that you have that confidence. Okay, we got at least our one attack down. We know what we can do the next time. We know how we exploited this side of Liquid on their side of defense, and then they switch their defense, get it done. And I think Jesse also said as well, you know, they bring out that zero, they get the information below, they get that pick, and then they can go for the site execute, and they do it flawlessly again. I mean, it really just shows the difference between the two, and it does also speak into the side of Liquid, where they do have an inexperienced player being their IGL in terms of just longevity. They don't have that yet, and I do agree, with more time we see from Liquid, I do think that this roster can create something. I think the sky is the limit once they break past that barrier, once they get a little more consistency underneath their belt. I have no doubt in my mind we can see something coming out of this Liquid roster, and especially what we can see from them heading into an LCQ.
Yeah, it's such a bittersweet moment if you're Liquid. I mean, if they would have just been able to win one round, and I know we're all thinking of that one round. I mean, round 4, the fact that they were in a 4v2 situation, they were able to get the ability to get the diffuser down, and they just individually peak after peak to just give FaZe Clan a way out. And Liquid got all the way to that match point, but regardless of the overtime, I felt like once it went to the overtime, Liquid's momentum was broken up. They looked very disjointed. FaZe was playing very good at stalling them out, but I really do think if they just were able to close out one more attack, and it's very lackluster. When you look at the attacks that they were losing, a lot of the time it felt like they did have control, they had what they needed, and then just the over peaking, the rookie mistake, so to say, and that could be a matter of experience. Obviously, like you said, Lax having a younger IGL to the scene. I mean, Lenda himself did not have the best of series. I mean, a donut in the first map, and he did have one big round here in Consulate, but that being said, just to finish off with 3 total kills, it's a situation where you find yourself, you know, it's gonna keep themselves up at night at the fact that they were so close. They know they could have closed it out. They should have. They did look like the better team up until this overtime on Consulate. But FaZe, the resilience, they've been here before. They've been in finals before. They've lost finals before. So they understand exactly what they need to do when push comes to shove. And I think the pressure just got to Liquid, unfortunately. But, you know, it was some good takeaways for Liquid to use that in the LCQ going forward.
Yeah, we got definitely a few of those moments where on both maps you're like, oh my god, Liquid can actually do this. There's glimmer of it can happen. So of course, like you say, Davide, can be carried over, especially now that NIP does not have to play in the LCQs. It kind of shifts things. It gives Liquid maybe a bit more space, but then again, it's Brazil, it's SAL in general. You never know when a team's going to come out of nowhere and then suddenly, oh, these guys are winning a major 6 months from now, just because that's just how the region has functioned over the past few years, really. But let's have a chat with our victors from FaZe Clan. Joining us is JP, the team's analyst here. Good to see you, JP. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
It's your goal? We'll see. But so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got one down. It was really, really close. 2 questions. My first one would be on Labs. You guys were losing the opening pick a lot of the rounds. What's something that you're going to take to try and figure out right in the hour of time that you guys have off until you play the next game? How do you guys try to fix that? And then 2, the second question for Consulate. Again, same issue, but different style. You guys were up 5 rounds. You guys are losing round after round after round. How do you guys get the mental to shake that off at the fact that it almost was a lost map?
Yeah, honestly, we are playing without pressure. Like, they have like every pressure because they need to win. They needed to win to be at the SI. We didn't. Like, we are just playing to win the tournament, but we didn't have the pressure to have to win to be able to qualify to SI. So like, we are aggressively a little bit too much, and we are getting punished. Because, you know, they are like a very slow team that is playing, attacking like very slowly. So it's basically it, and we have the mental because like we have no pressure, so that's not a big secret. Now we had like probably a difficult game against W7M. They like the recent history, they had beaten us, so yeah, no pressure, honestly.
Well, JP, want to congratulate you one step closer to that grand final. I do want to talk about your next matchup going against W7M. I don't want to keep you too long. How do you fix the mistakes that led into what the results ended up being with that 2-1, especially, you know, the games were relatively close, a 4-7 on Bank, a 7-5 on Clubhouse, but then a 7-2 on Cafe. I'm just kind of curious, you know, what do you do differently when you're looking back at that matchup? And even from a stylistic point, you just talked about Liquid was, you know, was a lot slower pace game in comparison to what we saw at W7M. It was very fast paced. So how do you transition between those two? And then how do you fix and correct the mistakes that you had just previously a couple days ago?
Yeah, I mean, I guess W7M, they are a team that play very fast, a lot of pocket plays and stuff. Our main issue against them were our communication, honestly, because when you're playing against a team that play very fast, if you're not communicating clean enough, it'll be a messy, and it's very difficult, like, to retake a situation or to stop a pocket play. So it's mainly us communicating better. Like, on Cafe, honestly, was a bet for us. Like, we didn't know how they would play because they weren't playing Cafe in a while, and I mean, that play for their side. But I mean, if you're communicating well, I see we winning, honestly.
For sure.
This is good to hear. Well, JP, we won't take up much of your time. Of course, you guys are resting up. I'm sure the players are chillaxing in the meantime, getting ready for the game. So go ahead, play against W7M, and hopefully we get to have a chat with you later on today. Have a good night.
So, see you guys. Bye-bye.
There you go. We don't want to trouble JP too much. I know the team is focused up and ready on their next matchup, the rematch against W7M. And here, W7M, or FaZe Clan's Handy, is the one that is on top. Great performance from, I guess, one player that we've been seeing for the past few years performing at the tippity top of FaZe. That apparently is actually quite talkative outside of, I guess, English, which we don't usually get to see many players. I'm sure the comment that I saw in the chat here, Katie is thanking God that someone else on FaZe knows English so he doesn't have to do every interview. For real, for real.
Yeah, I'm glad Handy got the MVP. I mean, he was a big factor in them being able to scrape Labs out and be able to get through it. And then, you know, consistent showing on Consulate. I think, you know, he's always been a very good supportive player, secondary supportive player. He's one of those players that I wonder how he would fare if he played something like an entry or was a little bit let off.
I think he would excel, to be honest.
Yeah, I do too, because you know there's very few talents that can just be a rookie essentially when he came into the league already on the supportive role, find that much success, reach the heights that he reached, and then just continue to do it on the supportive role with utility, being able to micromanage so many things at once. And so, you know, it is a thought of, you know, what if. But as for now, FaZe is definitely finding success. I mean, him specifically, but also we wanted Cyber to be let off the leash. I think he was a big factor on Console specifically with those opening kills. Yeah, with those opening kills, it was really good for Cyber to be able to be the spearhead for FaZe because they needed that. They didn't win Labs off of opening kills. They were suffering in that regard. So for him to come alive on Console, be able to fix that, so to say, it was good progression. It really shows FaZe's resilience or experience of being able to understand, hey, these are the aspects that were costing us rounds. Let's try to tighten up a little bit more so that we can have a closer, cleaner win in the future.
Well then, gentlemen, with this said and done, dusted, it is our first matchup of the day done and complete. It just means that we have to wait for FaZe to relax, and then we'll be ready to go for our second matchup, the one that decides who gets to play in the grand final against Furia tomorrow. NIPF qualified to the Invitational. Team Liquid have to go through the LCQs, and there's only one game left to decide it all here in the regional finals of SAL. And of course, that'll be W7M versus FaZe Clan, the rematch from a couple days ago in this bracket. We'll see you after this break.
Available now.
Necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Will introduce Siege X.
Available now.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Year 10 will introduce Siege X.
Ten years of Siege, 10 years of the Invitational, and well, 100 million players all playing, competing. They're all in here in SAL. If you are not sure about this, there you go. We got the Force, and they're all ready to go here in Sao Paulo. There's one game left to decide who plays Furia in the grand final tomorrow of this regional. And for now, it's only W7M and FaZe Clan to stand on the rematch that we had a couple days ago. And we'll see how this matchup will go forward. Hello, welcome back, everybody. I know we've been away for just a tiny bit here, allowing FaZe to rest up and relax before they head into this next matchup. So remind you, hi, I'm Milos. By my side are Laxing and Foxe, two of the coolest people I know. And gentlemen, we got one more match for half of the marbles, I would say.
I was waiting to see who was going to go first. No, I mean, we definitely do. I mean, so was I. It was, this was like we said, this is a rematch that we saw from just previously a couple days ago. I mean, one thing that really stuck out when we talked to JP just recently is, what are they going to do differently going into this matchup? And it kind of made me rework my thought process of what maybe we need to see. JP really said it came down to communication, and it really does make sense. I mean, we immediately saw on that bank it was, you know, a big player coming out of Vidiking having a very good performance that first match on Bank. But then you also then have to look at W7M side, where then they just kind of dominated going into Clubhouse, then into Cafe. So I'm curious what the difference is going to be for W7M here.
Yeah, I think when you look at the aspect of Vita King, the rest of FaZe just waking up in that match, it really was just Cyber for the most part. W7M maintained the opening kills. That was the biggest factor. But then we saw W7M get dominated when they were matched with aggression. So now when we talk about FaZe and how they've been trying to practice playing aggressive, that's what W7M said after they beat FaZe was, yeah, it didn't seem characteristic of them. They were going for these really wild fights. It seemed like they've abandoned the old way that FaZe used to play. And now we find ourselves here where FaZe have beaten Liquid playing differently, playing a little bit more aggressive. It was a little sloppy, but it's progression. And now they've been able to warm up on that play style. And now you're going up against W7M off of a loss where FaZe has that win. So now it's the aspect of momentum comes into play as well.
Gentlemen, then let's talk about W7M. Of course, we talked about FaZe earlier today. We'll recap how they kind of went through as we get to them. But first, W7M and what they have in store for us. Because they're performed really well coming back against FaZe and then dropping the ball against Furia. Still a close matchup regardless between the two. They have so much history against one another, but they're looking for their own rematch in that final, Fox.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with W7M that they will hopefully try to correct is they had a little bit of a couple slower players to wake up to the board when it came to their matchup against Furia. They were just not being able to get the picks. Volps was a big player in question. He had 6 opening deaths against Furia in their matchup, and that was one of the biggest factors where when you play against a team that's hyper adaptive, people are constantly moving, and your IGL is getting picked off the board first, it puts yourself in a situation where you are unable to adapt. So I know W7M's coming into this. Yes, they're going up against a slower opponent in FaZe, but still with the same teachings from that loss, hopefully putting Volps in safer positions, him understanding I don't need to get overzealous. If I need to be able to lead the team and work on adaptations, I need to focus on staying alive more. That was the main aspect. The second aspect was the Lurks. The Lurks were not coming in. Loban had a little bit of a slower game, it was a little slower start, but he's been getting better as this tournament has progressed. First day, he wasn't even really in the server and the kill sheets, and then he slowly but surely has gotten better. And now towards the end, I've always said Loban is more of an overtime player, a player that performs well as a tournament goes on, as matches go on. So I'm hoping that W7M really comes alive, everybody on the team awake, and Paula will be that leader for the team in the kill department because he's been having an amazing event so far.
Yeah, I think to touch up on your point, just from that Furia matchup, Volps really was that win condition, and he was the win condition even in their match versus FaZe. You know, we saw in the first series he didn't do great. He was 3-9, 0-2 on entry, but then immediately we transition to Clubhouse, starts finding success. The rest of W7 and get behind him, and then it was just a clear shutout going on to that Cafe, where it was a swift 7-2. But I know we talk about lurks and, you know, big players like Palu being able to find success or Loban being able to open up on the site. I don't think we're talking too much about Dodez. I mean, he was the big performer all throughout stage 2. He had a tremendous performance in Munich. We haven't really seen that same sort of light coming off of him, and I think, you know, that will be a big factor here, is if he can start to find that momentum, start to find his footing, for everyone else to just kind of, you know, settle in, get comfortable. I want to see that Dodez that we were hyping up throughout the entire stage with big pop-up performance. I believe he was the highest rated player even throughout stage 2, and we just haven't really seen that throughout this entire series so far, or, you know, tournament. So I am really excited to see what Dodez is going to bring to the table. But on the side of Loban, just a quick point is, if he's not finding success on these opening kills, I really want to see him rein it back, play with the team, play these trades, and not focus on trying to go for alert constantly. Maybe do it once here or there, but I don't want it to be reliant where he's just forcing it. That's somewhere that I want to see a change on his end.
Well, let's talk about their opponents here. FaZe, you just saw them competing only an hour or so ago, where they're able to defeat Team Liquid and stop their chances of making it to the Invitational via this entire bracket. And this team, of course, world champions. We talked about their pedigree. We know how good they can be, and still, Liquid gave them a hell of a fight on both Nighthaven and Consulate. This is, though, the rematch. And one point that you talked about, Gabe, especially in the question to JP, is that first 2 maps in the game against W7M were quite close. Going to Cafe, things really fell apart in map 3. how do they just not fall into that same situation in your mind again, Gabe?
I mean, to really put it candidly, and what JP said is it comes down to communication. I mean, me and Fox have been there. If an IGL isn't communicating, it's hard for anyone to try to find the right or the wrongs within the round, to be able to, muster back around, to be able to put, that confidence in the rest. So it really does come down to IGLs on both ends. We have to see the side on Bulbs being able to step up. Then we also have to see the side here of Vidiking be able to still lead by example, still be able to pivot if something isn't going right, finding that gap, being able to exploit, these defenses on the side of W7M and kind of go from there. And also another point that JP talked about is W7 is a very fast-paced team. They understand that. That's where they also lost to. So it's also a big understanding of your opponent. And okay, if a team is going to be aggressive, what do you do to stop that aggression? Do you meet that aggression with aggression, where we saw that time and time again throughout that series? Or typically, sometimes what teams do is you slow down. You wait for W7M to fall into your line of sight. So you let them play their game, but immediately punish them for the over-aggression, where then they start to have a false sense of reality. They lack the confidence. They start to play more slower. And that's where I then want to see FaZe really start to ramp up their performance and just kind of put the pedal to the metal, put the foot on the back of the neck, so to say, and then really put that pressure on the side of W7M.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing FaZe match aggression throughout this whole tournament, and I'm hoping we don't see that in this game. I want to see FaZe play a little bit slower, go back to the Cyber being let off the leash. He can lurk, he can entry, he can do whatever he wants. But the other four on FaZe, they slowly take a position step by step, drones heavy, KDS on the front of the charge with trades behind him if necessary. They're slowly making a push. And so as Cyber is creating that distraction, the rest of the team is taking purpose, taking a position off of that distraction. And we haven't seen FaZe really do that recently. We saw them in the last overtime round against Liquid, them play a little bit tighter together, be a little bit more solidified, show that defensiveness. But that's what I want to see throughout this whole game, because W7M really only plays one way. They're going to come out the gate swinging. They're going to come out aggressive. And so FaZe, I would love to see them just try it, playing slow and see how it goes, and then progress from there.
Then I'm very curious what our maps are going to be like for this series. Last time these two plays a couple of days ago, they went to Bank, Club, and Cafe Dostoevsky, as we mentioned multiple times. And wait a second. No way. Okay, well, Bank, Club, and Chalet is what we're going to get in this case, Gabe. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, Chalet is obviously the biggest difference here, and that got swapped out instead of Cafe. But, I mean, it kind of just goes to show, I don't think both these teams are really playing with anything at this point, obviously outside of just winning all of the regional. There is no SI implications for both these teams. They're going to SI regardless, and it's a matter of why show anything if you don't have to? Let's just right our wrongs from what we saw the last time we played each other. I do believe with looking at both of these series, I can see both teams winning respectively their opponent's map, where we'll see W7M actually get the win this time on Bank, where honestly they should have won it the last time, but then see FaZe on the other end take it, and then we get to that map 3 on Chalet. That's where I think the biggest testament will be. I think that's where we'll really see these two teams come to fruition in terms of their play styles and how they're going to be able to counteract one another. So I'm really excited to see if we do end up getting to map 3, or maybe it will be an exact repeat of maybe one team's just going to walk away from a win, just learning from their mistakes from the previous times.
Yeah, FaZe got that win on Bank by playing very defensively. They got a 4-2 split essentially on their defenses, I believe. And so that was the successor, is them playing slow, because Bank is a very claustrophobic map. Yes, it is a very big map, but there's not many entry points to be able to get a lurk off, to be able to find a lucky opening pick. So FaZe, I'm imagining, is going to be playing the same way. W7M has to understand, how can we navigate this utility? Do we slow down as well? Do we bring more shields to be able to go about it? I think the biggest issue in this matchup in the previous time that they played was the trading aspect. They weren't trading as well. They would take a big majority of the map and lose picks here and there, and that would inevitably cost them out the round. So that was the biggest issue for Bank when it comes to W7M side. And I'm hoping FaZe stays the exact same way, because that's what got them the one map win against W7M, is playing slow. So if FaZe wins this map, if anything to take from it is, let's keep playing slow going into Clubhouse, going into Chalet. But hopefully if you're FaZe, you close out in a 2-0, because I do believe that FaZe's playstyle doesn't really work too well on Chalet. They don't have a prominent ability to be able to entry that well, just because Cyber's always on that lurk. Who else is going to entry? It's usually KDS. He hasn't really been having that great of a tournament so far.
Well, gentlemen, I just want to pull up one little graphic here. It's the defensive win rate in SAL and their teams, as you see currently. The teams are just huddling together. Norris getting the squad together for W7M. And currently, at this point, W7M has the highest defense win rate, 64% here in SAL. And FaZe not too far behind it at 58. So both teams, at least on their defense, they know how to crack things. But the question is always, especially now when looking into the future with changes that are not yet available in competitive play for the regional finals for all the regions, you got to know how to play your attack properly, Gabe. And from both you and Fox's experience, there has to be a way to be able to control the tempo that is, I guess, theoretical in this case for Bank or any other map that you can just apply for your team.
Yeah, again, it just goes about knowing your opponent. I mean, yes, stats do paint sort of a picture of what a team should look like, but even what we just recently saw in the Liquid versus FaZe game, I mean, both teams defended extremely well, attacked horribly, and it came down to one or two attacks that then became successful. But always when you're starting on attack, the nice thing that does allow you when you do start on attack typically is it allows you to get your comms flowing, it allows you to get the confidence going, it allows you to trust within your teammate. Yes, that can be a little bit of a double-edged sword because defense is always a little easier. You always know what can and what can't happen. You know the blueprint a lot better. You don't have to necessarily adapt as heavy and move around. So I will say, just starting on attack, it's really about just setting that pace, setting that timing, knowing when you can go for certain rounds. I mean, going for certain takes, going for certain executes, exploiting a little bit of those defenses. And I think, you know, just based off what we were talking about already with the IGLs, if Vidiking can find comfort immediately within round one, get in a couple of these opening engagements, get a couple kills underneath his belt, I think that's really going to set FaZe up for a good attacking half.
Well, gents, let's bring in our casters in this case, as our lobby is pretty much set, and you see the players are just getting ready to get into our matchup. Jesse and Taro, I know you both had a little moment to freshen up and get ready for this matchup. How are we feeling? All right, old man, what do you got?
Well, I crunched the numbers here, and did you guys know that FaZe Clan won a world championship?
No.
You should be an analyst.
I don't look as good as either of you.
You look better. That's why you're a caster.
Jesse, you can play by play. It's okay.
You can't. You can't. Jesse is new.
There you go. That's not good play by play. Not good play by play.
I don't know.
Corn Pop 16.
He's look at this. He can play by play, but he can't troubleshoot live.
It could be worse. It could be Xenox. At least the WhatsApp group is not leaking on the screen right now.
That's a cool mug.
Did Xenox leak the WhatsApp group on screen?
That was like 6 months ago. We started typing the WhatsApp. It's just started popping up the notification. How were you not there during the conversations?
Me?
Parker literally is the kind of guy who shows up to the WhatsApp group, who's like, hey guys, so what are we doing? And you're like skipping 200 messages of
yes,
the
do you know why that
discussion.
happens? Because all the British people in our WhatsApp group talk about Formula One so goddamn much that I have no choice but to ignore the WhatsApp group. I'll wake up at like 8 a.m. and then there'll be some race that was like 5 hours prior, and there'll be 180 new messages about Lando Norris, and I'm like, I do not care. I do not have to tell you, I do not care.
You know what race is really exciting? The race for top 2 that's going to be happening with this matchup of W7M and FaZe. Both two formidable teams that we should, regroup and focus on, because they really do have a lot to offer. Both teams on different sides of the coin, one super aggressive, one usually slow. That's how FaZe was able to win that invitational as being world champions that you brought up, Parker, is by being slow, being able to suffocate the opposing team, whoever it is. And unfortunately, we have not seen FaZe do that because they've been slowly growing in their versatility, but it hasn't really been working. They've been trying to bring more utility, be more flexible. They've been trying to be a little bit more aggressive. It hasn't really been working in the same way that FaZe's dominance when they won SI was able to get them that win of being slow, being coordinated. And the match is starting, and we'll go ahead and throw it to our casters, and hopefully the other one's not muted.
Oh, I was going to say, thank you so much, Fox. You know what? If Jesse is dead, you can easily sub in as my analyst. That's great. My color caster. That was some excellent work there. If we could get some clapping in the chat for Fox. Hey, Jesse, are you alive?
I believe I'm alive. I believe I'm good. Hopefully everything is working just fine, because I would hate to miss this exceptional game between FaZe Clan and W7M. We've already got the operator bands getting in these two, and of course with the winner head of the grand finals, you've got to bring out everything that you can. FaZe Clan start on the defense, take out both the Grim and the Monty, whereas W7M focus on a lot of that wall denial. Mira and Kaid both going to be taken off of the board. You look back to the previous bans, because these two teams did play Bank just the other day, and we see a little bit of swap-ups happening. We see FaZe Clan, of course, taking out one new operator, with the Grim being gone still. Last time they banned out the Glaz, this time focusing on the Monty, and then W7M previously banned out Smoke Mira, so deciding that Kaid is a bigger target this time around.
Bank! A map that we did not see in our best of 3 before this will be where we go first. I am eager to see what a well-rested W7... Oh my god, we went through the building. I'm eager to see what a well-rested W7M team can do here. Jesse, I'm just going to throw you a very quick question. I just want to know your thoughts. FaZe Clan already had to play a best of 3 today. They only went 2 maps, but it was a really long best of 2 maps. Do you think they'll be warmed up and ready, or do you think there's fatigue that sets in for having to play another contest earlier?
I think for a lot of teams, fatigue would be a bit of an issue, but FaZe Clan's not that team, man. They have played some much longer days than this. They've been around the scene for years at this point. They know what it's like to play long days and to play multiple best of 3s in one matchup. So I think they're probably in a bit of a better spot, just being a bit more warmed up compared to W7M, who will be entering this game arguably a little bit cold. We don't know exactly how much they're able to practice before jumping on in, but I don't think the fatigue will hinder FaZe Clan is the big point here. I expect that they're still going to come out with a very strong style of Siege, especially the fact they're going up against an opponent they know so well. Yes, they lost in the upper bracket, but they've got so much history playing domestically in Brazil and against W7M that they should be fine.
Cyber's been running an American skin. I don't know if you've seen it. Vidikin gets the lead off pick. Down goes Dodes. That's the Deimos off of the board. Lots of Ds all the way down. But as you can see, W7M are in the bomb site. Now, Jesse, we're only a minute into the action. And as far as I'm aware, attackers shouldn't be defending against defenders at a minute. So this is a very quick one. W7M find their first frag. Down goes Cyber. No 1v1. They went, and out walks W7M so well. Shields now inside the bomb site. Volps is down for the count. Dot's taking some damage. Now it's Handy in the ground as they trade back and forth. The Glass of Loven looks left, but he gets killed from the right. They call that the Kansas City Shuffle, and now it's Palu in a 1v2. He'll have to make his way out of Vault. Palu has been worth his weight in gold, and that just so happens to be where he is on the map, looking to go up 4-0 if he wants to win this. He throws out drone. He waits. Jesse, he waits. He's waiting, Jesse. Souls and KDS also waiting, Jesse. They are waiting. All 3 of them, you guessed it, are waiting. Up he pushes, down goes the Goyo, and Souls clutches out almost a 4K for Palu to start things off. A valiant effort by W7M, but FaZe wins round number 1.
Yeah, an explosive start to Bank, and I like it from W7M. They test the waters a little bit with FaZe Clan. First round on the board, say, why don't we go for a rush? It was a bit of a good call because they knew that there were 3 players on the main floor. You have, of course, both KDS and Cyber that were roaming in sort of open area in towards Tellers. Then you had Handy, who was somewhat near the main stairs. So there weren't that many players on the site. The second the Logic Bomb comes out from Volts, the second they drop that gold hatch, Vidiking hops off of his Yokai cams. He was on the cams for a large portion of that early game. The second Doki comes out, Vidiking gets wise to it. He's like, they might be rushing me here. Gets his gun up, stops that push before it can really begin. And then inside the site, they stall things out just long enough to trade, just long enough to get those roamers back to site. FaZe Clan play that perfectly. So not the cleanest round of all time. Obviously, they had to lose a lot of bodies to get there. The trades were so good. They were reading to what W7M wanted to do. They didn't over panic when those players came into their bomb site. Early test, but they passed inside of FaZe Clan.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I will enjoy this matchup greatly, especially what comes next. The winner of this series will play up against Furia in the grand finals tomorrow Furia already beat W7M and shoved them down into the lower bracket. That's why W7M had an earlier bit of today off. FaZe Clan's had to scrape their whole way here because they lost to W7M just yesterday, or potentially the day before. I think it was December 4th, so it would have been 2 days ago. FaZe Clan have to run what is called the Gauntlet. They're a good bank team. This is their map. We expect a confident and strong start, even if they are starting on the quote-unquote unfavorable side. This is a tough fight for KDS to pull off. An upside down rappel will afford him just a single pixel. If he misses that shot, he will die, and as you can see from his HP, he got pretty damn close.
It's going to be okay for now. He's really trying to replay this position. The ace comes out, and often you try to impact this, but it doesn't look like they've got that utility, so they kind of just have to let it open up. It's been a very heavy stock pressure, Parker. They're happy with this map control, but it's still really scary to enter. KDS has not gone far. Without the kill onto this guy, it's still very scary playing around stock.
Still that upside down rappel. They are favoring their angles, and W7M knows how to abuse those oh so well. Perspective in this game does not shoot out of your gun. It shoots out of your forehead, but you can shoot your gun from an angle that is not shown on the screen. It's kind of tricky, but I'm sure people who've played this game have encountered it before, and it causes frustration among great parts of the player base. W7M, despite doing some damage on the periphery of this map, have not been able to do much for the actual bomb site. That is the next goal, and as you can see, it's a pretty entrenched defense from FaZe Clan.
My eyes are on Vidaking. If they're going to try to get a smoke plant, it'll be Vidaking's Toxic Bait that are likely to stop it. I feel like W7M do need to get a few more kills before they can start this plant. The angle is open and smokes are in hand for Dots, though, so they might just want to send it.
Gunfire going out as now Vidaking has taken some more damage. That's those smoke projectors that are used by the Sens, piloted by Volps. Cyber's making his presence felt, and he will lose some more of his comfort, and he's taken down from an exterior position of Lobin, who now looks for a second inside a lobby. Handy is on the board. Down goes Dots. Hard destruction is gone, but good news. You've already been able to open up a great deal of this bomb site. 30 seconds remain. W7M hoping to tie things up. FaZe Clan looking to ride this one out. What remained of Vidaking has now been found. Souls in the ground as well. Handy getting softened up. W7M finding their licks and finding them for good measure as they walk in, assert themselves, and dominate the bomb site. They'll get KDS too. Palu finishing what he tried to start in round number 1, and we have a tie game.
And a nice round from W7M. They don't over panic when Dots dies. I got very nervous when Dots goes down because he's playing in a bit of an open spot, drops the defuse kit just outside of Janitor, so leaves it very exposed to where FaZe Clan could collapse on it. But W7M don't get baited by that. They don't try to recover the defuse kit. They know they've still got some Candelas to play off of. They know they're surrounding the site already. So why not just hold your angles, push up with your sniper rifle that you've got, play the windows as you have been. They played it really, really nice. A frag-focused execute where they tried to go deep. Plant was... They gave it a little bit of a try, but as soon as it failed, they didn't try to force it. Continue to play with their guns, and I think Lobin in particular, providing that second dimension over towards Banana, over towards the top of lobby, was the real difference maker, because while all the eyes were focused towards Square, he was in there causing problems in the back lines, and that really does give the leg up for W7M.
I mean, if anybody was expecting this to be a quick 2-0, then I don't know what to tell you. I would bet you all of Jesse's savings that it will not happen. That amounts to roughly $5 from Pokemon cards and both of his cats, which are now in full possession of me.
No,
they made it from the last
very
bet.
Quickly. We were talking about round 15. The last game ended 8-6, so that was nullified. Okay?
I don't listen to you, but I just know that your savings are not mine, so. Why are you mad?
Next time I should really put my
You lost
savings
$5.
I'm less mad that I lost it. I'm more mad that you gained it.
That is understandable. I did say this the other day. I feel like you were put on Earth just to annoy me and do the opposite of what I want. So that's great.
I don't know what that means, because I feel like we always agree.
We literally don't agree on anything. We are disagreeing right now.
I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure we're always on the same side.
Name the best hockey team in Alberta.
You're going to try to tell me the Calgary Flames are the best hockey team? Okay. This top four defense,
many Stanley
Parker,
Cups in the last 15 years that Edmonton has.
Yeah, it's an interesting cutoff you're choosing. Top floor is going to be, I mean, a bit of a tough pickle to crack, I feel, Parker. You've got these castle barricades being played up by KDS. You've also got the Kibas from Handy, which are being set up as well. lots of times you'll see teams try to ban out these types of operators that can close off the windows, the Castle de Zombie, but W7M didn't ban those. They banned Mira Kaid instead. They're going to have to get into this top floor if they want to engage with it. Playing from the windows is unlikely to find success.
And KDS is going to be under watch here as Dots is hoping to break this 0-2 situation he finds himself in. He's got more firepower this time, still playing on that support role that you expect from Dots. Dodez has been the standout performer for W7M round after round, map after map. He's off to a slow start, 0-1, but playing on that demo, still looking for something. Volps will get one, Palu on the board, Dots as well. Everybody on W7M finding their marks. Cyber taken out by Volps as a team ace will be denied. And suddenly Souls is looking around going, what's going on here? What am I going to do? Dots punishes Souls, a flawlessly won round by W7M, and they take the lead, Jesse.
An absolutely beautiful clear of that top floor. Dots was really the attention grabber. Everybody was looking at the Blackbeard, the big scary shield that was walking through the top floor that was causing all the eyeballs to turn his way. But at the same time, you had Dodez that was pushing towards top square. He didn't catch a lot of what he was doing, but he was up there causing some chaos. We had Volps who swung in towards banana side as well, able to get some of those kills over towards checkers. So it was a real full collapse to come out from these players on W7M where they're drawing attention one way, getting kills the other, and just didn't feel like FaZe Clan had a great grasp on that early round. It's the second time in a row now where the roam game has really just been dominated by W7M, where they take a lot of that early space, they take a lot of that early fight, and you kind of have to wonder at some point, do FaZe Clan need to maybe take that initiative into their own hands? I know Fox said he wanted to see FaZe Clan play defensively, but we've seen that through 3 rounds so far, and aside from just a strong anti-rush round to start things off, they haven't really been finding success with it.
I mean, if we were expecting any predictability in these matchups today, I think we'll be sorely mistaken. Teams are going to bring their A game at the tail end of FaZe versus Team Liquid. I noted that Brazil tends to take these regional finals more seriously than their counterparts across the globe. Teams want to be the best in Brazil. Don't get me wrong. You look at a team like G2, they would love to be the best team in EML. Same with Falcons. You look at a team like M80, they want to be the best team. Same with Shopify Rebellion, all these other teams, yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to name every single team that's in the finals. All of these squads want to be the best in their regions, but Brazil takes it really, really seriously. Not to mention the fact that for some of these teams, SI is on the line. NIP just qualified. Obviously, Furia got a spot earlier. FaZe Clan got a spot earlier. W7M qualified based on global standings previously as well. So there's really no fear here for these teams of missing the biggest event of the year, but there's a lot on the line. There's bragging rights, there's money, there's obviously SI qualification. There's a lot that goes into this. And W7M is looking to prove that they can hang with the previous W7M team that, just happened to win basically everything that there was to win in this esport.
Yeah, there's always going to be pressure on this W7M org, even if it is a different core. They did manage to win the Montreal Major last year. That was a big milestone for this team, but they haven't really been able to replicate that success. People talked about, is this just a flash in the pan? Is it a fluke, you could argue? I mean, people said that about Beast Coast, and they came back to win another major as M80, so W7M, I think, witnessing that, likely have a bit of a fire lit under themselves as well to prove some doubters wrong that they are the real deal, they can do this again, and that does start domestically here in South America. Attacking this bottom floor is going to be their next task. If they can win this round, Parker, I think W7M are in a commanding spot in the series because that'd be a full site rotation. But with this 2-brow keeping the hatch closed, Souls can stay up here for ages. And even when the hatch opens, I don't know if Souls is going to leave. Does back off now, but deciding what he wants to do with it still.
He's on the hunt. This Deimos being traded around, a very formidable operator. Got a strong sidearm, so you'll see the shotgun get brought instead.
I mean,
Dodez, the bottom performer. Go ahead.
It's interesting that Souls chooses to back up there. He doesn't waste any Toxic Babes on server. That makes their actual site hold really, really tough now for W7M to try to break, because there's going to be even more of those Toxic Babes to stall out this plant, Parker.
They've opened up that small portion inwards. Out go the cluster charges. This fuse has become far more prominent on this bomb site, and it's to clear out a lot of that utility. Chief among them, the Goyo canisters, right? Those Goyo canisters are going to be strewn and laid across the bomb site. 20 seconds for those flames to expire. The Glass of Volps will now hunt in as the damage is being done to the bomb site, and it's shaken this defender off the position. Another will come in to assist. That's Palu. They're getting baited in. Volps now needs to take charge, rushing towards the bomb site. FaZe Clan has been toppled all the same. W7M's guns working out so effectively. Scott's getting diffuser down. Handy might as well be playing on another map entirely, as now he needs to retake from back by elevator all the way up to the A bomb site. And guess what? Volps inside a garage gets the job done. W7M streaking at this point, a full site rotation.
And I think a great read coming out from the Bulls, where they know that they can't really force a plant there. They can't just play on the utility. There's too many toxic babes, too many nitro cells still in the bomb site. So they say, screw it, let's go take some gunfights. It was a really interesting interaction over towards garage, where Volps on the glass was trying to make something happen, even though KDS kind of knew he was there. For me, it was Lobin, once again, who really took the initiative in the midst of that push. He drops the open area hatch while all eyes are distracted. There's some players looking garage, there's some players looking server, nobody's looking in the middle of everything when Lobin just drops on in. He got 2 kills in the midst of that, killing KDS and Vidiking. And from that point, it just felt like the numbers were too strong for W7M. This late round chaos where we saw FaZe Clan really dominating against Team Liquid has kind of been flipped around now, and W7M are dominating a lot of this early and late round chaos, these kind of big team fights that FaZe Clan seem to be struggling in.
I mean, FaZe Clan had pronounced struggles against Team Liquid, but and I always go back to that series that we watched against Ninjas in Pajamas. I'm sure viewers also refer to series as well as kind of a guidepost, but FaZe had their backs against the wall and yet still outmuscled NIP both times. NIP is not a bad team. NIP made a really heroic run at Munich. They've now qualified for the 6th Invitational, and some of the teams in private were saying in Germany that NIP was one of the teams to beat and they needed to be taken more seriously. Well, the fact that FaZe Clan was able to do battle with them, and despite being on their back foot, most of the series still pulled off improbable 8-7 and 8-6 comebacks. Yeah, it gives me faith against a team like W7M. It gave me faith against a team like Team Liquid. And if FaZe make it all the way, boy, oh boy, Furia, you need to count your lucky stars, because this is going to be a tough team to go up against tomorrow. You got to get there first. Loser goes home, winner moves on. And FaZe Clan, you're right, haven't really looked like themselves, but they're on their own map, and they're on what is probably the less favorable side, because W7M opted to take attack first. And unlike Team Liquid, W7M doesn't like to start off with the harder side.
Yeah, it's that kind of interesting, because when they played Bank 2 days ago, W7M chose to start on attack again. So they are repeating the same decision that they made previously. But when they got to their defensive side, it was a 3-3 split. W7M lost almost every defensive round. So they got a single victory, and then FaZe Clan swept them on their attacks. So already it's a bit of a better start for W7M on their attack. But if we do end up in a 3-3 split, expect FaZe Clan to do much of the same. W7M's defenses were not good enough 2 days ago on this map, and despite the success they've had a defensive team on the year as a whole, we highlighted that on the desk before this match started, this just is not their map when it comes to the defense. So I agree, I think things are going to get easier for FaZe Clan going forward, but they still need to find a way to get to that 3-3 split. It's always going to be the goal on a map like Bank. That starts with these top floor defenses. So far, we've seen these castle barricades and keybers get a ton of use from this team. So I think W7M has done a good job of clearing them out as well.
Ying shotgun is real nasty on this bomb site, and it does lead me to believe that what W7M is going to do, they're going to go for a full clear. They're going to make sure that they know exactly where the defenders are. They're going to close out on that bottom floor below the bomb site, and then Palu is going to swing in and amidst the chaos as everybody on W7M gets in on the action. He tries to pick them apart, but the Candelas are not working at the moment. I think they just got shot away by Handy. Palu only has one remaining in pocket. There's the blind Volts on the swing. Vidiking goes down. There's lobby control. Dodes is off to the races. Blackbeard at the top of the stairs, and just like that, they all fall down, but KDS finds two, a third from his position. My goodness. He's going to have to do it all as Souls is in the ground. Can KDS pull off the most improbable of comebacks? W7M is on the hunt. Volps will push him. They've picked Souls up, so the two will swing out of elevator, a 2v2, but they are trapped. Palu takes down Souls. KDS is next in line. Palu will get the job done. Oh my, that was a close one, but W7M comes out ahead, and what the hell did we just witness?
A hell of a round, Parker. You can't describe it any other way. It starts off so good from W7M. First of all, I like how early they pushed into that. You contrast this with the game we just watched between FaZe and Liquid, and so many pushes, they'd happen explosively, but they'd happen with like 15 seconds on the clock. This W7M execute starts at like a minute 23. They get the map control they need very early. That is almost no map control at all. They get Dodas inserted into ATMs, but otherwise, they toss in those Candelas. They walk up the lobby stairs. Loban repels his way down into the main stairs as well. And through all the chaos, W7M, again, the big 5v5 team fight that take the advantage. Now, KDS puts on his hero cape for a minute and almost saves the round. But in the end of the day, I think W7M were always in the stronger position. Forcing the two FaZe players into the elevator is just never going to be a safe spot for them to be in. And especially when you're up against Ying Shotgun. Good luck with that one. So another really strong attack from W7M. We saw the timeout from FaZe Clan a little while ago, Parker, and I just don't think it's made a difference at all. W7M looks so well coordinated in these big team fights, and FaZe just cannot seem to find their footing.
No, W7M has read into FaZe Clan really effectively. And one thing that we noted when they were playing against Team Liquid, and I don't even think we talked about it, there was just so much going on, such as the life of casting, is that FaZe Clan have been not playing like a unit today. It has been a team of individuals. Cyber being lone on his own. KDS having to clutch out rounds again on his own. The supports play together, but that's pretty standard for most of these teams. W7M can easily mob these off-site players and put FaZe Clan at a perpetual disadvantage, and that's what's been happening. And they've been doing it at different tempos. Some rounds, very, very quick. Rounds 1, 4, and 5, W7M were brutally fast. 2 and 3, a little bit slower. And here, 50 seconds into the round, W7M's already found a kill, Jesse, and it looks like it might be another quick one.
Yeah, and it's Cyber who goes down 0-6 this first half. That's his third opening death this game as well. He's really not had the impact that we saw just in this last game up against Team Liquid. Handy with a Nitro looked like he was going to be able to equalize, but it doesn't land for a frag. Our player in open area does back off, so that's most of the roamers now having left. Handy is still in elevators, but with the hatch open, I can't imagine he's going to stick around for too long. Soul's top blue as well. Somewhat in a forward position, but these are not players that you expect to push out from where they're currently sat. You expect them to sit here, maybe shoot a drone, and then fall off right afterwards. Given that W7M do have the shield, it would be a massive blunder if they let Handy or Souls get a kill before this push comes through. With the Candelas on Loban, with the Capital both as well. I mean, this push looks good.
It did. They get Loban. They take down Vita King, so he'll be back at 20 HP as he's picked up quite deftly by FaZe Clan. Out go the Firebolts. Dodes does not expect the flank from the mute. I don't think many people would. And now it's Volps taking some damage. Dots as well. The aggression that we saw early on was great. And now Souls will gamble his life on that hatch. Volps doesn't know how low he is. A single shot to the leg will be enough to drop the smoke. You just have to play on time here. All the while, Palu with 10 kills has used most of his smoke utility. Just has those 2 flame bolts remaining. He's in the site. This is a role reversal, Jesse.
Yeah, they're so disconnected. They can't really help each other. Paulu's just exploring the bomb site while Volps is holding an angle.
And now it's all up to Volps. He's still patiently waiting for Souls, but Souls is not going to give him this. He'll back away, and he slipped through the fingers. A little bit of a slow set of decisions by Volps. Things will get a lot harder. Wall has been softened up, but he has no intel whatsoever. So out will come the Bearing 9, and into the bomb site he goes. He does not have the case, and he doesn't have hatch control handy. Not shaken off of this first floor. He spent about a minute and a half loitering, I think you could say. And FaZe Clan will finally knock W7M's streak off.
It's a very weird push from W7M. I've been praising a lot of their attacks, and I think they've done a great job. But that last round, Parker, they don't use any of their util really when coming into things. Sending Loban, the Ying, all by himself in Garage feels like a bit of a strange move. I understand that if he can get through Garage, then he's in a really good spot to toss those Candelas, be a bit of a distraction. Paulu was dropping Gold Vault at the exact same time that Loban was pushing up through Garage. So they had a lot of different dimensions to that push, but they didn't really use any of the advantages they had. The Capital Firebolts didn't do a whole lot. The Ying Candelas, not a single one ended up getting thrown. Dots dies by himself over towards admin as well. So just players all around the map getting picked off, despite the fact that W7M had the man advantage. They had a ton of time on the clock. They had full top floor control. Bit of a weird one in my mind from W7M, but this is a bit of a weird team sometimes, and they're gonna play unexpected. It's part of the reason why they won this half overall, and 4-2 split is better than what they managed to get the first time they were playing against FaZe Clan 2 days ago.
Onward and upward as we now swap sides. We'll dive a little bit into the fancier stats here. FaZe Clan getting first blood in round number 1. Since then, it has been all hands on deck for W7M's entry. There was a trade one time back in round number 4 that was answered back, but beyond that, W7M was in full control of the early round. And again, it really comes down to pace and tempo setting, which W7M has excelled in up to this point. Bottom floor bomb site has been a popular place so far. This will be the 4th time in 7 rounds that it is played. It has been won by the defenders twice in rounds 1 and 6. The middle, though, when it was played a second time, was won quite handily by W7M, who, as you might have noticed, are actually sporting a different logo. They're running with the circle logo that has been used a few times. Nice stuff. I enjoy the change. Beyond that, you look at the lineup from W7M, and they're going very differently here. They're going to go with a lot of stall potential, but they are not bringing your usual last-minute operators. No Goyo on the board, no Echo, no Maestro, none of that nonsense, and it will be a deep roam for W7M, Jesse.
Yeah, I don't mind that, especially with how good Loban has been. Maybe didn't have the greatest round 6, but I think he's been the best player in the server since this game began. Let him off the leash a little bit. Let him run around top floor. Paulu's been excellent as well, and he's just playing the main stairs to try to hold that cutoff so Loban can get back to safety, but really does feel like they can do anything from this position, and it'll be Volt who actually strikes first, playing server side. Okay, Loban tries to Volt out. I guess he was kind of a dead man walking anyways, but that does equalize the numbers. You're still happy to trade a Fenrir for a Ying, though. That's a big change for W7M.
Fiddikin going 1 and 7 is well below his expectations, and while he wasn't exactly a maverick in terms of kills in his first series against Team Liquid, he's a player that plays extremely valuable utility. Speaking of utility, it's Dots and Handy in a 1v1. The Clash asserting herself over in Garage, and Dodez gets one. Paulu is there as well. FaZe Clan being toppled left and right. But there is still a light at the end of this tunnel that might be getting a bit brighter. They had it down, but they've been retrieved. Dodez picks back up from the brink of death, and now it's Souls and KDS combining for 12 kills, which is about the same that Paulu has. And they've still got utility in pocket as well. But with 1 minute to go, you need to get this Hibana and Osa into good position, and most of this bomb site will be easy to open up. The question will be, how are the guns on the side of FaZe?
An impact and a Nitro. I don't love this for the Osa. It's going to be very tough to keep these shields alive, and the Clash just makes it even more awkward.
Gunfire will go in. Nade thrown out by Osa. Actually finds its marks. There goes the Nitro cell. The shield will remain in place. This is huge for FaZe Clan. W7M's utility placement has not been particularly strong. They now need to push up. Down goes Paulu. Wow. Dodez will follow. There was almost no planet in which I thought FaZe Clan should have won that, and yet when they did, the gap between these two teams, just 1 round.
Souls and KDS played that so well, Parker. My God, that's not an easy push. Every single player on W7M had utility in pocket to stop that Osa plant from going down, but still FaZe were able to juggle the threat of the plant plus the guns that were coming up right after that. It was really well played by them. Dots gets a little far forward, uses that shield, ends up dying to a nade right before that push really comes down. And then Dodez's Nitro gets shot. It's excellent cover from Souls, I believe that was. No, from KDS. And then Paulu's impact, I think it just missed. You see it just tossed out there in the replay. It doesn't actually destroy the shield. It does a little bit of damage to Souls, but jumps off instead, gets the kill. That is extremely tough to make that push go off, but FaZe Clan play it perfectly. They look really strong on attacking on that site. There's a reason why this team is so good at their bank attacks.
And there's time to turn this one around and not lose your head in the process. Upstairs immediately for W7M. They will not want to repeat that bottom floor bomb site, something that teams go 50-50 on, whether they want to immediately go right back there or not. typically the way that it works is you go back to that bottom floor bomb site if you think there were small changes you can make that allow you to persevere. In this instance, W7M doesn't think they'd find success going back there quite so quickly, so instead they will go upstairs to another pretty decent bomb site. I mean, all 4 bomb sites on Bank do get play, though Teller's Archives tends to be that redheaded stepchild, something that I don't know well about, because as a redheaded child, I was not a stepchild, but I can understand the reference. I think what's most damning for FaZe Clan is how their fraggers are just not finding the mark. Yes, KDS is a terrific player, but Cyber was incredible against Team Liquid. He's not playing the same style of role here on Bank. He's playing a bit more back, but still 1 in 7 is far below what you expect from him. And if he cannot hit his marks, it's going to be tough against a team like W7M.
Yeah, especially when he's trying to play a little bit more restrained. It feels like after how that first half really played out, but gotta be unleashed. He's going over to the Collie. This is a new pick for him. I don't believe we've ever seen him play this operator on this bomb site, so I'm really interested to see what he can do with it. Already the util getting a little bit of good work here. The wall's been opened up without any problems. The first smoke comes out from Vidiking. This is just a fake to try to get the util out from W7M. They don't really have a lot. It's just the Toxic Babe from Volt to deny this plant. So if they want to get into a position where they get the fuse kit down, they've got the tools for it.
Creep up now is all the explosions and all the noise and everything that we heard did not result in any kills. Vidiking taking some damage. Now it's Dodez in the ground at the hands of Handy. Slowly but surely, W7M will watch as the walls close in on them. FaZe Clan around this bomb site, picking off the restless members of the Bulls. Down goes Loban. Vidiking will join. That's defuse kit that will need to be retrieved. All the while, though, W7M is being picked apart. So the objective play for FaZe Clan, not really the focus here. Surviving at this current point in time will be as Palu tears through 2 of them. His tally will push upwards to 14. Dots miles away from the bomb site, so Palu will have to hold down the fort until reinforcements can arrive. Handy's now the next one to drop. Dots is figured out, and it's KDS and Palu. 14 kills versus 12 kills. Andy will be achieved, and Palu has some marks. He finds KDS. Handy, a ghost of his former self, looking for what remains of Palu through the soft wall. Time running out. FaZe Clan can easily close this gap. Should Handy find Palu, who's got the super shorty out at point blank range, and he wins the gunfight. Lucifer himself is the devil you know and the devil you don't. What a round by W7M.
One of the best players in South America. He has never won a big trophy, unlike all of his teammates, but he is so scary in the right moment. A hell of a game that he's having as well, Parker. I mean, entered that round on, I believe, 13 kills, 12 kills as well. Ends up with 16 at the end of it. Just a stupendous clutch coming out from him. Played every position that he had to. Isolates the 1v1. Doss really doesn't help him out at all. It's effectively a 1v4 coming out from him. I felt like the push square side was really strong from FaZe Clan. It felt like they had all the gaps that they needed. Handy in particular, I thought on the Grin, creeping up through stocks opened that up. And then even in the late round, the way he was playing with his Bs was excellent. But it just did not matter when Palu had the better of him, knew exactly where he was playing, the super shorty to end it out. Why not? Palu, what a great player to come through for W7M. Picked up at the start of this year and has been looking so good ever since he joined.
5 seconds remaining.
16 kills, good lord.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
I mean, if you ever need to wonder what Palu is capable of, you can go back and watch so many Team Liquid matches. You can go back and watch early W7M games. Even when he was still unfamiliar with this system, Jesse, he was a monster across the map.
Palu,
I think you're right, though. I mean, Palu hard day for Vidiking.
That's a tough death, man. That's a
tough one.
Losing your Ying that early too, man.
Look, if that happened to me in a ranked game, like we're talking like gold, plat, elo. If that happened to me in a ranked game, I would be like, brother, why did you not drone? This is a world champion. Vidiking is a world champion. Yeah, that's a rough one. He and Cyber right now are in the basement of this team. Really dismal performance from both of them. Cyber now 1-8. He almost died to a nitro cell that was tossed out by Loban. Vidiking obviously in the ground as your Ying. I look at the utility that's here. It's obviously still winnable for a team like FaZe Clan, but your job just got so much harder, and there's still so much time left.
And it's not getting any easier, Parker. Paulu's not done with you yet. KDS, the Osa goes down. Another important piece of utility. It was him and Souls that clutched up massively in round 7 to win this bomb site for FaZe. They lose one piece of that puzzle. Really, the only util they still have for site is going to be the Grim being held by Cyber. There's still some Goyo cancers inside the site as well. Handy should have the util to clear that out. This is a regular drone. This is a Twitch drone that he's got over towards Garage. I'm not sure if he does have another one. Hatch gets opened one way or another. It was left soft, and the Tuber was slowing it down, so the shotgun, why not open it up? I feel like if you're FaZe Clan, you've got to find some way to surprise your opponents. Handy going Garage is going to easily be read into by this camera being played by Dots. Pings are already here, but he's also just been caught on a drone. So information on both sides in this 1v1 in Garage.
Garage was oh so important last time around. They will double up on Handy. Goodbye to FaZe Clan's chances at this point. Cyber and Souls now left hat in hand, looking over these hatches, looking at the bomb site, wondering what on earth is going to happen here. FaZe Clan stole Team Liquid's map in the earlier bout. It sure seems like they're about to understand what that feels like, as W7M are on the precipice of a 6-3 scoreline. There's still time for it to change. Cyber goes down, as does Dodez, and then Loban says, no, never mind. What you're saying is wrong.com, and W7M moved to that point.
And frankly, W7M look like they're just having fun with it, Parker. I mean, they're playing hyper aggressive on some of these defenses. They know they can't let FaZe get set up and go for their execute that they want to have. They tried doing that in the last time these two teams met, and it did not go their way. So play a little bit more loose, play a little bit more forward. You get that early advantage with Loban swinging in through supply, gets the kill onto Vidikine. That's such a massive frag, even in isolation. You combine it with the rough game that Vidikine's been having. You combine it with the change of pace that FaZe Clan maybe aren't expecting, and it just spirals from there. A nice pick from Paulu. 2K in that round puts him up to 18, heading on to match point for W7M. They banned the Ying, but Parker, they've been just crushing Vidikine on a lot of these entries with their aggressive plays. They've been shutting down the Vidikine Ying extremely nicely, just deciding that they don't even want to have to deal with it now.
Attackers need to look.
Vidikine is not the guy that you go to for kills, right? Like that's very firmly not his role. He is capable of clutching out like a lot of good support players, but he is not the guy. He was the lowest rated player in the matchup against Team Liquid that transpired just a couple hours ago. He went 16-19 and finished with a 93, which realistically a 93 EPS is not terrible. It's not great, but I mean, when the rest of the team is doing better than that, you're in pretty good shape. If the worst EPS on your team is 93, you probably won the map, or at least the series. Yeah. Here, though, completely different. He is getting absolutely kneecapped. He and Cyber, if you add them together, they are still below a 93 EPS. Vidiking is 44, Cyber is 41. These are like basement dwelling numbers. For Vidiking, it's not the end of the world because, again, your role, like we saw from Lenda in the previous matchup on Team Liquid, and we did say a few times, your value is not just from kills. Yeah. But from Cyber, this is dreadfully bad. 1 kill, 2 kills combined on these players on your own map? On your own map?
Yeah.
On both attack and now defense? Not good.
Parker, if they maintain these EPS levels for both of them, it will be their worst game of the season of individual map EPS scores. Vidiking has never posted below a 50 since he won the 6 Invitational. So we're really concerned about these performances from the FaZe Clan players, I think for good reason. Cyber starts to turn it around. Opening pick onto Loban. That's a big one. Coming out from Cyber, not even in the building, but able to find the pick onto the Goyo who's been running around. The util work is good from FaZe this round as well. Both Souls and Handy bringing in some of these zap operators to clear out the Goyos, clear out some cameras as well. They've done a good job working on the util lobby size, and it's starting to force a lot of the W7M eyes to look towards lobby.
I mean, I know it's cliche, and I know we say it quite often, Jesse, but every comeback starts with 1. And I mean, if you're a player like Cyber, You can pop off at any moment. Cyber can be 1-5 through the first half and then finish a matchup 12-7. It has happened before. It can happen again. Maybe not against a team like W7M, and maybe not this deep into a playoff run. It gets harder the better opposition you go up against, and of course W7M looked quite formidable, but W7M did knock FaZe Clan down in the first place. And while, yes, usually the second matchup favors the losers, which would mean that FaZe Clan should be favored here, that's not always the case. There are exceptions to the rule, and W7M look like a great team that is just continuing to improve the more time that they have. FaZe showing a little bit of fatigue from their earlier matchup, but this is a good round. KDS sacrificing most of his HP, Jesse, to take down Dots, and W7M is reduced to 3 players.
Yeah, the drone economy's been excellent for FaZe Clan. They're finding out these players. The util continues to be good, burning more of these Goyo canisters inside the site before they want to go for their push. Someone's got to be a hero on W7M. Whoever it is, they're going to be in the bomb site. A big nitro from Volps, big flank from Dodes. Something's got to come soon.
Volps dies at the hands of KDS. He's still fragging, and Cyber finds 2. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? A 3K for Cyber to close out the round, take their 4th, still trailing by 2 rounds. But FaZe Clan are very much in this, and they could easily sneak us into overtime.
Cyber's always been a better attacking player than he has been on the defense. He barely has a positive defensive KD this season, a 1.02, but he's the best attacking player on his team. So we know that Cyber likes to come alive in the second half. Those first few attacks didn't really go his way, but now I think we're starting to see that first round, that last round, we're starting to see what Cyber is capable of. It looks like it's forced attack timeout to come out from the Bulls as they're starting to find some way to get around Cyber. They're looking for some answer to him because he's been a bit of a menace in that previous one. They know how important it is to stop this comeback before it can really get going. It felt like the util game was so good from FaZe Clan. It felt like the early picks were so good from FaZe Clan. Do we feel that this attack timeout is maybe a bit early, Parker, or do you like that they're shutting it down before things get out of hand?
I mean, keep in mind, FaZe Clan gets to talk during this one, too. So if you think that FaZe Clan is starting to put the pieces together, this might have just opened the door for them and their coaching staff to direct the team. FaZe Clan have effectively gotten 2 tactical timeouts in very, very short order. Keep in mind that Norris knows stuff that we don't. He can hear what the team is saying. And if he thinks that comms have fallen off, if he thinks that a lot of the win conditions, most of the rounds were Palugo kill, and now that's not really as possible, then yeah, he might be diagnosing this and saying we need to fix sooner rather than later because it's going to take more than 1 round to put this into practice. W7M have 6 minutes to put this map away. And then you look at your own map at Clubhouse and you say, yeah, 2-0 suddenly becomes very, very possible here. It's a big gamble. And I mean, I've never coached at a top level, so I speak from inexperience. There are a couple co-streams right now of some former coaches, some of whom have won majors that would be far smarter than I. But we've been critical about early timeouts. We've been critical of late timeouts, but there's always a theory behind it that we are not privy to. I don't hate W7M calling a timeout if they think that maybe Palu papered over some of their weaknesses in the first half. Maybe Norris has been saying we need a timeout early, but Palu was just killing everybody and gave them a longer leash. Yeah. We don't know. It's hard to say. I'm unfortunately going to be Switzerland here. I'm going to stay neutral. I just simply don't know.
We'll have to find out. We go back to the top floor, Parker, and we've got an interesting op from Volps coming out. He's playing on the Maestro. They banned out his smoke. Was the only operator he played through the 3rd quarter. He played smoke every single round, so they take it away from him. He forces over to mute for open area, forces over towards now the Maestro top floor. First time we've seen this operator out from him on this bomb site in quite some time, so I'll be very interested to see if there is an answer from FaZe. Find Palu, who's been final boss material, but it instantly gets traded back from Loban, who's still playing below the bomb site. He takes this ground after clearing out Cyber. Now this is an extra threat you have to worry about for FaZe Clan. What do we do about this Goyo running around below?
This is a stat that was dropped to us by production moments ago. FaZe Clan has the 2nd best attacking win rate in Brazil, with obviously W7M having the best defensive win rate in Brazil. So it's an atom bomb versus an atom bomb at this point in time. And I mean, with Palu and Loban in the ground, Cyber traded out. This is not great for W7M, especially with that raid boss silenced. FaZe Clan can now start to expend utility with a bit more precision. Yes, they do need to worry about those final moments, those closer operators that we see, the anchor ops on the side of W7M, but the load for FaZe Clan just got an awful lot easier. I think we're going all 12 rounds, Jesse.
And another successful duel from Handy. He got the opening pick in that same position onto Dodes last time they attacked this site. We need a hero play out of Volps, otherwise this is going to go right to 12.
Oh, and there it goes. No hero plays to be had. FaZe Clan warming up. That defender win rate on the side of W7M meaningless through these last 2 rounds as FaZe Clan have exactly figured this out. Those early picks playing in isolation. A trade immediately. Loban moving in on his own. Just as we saw FaZe Clan fall victim to this, W7M is now playing like a team of individuals. And those isolated fights are so easy to exploit when you are a team as experienced and as good at communicating as FaZe is.
I mean, Parker, I know we often say that history doesn't repeat. It often reverses when we get rematches, but this is nearly bar for bar the exact same game that we watched 2 days ago between W7M and FaZe Clan on Bank. Starts with W7M on the offensive side, and they played pretty well. They arguably have the advantage. This time they literally had the advantage, going up 4-2 at the half split. But the second we swap sides, W7M crumble. Bank has always been their map where they cannot defend. It's been the map that they've struggled the most on, of course, previously versus FaZe Clan, but even historically, they only have a 42% win rate on this map this season. So when you isolate to the specifics, it really does start to get tricky for W7M, and we're seeing the same old problems come back for them time and time again. The early game has just been domination from FaZe Clan. They're able to work picks around the map. We've seen Cyber start to come alive in the second half. We've seen other guys like Soul start to step up as well. Handy having some big moments on the Grim. We need one of these roamers, I think, from W7M to step up and give them that early lead. Whether it's going to be Loban top floor, whether it's going to be Palu and admin, somebody aggressive on this defensive side really needs to step up and actually give their team a chance.
It's tough, right? Because while we admonish them for playing more like individuals and then compliment FaZe Clan for picking apart this defense, W7M does need to be a bit more aggressive. They're taking engagements. They're just losing every single one of them, and their engagements don't really look like they've been able to suss out where these attackers are coming from. This is inexperience, I think, on the side of W7M really reigning through. And again, it shows FaZe Clan's a great attacking team. They're on their better side now to close out their own map. Of course, FaZe Clan should have the advantage here. But even movement, like what we just saw out of Loban, he scrambled. That was not what we typically see out of a player of his caliber. There are nerves that are starting to get to W7M. They've just been given a major leg up, though. That's a team kill from Cyber, and my goodness, FaZe Clan have lost a player through only their own fault.
Yeah, mid-floor team kill coming out. Unfortunate from Cyber. He takes down Souls, his teammate. I think he was trying to shoot Dodes in the midst of that, but regardless of what he was trying to do, the result is a man advantage for W7M. Palu keeps it up. They are not giving up this roam game, Parker. They have the advantage, and they don't want to leave.
No, I mean, why not? You've got everything going for you at this point in time. Vidiking and Handy will now stand against the masses of W7M. Not a kill to be found on the side of FaZe Clan. The only kill was one of their own. Loban and Dodes both very low on HP. They get the drop on Palu, who was looking for kill number 20. He won't reach it unless we go one more round, which would mean overtime. Explosion goes off. Vidiking emerging from open area, only been able to get one kill in this second half, and he will have to get those numbers up because he's all alone. 4 players on W7M looking to steal FaZe's map. It's the king himself, lording over the court jesters through lobby. Silhouettes eluding him. Nobody on W7M wanting direct engagements. Why not? You've got time on your side. You can throw bodies at the problem when the clock goes down a little bit more. Vidiking flexing onto Dodes. He finds one. Working his way over top of this bomb site, Jesse, but miles away from pulling off the objective. He doesn't even hold the defuse kit. He'll need to retrieve that or go for 3 kills, one of which is a clash. This is grim stuff for FaZe Clan. One of the least winnable rounds I have seen in quite some time. W7M just needs to wait out these final 10 seconds. Vidiking keeping it close, but he's going to run into the 2 anchor ops now in a game of keep away with no time left. We'll give W7M map number 1. Vidiking prolong the inevitable, but the Bulls run with the map and take it 1-0 in the series.
It's the same story as Thursday, but the ending is a little bit different, Parker. He does a great job at the end there, closing things out for W7M. They don't let the game slip away like they did 2 days ago. They take the map pick away from FaZe. They play expertly on that final round. Just feels like they were able to find that success in the early game. It's an unfortunate team kill, but I think when a lot of teams would have ranged that in, would have fallen back to the bomb site, let FaZe Clan set up even into 4v5, W7M said, we are fearless. We're going to stay top floor. We're going to rat around the entire map. I thought they played it really, really well. And then you said it, really not winnable for Vidaking at the end. Maybe if he wasn't going against a Tachanka and a Clash with the fuse kit across the map. He hit some great shots to pad his stats, I suppose, but just not a winnable round at the end there, and a good win for the Bulls.
So W7M steals FaZe's map to start off this series, and it leaves us looking at Clubhouse's map number 2, thinking, are we about to see a 2-0? Are we about to see W7M go up against Furia? Well, maybe, but only after the break. We'll be right back.
Available now.
elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
introduce Siege X.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. We continue on with our day, and my God, our second matchup, the reversal of the rematch on Bank. This time, it is WSECI, the Bulls themselves, that take this first map, in what a fashion. Again, very close, making sure that all of our hearts really have to suffer through all the action that gets thrown at us today, Laxing.
Yeah, I mean, W7M, they fixed their mistakes. You know, we heard Parker say Brazil is the region that does take these regionals seriously in comparison to the EML and NAL, and honestly, I'd argue there are players that take these regionals very serious, and Palu being one of those players. I mean, even in their last series, Palu led Bank, going 16-7, and then this one 19-7. I don't know if Palu works at a Bank on the side outside of playing pro for W7M, but clearly Bank, he understands this map through and through, whether on attack or defense. Great performance out of him. Great showing, really, from W7M. I really like that they changed the tempo. They knew when to play aggressive. They knew when to kind of play a little more passive. I would like to see that passive play style come more into their style of play, but overall, they got over the hurdle of what was Bank.
Yeah, I think their defenses is where it started to slip away a little bit for W7M. I mean, they started playing very sporadic, very placed around the map. Lobin was going for these very big lurks on the top floor, on the bottom floor, and a lot of the time, the rest of W7M would set up for him. And unfortunately, you know, FaZe was able to get a pick on Paulo, or a pick on somebody trying to set Lobin up for this lurk. It wasn't working out too well, but in the last final round, to be able to close it out, it was just a clear cut. Just being able to get win after win in the gunfight department. And of course, I think it goes without saying, the aggressive nature from W7M caught FaZe a little bit off guard. One of the biggest fixes from the Furia match into this one, Volps, I mean, no opening deaths, 3 opening kills. And that's what you want to see from your IGL, specifically if that's the reason that you lost the previous game, your IGL not being able to make these micro adjustments because he's dying so soon, plays a little safer, puts himself in situations, and honestly, he was just winning the gunfights this time around because he's in better situations. As for FaZe, unfortunately, I wasn't too thrilled with their defenses. I was hoping to see them play a little bit slower, but constantly getting picked apart and playing a little bit too overzealous. It didn't look like they really changed much from the first time around, and W7M was able to really capitalize on it. And I think it goes without saying, it's not the best situation when 2 of your aggressive players with Cyber and Vita King not having a good match, getting shut down consistently on that entry. And those are 2 players that you look at. I mean, Vita King was the main reason why FaZe was able to actually win Bank against W7M the first time around. And again, quiet showing from him. It's almost like that first Bank, and then after the next 2 in the first matchup, Vita King ended up being quiet. It looks like W7M has quieted him down quite early on into the series, which could make map 2 a lot more stressful for FaZe Clan than the first time around that you would have expected.
Fox, I will say, I am going to argue with you in terms of saying that, you know, we would have rather seen FaZe be a little more aggressive on their defensive side. Honestly, I would have rather seen them be more aggressive and dwindle down that clock, because what we were seeing time and time again is they were allowing W7M being able to set up. They were being able to then understand how they wanted to break apart the site. They had time to work with. And as me and you know, when you're in these situations where the time's already dwindled down, you got 20 seconds, 10 seconds left to execute, comms get very hectic. And when you're allowing a team to have a lot of time to work with, you're only setting yourself up for failure, which is why we saw a lot of recovery even come off the side of W7M, because they were allotted to have so much time to work with. So I'd rather see FaZe be more aggressive, because even when you look at the comparison on their attacking half, a lot of the opening kills, doesn't matter which side it was on, it was coming within the first minute, where on the other side of the defense, it was coming within 2 minutes, maybe 45 seconds left on the board. So maybe we see a little something different on Clubhouse. We did know the last time we saw it, it was a battle of attrition for both these sides. I'm curious to see it. This game really for me is just momentum based. Who's controlling that tempo? Who can pivot from playing blast? Oh my God, who can pivot from playing passive to aggressive? And I think W7 really just has the better understanding of that, which is why they won Bank.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, let's let us take a look at the map and just put them up there just to make it clear for everybody. We are going back to similar maps that we had before. This is the rematch of it. We go to Clubhouse. Fox, please go ahead.
I think when it comes to club, the one thing that sets W7M aside, I mean, they won this map in the first matchup, but I think the lurk game from W7M, so far what was displayed on Bank, it looks like everybody is way more awake and lively when it comes to today's matchup. I mean, in that first series, yeah, we said Loban was having a little bit of a slower wake-up call. Now, I'd say the lurking is in full force. The whole team is feeding around him, despite if somebody gets picked off trying to set up Loban. It looks like W7M has understood a way to break apart a little bit more consistently FaZe by just feeding Loban the utility he needs to stay alive. So many of those rounds in Bank, him just being alive causes so much pressure because there's the vertical aspect, there's the flank aspect. FaZe always has to worry about it, and they can't really focus on one object at a time. So I think on a map like Clubhouse, which again, you win off of your attacks, but if you can add that element of lurking, that flanking, staying alive in crucial positions, I think W7M are looking a lot more confident going onto Clubhouse, just because not only is Paula playing amazing, not only is Volps able to stay alive and call the pushes, but Loban is able to hold these crucial positions for as long as possible, and it's going to be stalling out FaZe. And so here, we'll have to see FaZe on attack maybe pick up the pace a little bit on their defenses. I mean, I kind of agree with you, Lex. Maybe they can play a little bit slower because we know how aggressive W7M is going to be.
Yeah, I just kind of want to add, you know, we talk about mental fortitude. We talk about resilience. The last time these two even played, all the pressure was on W7M because they hadn't secured themselves an SI spot yet, and then they ended up getting it by beating FaZe. Now we're seeing a complete momentum shift, a look and confidence in terms of their playstyle. Loban obviously having a better day, especially in the opening kill department. I think that really contributes to the fact they don't have any pressure on them. They got over this hurdle of winning Bank where they could have won it previously. Now they find comfort and confine in their own map choice of being Clubhouse, and they can fix their mistakes where it maybe isn't going to be so close this time around. I am really curious to see how FaZe is going to bring this back.
Yeah, this is something that's going to be quite tough here. Again, we'll remind everybody, in the past, it was tight between the two. W7M got the better of FaZe 7-5 on the Clubhouse. Can that reversal happen once again so we get more action? We go into a map 3 for a series like this. I think if there's any game right now that deserves it, it would be this one. Of course, our grand final tomorrow. Let's bring up our casters and have a little chat before our game goes live. Our players are getting ready to go. Jesse, what are your thoughts on this? I don't know if anybody's had the time to kind of go through these, but last time these two played on Clubhouse, it was a barn burner, and that was just map 2 of the 3.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to get more of the same. Even though the stakes are a little bit different, we've already seen W7M take one of the 2 maps in the series. FaZe Clan want to make it to this grand finals. They've been the most dominant team domestically in South America for years at this point. Things fell off a little bit this season, missing a couple of first places in the stages domestically, but they need to be in those grand finals. We need to see the Furia FaZe Clan rivalry. If W7M come in and they upset that narrative, they take that spot away from FaZe Clan, I think the guys on FaZe are going to feel like they really disappointed themselves.
I don't know. I don't even think W7M can beat Furia at this point in time. There's such a massive L streak against Furia that even if they do make it back to the final, I don't think that's going to change, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, matches are played in the server, not on paper, but you can use previous matches as a good guidepost as to what's going to happen moving forward. Furia are a team that you can never, ever count out, and despite the fact that they didn't go as deep as FaZe Clan did at Munich, I still think Furia is one of the best teams in the world and might actually be the best Brazilian team at this present moment, despite their results, which I know is a hot take, but it is also possible. W7M are a team that's always been on the precipice. I still think that they can be the best team in Brazil. I don't know if they're there yet, even with this 1-0 scoreline against FaZe Clan.
That's quite fair. Our lobby is pretty much set up in this game. Thanks, Parker. Sometimes you do make sense when you speak.
Only sometimes.
And thankfully that is the case, because if you were right more times than that, it would be an awful place.
It'd be so insufferable, even more than usual.
I was going to add to it, but fair enough. Yes, Davide.
Parker might be making sense right now while he thinks, but he usually makes dollars when he speaks.
That's Canadian dollars, though, so
Wonderful.
it's more like cents nowadays.
You are outnumbered. There are 3 Canadians on this broadcast.
That's true.
There will never be 3 Lebanese people on this broadcast, so I'm always going to be losing anyways.
How with that attitude?
Lax is pretty much Canadian. I mean, Minnesota's almost there.
Yeah. I mean, we're all from different provinces, too. You got Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec represented here, so...
But only one of the Canadians got invited to the 10-year anniversary.
That's true. That is actually true. Jesse got invited to the Siege 10-year. Did you have a good time, Jesse? Like, did you have fun?
Yeah,
like...
it was basically me and Pox and Locks holding it down. You know, it was.
I can't believe you didn't have karaoke.
Siege. No karaoke. I think they're saving that for when you come to town, Milos.
Hey, last time I was in town and there was a big Siege Dev party. We were singing. That was a long time ago. That was like 7 years ago. SI18. I don't know if you remember that, Parker, when you were overdressed.
That was
for the party.
That was the feedback, or that was the play test meeting that we had in like February 2018. That was
we're play testing Maestro
7 years ago.
Damn,
it's a long time.
Yeah. I still have, there's still some videos out there of me 1v1ing Canadian on the mic, but that's a story for another time. Our second map is about to begin. FaZe W7M, Jesse and Taro, take it away.
Thank you very much. Back to Germany we go, but only in game, not physically. We are all currently working from home. Clubhouse. This is W7M's map, and they enter up 1-0. Jesse, what can FaZe do to prolong this series and send us to map 3?
Well, it's going to have to start on their defenses. That's, of course, the side that they've chosen to start on. It was the side they started on map 1 as well, Parker, and they really did not find much success. Now, Clubhouse and Bank are very different maps. I don't think we'll see W7M walk away with a 4-2 first half like we just saw previously. FaZe Clan are an exceptionally good defensive team when it comes to Clubhouse as well. So I really am expecting this to be close to a 3-3, if not a 4-2 in favor of FaZe. But it's going to be about getting some more of their players active and involved in this matchup. Both Cyber and Vidiking came alive a little bit towards the end of the game. They were sitting on breadsticks, both of them, for the majority of the match. They both got a couple more kills at the end of it, but it didn't really change the outcome of the match, especially for Vidiking. A lot of those kills somewhat unimpactful. So I'm hoping in this game we can see them start off the rip very, very strong. I'm hoping we can see some big kills coming through from these players, particularly Cyber. He's always going to be the guy we focus on when it comes to these early games, when it comes to the roam setup that FaZe Clan like to run. So my eyes will be on him early on, just like it always is.
Cyber had a disappointing first map. He did kind of tighten the screws towards the end, but ultimately finished with the most deaths of any player in the server. He finished 4-11, which was actually worse than Vidiking, and Cyber finished with the lowest EPS as well. In typical W7M fashion, Dodez was near, well, actually, no, Dots was near the bottom. Dodez had a very rough game and needs to improve. I always get Dots and Dodez confused. And then when Dash was on the team, it just all hell would break loose, and my brain would turn to basically scrambled eggs at that point. Early start for Cyber. He had a rough first game against Team Liquid. Showed up in spades. In game number 2, he's gambling very early on and will drop off after an engagement over by Weight Room to kill some time and potential utility.
Yeah, I like this from Cyber. In a bit of a pickle, but he managed to get himself out of it. He's in a very good spot now to delay even more time. They don't necessarily know where he just retreated to. Did a good job keeping that Jacuzzi breach solid as well, so they can't enter through there unless they use some more hard breach. Here comes his first little bit of aggression as well in the mid floor. Doesn't know these attacker positions, but W7M, they don't know where he's at either, and that feeds Cyber his first kill of the map.
And down they go. Very first pick going in favor of FaZe Clan. They need a strong start. Jesse, you highlighted it, and it sure looks like that's what is unfolding in front of us. Perfect time at the 1 minute and 30-second mark to fall off of this roam, but look at this. Handy is playing to die inside of Kitchen. This is quite the extension and a bit abnormal, but Handy wins the duel against Palu. How is an Azami sitting inside a Kitchen for this long, and he will immediately rotate through Dirt Tunnel? That was well coordinated with Souls, and Mio Mai, FaZe Clan has brought a bag of goodies to this map.
That is an insane roam. Locking down Kitchen, kills Palu on the ace, and somehow gets out. Kitchen has reinforced, by the way, an insane retreat back. We've seen guys like Canadian roam there before, but usually they have the hatch to drop through at the very least, but that's going to stay solid for the rest of this round. Only 3 players from W7M to try to pinch this in. They're going to go blue, but this is very well telegraphed.
Down goes Dot. Cyber taking no prisoners here on this very first round. It's W7M's map, so FaZe should start off with a decent nest egg, a good lead. KDS now under fire. Cyber's been dropped as well, but it's all up to Lobin with 20 seconds left. No case control. Only utility is a secondary hard breach. He's got a gun in hand. He's got his work cut out for him, though. KDS is still living on borrowed time. They'll just let him bleed out. Maybe a flawless round here from FaZe. That would be a statement round, wouldn't it? Vidiking dies in the hands of Lobin. They'll take up the position, but the clock will ultimately give the round to the defending world champs, and FaZe Clan will start off well on Clubhouse.
I just want to say, obviously, great hold coming out from FaZe. I love their roam game, but I do have to just say, I feel like Vidiking's got to be the least lucky player in the server today. He's had a couple of deaths, both in the last map and this, where it's like, that's tough. You know, it's a free round win at that point, but just gets flicked onto with his head at the very ends there. The only person to die on FaZe, making it not quite a flawless game. I think he could have played better on map 1 for sure, but even some of his map 1 deaths were very unfortunate, like the swing we saw over towards supplies. So bit of a tough game from Vidiking, but everybody else really showed up and I think showcased why FaZe Clan are such a good defensive team on this map. It's Cyber who starts things off, delays so much time on his top floor roam. Soul's a ridiculous hold inside of Kitchen. There's no universe he should get out or even get a kill, really. They knew he was there. He wasn't subtle about it, but to get a kill and escape with your life from that spot is absolutely ridiculous. And then just solid late round play in the 5v3. Everybody starts to contribute. Andy, Cyber, whoever it needs to be. Really nice stuff coming out there.
I mean, ultimately a team effort for FaZe Clan is something that happens time and time again. We said it in the Team Liquid matchup, which feels like a completely different day as we started 4.5 hours ago. And they did have quite a break in between for FaZe Clan to study their opponent and prepare for this matchup. But FaZe are a team where very rarely does one player run away with it. I mean, KDS has probably been the standout that most people would highlight. Cyber is definitely up there as well. But everybody has good moments. And I mean, in their matchup against W7M, there were some poor performers, but usually FaZe Clan bounces back. I do not suspect we will see a rough game from both Vidiking and Cyber again. Cyber already off to a better start with 2 kills, Jesse. He is halfway towards matching his tally from map 1.
And chilling in the basement, as he likes to do. Cyber in a very aggressive spot. He's got those valve cams set up already. Push, although, from W7M looks like it's going to come master side, so opens up a bit more of an interesting opportunity. We saw Souls inside of Raptors, KDS, I should say, inside of Raptors, but it's unlikely that we'll see W7M try to clear that. Instead, they're going to head over towards the master side of the map. They're going to try to work their way through. There isn't really a hold from FaZe Clan here, so construction is pretty much free. They have a lot of players that were starting off down below. We had Souls down there and we had Cyber down there. I'm really curious to see if Cyber will try to go for something like a main stairs push, or if he's just going to play lounge, use that nitro to try to deny the plant late round. I think that's more likely, but just given that it's Cyber, he very easily could flank as well.
Using a lot of utility here. I don't want to say quite early because we're already past the halfway point of the round. This has flown by. Time flies when you're having fun, they say. I'm hoping, Jesse, I just really hope that both these teams are having a good time at this current moment.
Palu maybe not having as good of a time based on how his first round went, but he's teamed up with Dodez. They're both hunting for Cyber at the moment. They don't know exactly where he's gone. Lobin as well, inside of Bar. They know that there's a Valk down below. They know they have to clear it before they can plant, but Cyber's in the basement, Parker. They don't know this.
A good lurk can pay off so effectively. And if Cyber's able to do some serious damage here, there goes the round. Not been able to capitalize just yet, though. Cyber might come to blows with Dodez, takes down Lobin, and he does not expect the player over by the door. But losing the Deimos is quite a blow for W7M. More damning, though, Jesse, is the time, but hold on a second. FaZe presenting themselves to these attackers, offering themselves up on a silver platter. KDS last man standing as the tides have turned very swiftly. KDS gets one, but Volp shuts him down, and W7M answers back in a hurry.
Nice execute for round number 2, W7M. That's not an easy round to win, Parker. They get their first kill of the round at like 30 seconds when they finally trade out Cyber down below. With how much time he wasted, I was worried about that push, but they always had dots inside of construction. They always had Paulu, who had rotated back up to the top floor, was on the main breach outside of CC. And from these positions, they were able to work a couple more picks. Handy's death, particularly, I think, on the CC breach was a little bit suspect for me. It was unfortunate to see him re-swing that and end up going down quite early to Paulu on that breach position, but how much chaos was coming through, players pushing up red stairs, dots pushing in from construction. There were just too many dimensions for FaZe Clan to focus on. So nice chaotic late round push from W7M. This does kind of continue the trend where if we end up with less than 30 seconds to go and it's even man counts, W7M look a little bit more in sync. They look a little bit less flustered in that late round chaos.
Driving in the chaos is something you can't really prep for, but I mean, W7M are a team that has won a major. Everybody on that team, except for Paulu, has hoisted a major trophy. There are not a lot of players still competing that can say that. Of course, a lot of them tend to come from Brazil because they have been the best region over the last 3 years or so.
Of course.
But something that was noted with Team Liquid is that their experience pales in comparison to FaZe Clan. Same with W7M. W7M, with the, exception of, I would go so far as to say Paulu and Volps, these other 3 players have not had the same miles in terms of practice and in terms of experience that the other 2 have. And I mean, FaZe Clan is one of the most experienced teams in the world with this roster that has seen everything, done everything, won just about everything. Furia awaits the winner of this matchup, and the same can be said for them as well. As what is, oh, they jammed it. I was like, what is going on with that? I was like, what's going on with that secondary? And then I remembered, oh yeah, we're on the old patch.
Yeah, it's not going to be a problem. The mute can still keep it closed for now, but W7M, this is just another roadblock they've got to work their way through. You talked about the experience, Parker. I think even more important than maybe the miles that these players have, because everybody in the server has been doing this for years at this point. It's how long they've been together as a team. FaZe Clan have had this core of 5 since 2023. W7M just picking up Paulu at the start of the season. They do get the opening pick in this round, though. Volps manages to find that good angle into Cyber, and Handy dies to Volps as well, playing on the Clash.
Not a great start for FaZe Clan on this round. The Amarillo Dots will now slingshot in using that concealment that was set out by the Sens, but triggering that F-Naught. So Vidiking knows and will have information, but it doesn't really matter. Souls with the deagle out takes down Loban, immediately vacates the bomb site. He will now go down below, spots a drone, and will have to retake through the stairs. This is a damning prospect. Dots getting diffuser down, and Paulu will swing with the secondary shotgun. That thing shoots wet noodles, but he was only one wet noodle away from death, so that fits really well. W7M take the lead.
It goes back to some of that early game, though, I think, Parker, right? With how good Volps was getting those opening couple of kills. He kills Cyber from the gym window. Then he goes and he kills Handy, I believe, on the bedroom window. Before even entering the building, W7M had a massive leg up in that round. And same time, Souls has 2 Kibas in his pocket when that all happens. So you start to wonder a little bit about, well, are they able to close off some of those angles in the future? Not something that I thought FaZe Clan are doing a great job of on that defense, but credit for W7M for finding those moments. I also want to give a lot of credit to Dots in the chaos of that execute. He uses the Amaru to jump up into Jim, and a lot of players would have just started to plant on Jim, no problem. That was actually the one piece of map control that FaZe Clan had a decent grasp on. Souls working his way through the rotate, managed to find some good control inside of Jim before dropping the hatch himself. So what we ended up seeing was the one place you couldn't plant was Jim. Dots did a great job recognizing that and leaving early on in that execute. So even though Loban, I believe, died in that area, it didn't really matter. The defuse kit was still always in a good spot for W7M.
If we need a third map, Chalet will await us. So when it comes to this map, it was played twice prior to today here in the playoffs, and there is no advantage over attackers or defenders. It's what is referred to as a coin flip map. If you go back to just stage 2, it was one of the most played maps, including the playoffs here in Brazil, and it was very defender sided. That means, just based on that, FaZe Clan should be able to muster 3 rounds. W7M will probably emerge 2 wins, 4 losses in this first half. They're already there, Jesse. This is a scary position for FaZe Clan. Right now, the odds are that W7M will win this entire series if these numbers hold. FaZe Clan will need to figure things out. They'll need to get some more aggression going. Their guns are not doing well. They were over-peaking on previous rounds. W7M looked like they figured them out on Bank, and it seems to be the case here on Clubhouse.
Well, to try to right the ship, they've banned out the Grim, taking it away from Volps, and instead they'll be greeted with double shield this round. It's going to help with this roam clear a little bit. Vidaking playing in Logi, yet to find his first kill on the map, barely escapes with his life. And his teammates are doing quite well as well. Souls and Vidaking both find a pick, taking down Dots and Lobin. And with those 2 frags, they are happy to retreat back down towards the bomb site, play that anchor position. Cyber does still exist up above, but W7M can't worry about that anymore. Even if they just go for sight, the defuse kit is not in their hands, so they're going to have to recover that as well. This is a really tricky round. Starts with 1.
I mean, Palu will get closed out of that escape tunnel as the Keepa barriers block him. Handy still has 2 more in pocket as now Cyber heads to the bomb site with half of the round to go. Really good control on that middle floor for FaZe. They still manage to keep that doorway closed as well. Where are Volps and Dodez, though? Palu will be in a brawl as he'll just continue to get his way into the bomb site. Plugged the Azami of Handy on the ground, capitalizing off of Palu's focus. Volps is clearing the top floor, Jesse.
Oh, God. They have no information. Diffuse kit's on the roof, by the way, so more jobs to do if they want to get a plant down in this site. Positioning feels almost unwinnable without the defuse kit. I don't think they're going to have time to go get it, so they have to just flood and get these kills. Volps will have to be amazing, but they're wasting so much of the time, and yes, they have a lot, but it's very precious at this point.
Now Volps is down for the count. They both fall. Cyber gets both of them for good measure, and FaZe answers back. A very quick one in this bottom floor, proving to be way too much for W7M to deal with.
Yeah, another round lost down in the basement. I think a round you need to forget as quickly as possible if you're W7M. That's probably the worst round that we've seen them play all day long. Just a couple of aggressive swings that they don't check for, and then it comes back to bite them. They deal a lot of damage to roamers in that round, but they don't get any of the kills. And at the end of the day, that means that those players roaming are still deadly. FaZe Clan choose to take a tactical timeout after winning that round. Parker, I kind of like this because it speaks to me that FaZe Clan know how important it is to win these defenses. They can't go back to the bottom floor, so they can't really repeat what they just did. They've got to work on the other bomb sites. They got to work on CCTV Cache and Gym Bedroom. Find solutions to these sites because you've lost both of them in the first quarter. It's time to right the ship and correct that course.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a defender-sided map and the only bomb site you can win is the bottom floor bomb site, you are in trouble. There are 3 other sites that you need to defend. Now, FaZe Clan's got some good underlying numbers here, right? They drew first blood in 3 of those 4 rounds. They've been swapping out good operator lineups. They did just win this bottom floor bomb site with the exact same lineup back to back, so that is terrific. But again, with this team, good flexibility here by FaZe Clan. And the rounds that were won by W7M weren't as dominant as the rounds that were won by FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan only suffered a single operator loss. Just 1 player died in both of their victories. That's good. But again, it's the same bomb site. You need those numbers to be better on these 2 top floor sites, or if they decide to go real crazy, that middle floor stage bomb site, which I don't think we're going to see. But overall, you've got good entries from W7M attacking upstairs. W7M knows how to puncture the jacuzzi wall and also take up space over on the cache side of things. It doesn't matter which bomb site you're actually defending. I didn't like FaZe Clan's roam on both of those sites. They need to play a little bit tighter. And again, the team of individuals need to play more like a unit up against W7M because W7M picked them apart when they were roaming and defending these 2 floors these two sites upstairs.
Cyber got the opening pick last time that they played this bomb site. That was inside of Lounge, and it came about 2 minutes into the round, if you recall. So he's hungry to get some more. Was immediately traded out the previous time. So if he can be a little bit less obvious in his positioning, then that could maybe tilt the scales and allow him to get away cleanly after the opening pick. I think that's why we see him roaming so far away from the bomb site. Can always retake lounge and try to deny the plant from down below, but the push from W7M is taking a completely different look. Even though they won their last attack on this site, they're going to go Rafters side this time around. They've got players set up outside of Garage. They've got the air jabs from Dodez, which they're going to throw at KDS and try to force him back from these Kibas. Main breach gets open with a little bit of damage on a Volps just there through the drone hole, but no real problems. KDS is going to be the real focal point, the tip of the spear for this defense. How cleanly can they kill him from W7M, and what can he get away with on this defense?
As ever, Nizami setting up shop here on Rafters can be real hell to deal with. The calamity of errors for Cyber as he thought he had Volps dead to rights, but the air jab knocks him over, and a quick capitalization from W7M is good. You don't really have a hard way or an easy way to get rid of that Rafters player other than the Rotero drones or a Blackbeard just taking engagement head on. Never mind, they're just going to shoot him. Okay, I guess that is a way to clear him out.
Yeah.
What if we use nades? What if we use flame arrows? What if we use smokes to conceal our advancement? What if I just walk in and just shoot him in the head? Okay, well.
KDS wants that one back, but there's nothing he can do from it in the grave. The nades can now be used towards the site, Parker, and this push is looking very strong for W7M.
Again, this top floor bomb site, or top floor bomb sites, as it doesn't really matter which one of them FaZe will defend, proves to be too much of a problem. KDS was undefended in that position, and that's fine, but you didn't have any stall potential. Didn't bring a Jaeger, didn't bring a Lamai, nothing like that. You typically want somebody playing there from a long enough angle or some type of denial. It was not present, and now Souls is going to have to do double duty. He's going to have to watch construction and also the march up red stairs. Vidaking elsewhere, topples Volps. That's exactly the type of kill that you need, but W7M still has the advantage. Souls potentially playing on borrowed time. Palu runs in, as does Dots, and Handy in the midst of the bomb site, slaughtered by the Blackbeard. W7M regains the lead.
An excellent round, and they win it without doing a whole lot, Parker. They really just wait for FaZe Clan to make the mistakes. They set up their air jabs. The opening pick came off the Cyber with the runouts. I really thought they were going to use those air jabs and throw them up towards Rafters, force KDS to move or else get hit by those, and then you can take that space. That's how a lot of teams play Nomad on this bomb site, but they didn't use any of those air jabs up towards Rafters. They were just holding for the runouts. It ends up paying off because Cyber dies to the air jab, and KDS, I just feel like he's a little eager. He's a little nervous what the util that could be coming his way. He doesn't get flashed. He doesn't get naded. He doesn't get air jabbed. He really just raw swings it, and Dodez hits him in the head. You got to imagine for a zombie player in that spot, you want to be wasting a little bit more time, especially after you lost your teammate with Cyber going down so early in the previous round. But altogether, it's a good push from W7M. They capitalize on the mistakes being put up by FaZe Clan. And right after your attack timeout, that's a brutal round to lose. W7M now will, at a minimum, tie the disadvantage half, the disadvantage side, and then potentially even go up 4-2 on their own pick.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here because we were writing Team Liquid's obituary when they were down 5-0, and while technically we did end up being correct on a longer timeline, it certainly didn't seem like that was going to happen.
Fair enough.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here with this W7M team. Yes, W7M potentially going up 4-2, even 3-3 on Clubhouse is not ideal for FaZe Clan, but we are in a bit of uncharted territory with this map. If W7M can take a 4-2 lead, they will then get to go to the bomb site that FaZe did not want them to go to. For those that are not familiar with how the map pick system works in this game, W7M picks Clubhouse. FaZe Clan gets to choose which side FaZe starts on, or more importantly, which side they don't want W7M to start on. Maybe FaZe is uncomfortable defending, but they just think that W7M are so much better at defending that FaZe would rather gamble with W7M starting on attack. Again, you have to talk to these teams. You have to talk to, you have to understand the way that they played. The one stat that we referenced before was how good W7M is as a defending squad. FaZe is a great attacking team. As we saw in Bank, these same things will play out here on Clubhouse. Good start, though, for FaZe Clan as they slaughter Dodez. And now, immediately, that hole is plugged by Dots as W7M look to get ever closer to this bedroom bomb site.
Oh, big pick from Loban down below. That equalizes numbers. Handy wants to trade this out. A shocking number of defenders here on the mid floor. Looks like Handy did just get caught on a drone, though, so this should be aware if you're Loban. Uses that death mark and will start tracking this Valkyrie, so can now see exactly where she's trying to run to, and this is a terrible spot for Handy to be in. Disadvantaged gunfight with the MPX. That is not a good fight to take, so he just retreats off of it, hoping he can waste some time. W7M read into this, though. I mean, it's a 4v3 on site. With Candela starting to head that way, you got to imagine it's looking juicy for W7M to just go in for an execute.
Very juicy, Jesse. Excellent point. 1 minute to go. Still utility in pocket. Those death marks being used before the Deimos can die. This is something that doesn't happen all that often. Now the Monty of Dots is trying to distract as Handy is playing to die. If Handy gets even a single kill here, it's a massive win. Still tussling with Dots, and I think that might be all she wrote for that player. Yes. But now you've got to get that defuse kit over towards the bomb site. Dots is the one holding the case. A potential clear out over towards bedroom as a single Candela is used. Volt still has one more in back pocket, and it will blind Souls. Looking to clamp down on construction. Final death mark used, and it will be on Souls yet again. This is Zami. The first line of defense into the bomb site. Palu working his way up, hoping to exploit a weakness. There's only 10 seconds to go, but a swing from Vidaking onto stairs will take him down. A second is there as well. Vidaking can win the round, and KDS and Souls will get the job done. 3-3, the first half. I don't know if this benefits FaZe, but it's the best they're going to get as the side swap comes in.
And I really think Handy deserves a lot of credit in that round. You know, I really thought that we would see W7M ignore him, just try to flood site 4v3, but they spent a lot of resources trying to hunt down Handy. I think Loban on the Deimos thought he could get the kill into the Valkyrie a lot quicker than he actually did. Handy wastes so much time down below, outside of strip. It's not just the time, too, but he's pulling those players away from the bomb site. He's pulling them to a really awkward part of the map. Ends up being a really late push to come out from W7M, and a late push is fine if you have perfect information, but they didn't know that Vidaking was just playing in the hallway. He gets a big kill onto the main stairs player. He gets a second kill to end that round as well. Felt like we really started to see Vidaking come alive as he got that opening pick as well. So 3 kills in the round from the captain of FaZe Clan. Feels like we're starting to see exactly why he is regarded as one of the best captains in the world. Didn't have the best map one, but now is coming alive halfway through this second map.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
As good a time as any for players to turn on the Jets. Cyber sneakily matching his kill total from the previous map, and we are only 6 rounds into the action, so quite a time for him to warm up. But as you can see, FaZe Clan pretty deep across the board. KDS and Handy with the lowest amount of kills at 2 apiece. Vidaking leading the way with 6. Vidaking has also turned things around from match number 1 as well. He has the highest rated cost / EPS in the lobby at the moment. So again, you can't keep the king down from more than a single map. And we do notice this, Jesse. A player that is sluggish in one map will almost always turn around in map 2. That is what separates the goods from the greats. That is a key part of why Team Liquid did not do so well in their matchup earlier. Lenda was not a factor for the entire series. You cannot have a perpetual 4v5 in terms of gunplay against a team like FaZe Clan. And while we did credit Lenda for his utility play, gadgets are not the whole story. You cannot just be a gadget guy for 17, 18 rounds. You need to be a gun guy every now and then. At least those are the official terms that we use in game. So here, though, everybody hitting their mark. No real poor performers. We'll see how FaZe can do on attack and W7M can defend. These are the favorable sides across the board for both of these teams as well.
W7M are going to go for a really aggressive roaming strategy coming out with Dodes playing on that Scopos, Loban on the Solus as well. So you've got a lot of these aggressive operators. Palu has joined them up top. That's kind of the 3 tips of the trident that we often talk about for W7M. Andy pretty quick to start opening this hatch. He knows they don't have map control. That's why he immediately goes to the gym hatch and is a little bit worried about who might be lurking up above. Players on FaZe are split across the map with KDS clearing top floor, Cyber and Handy clearing mid floor. Vidaking was looking towards Dirt Tunnel earlier, so they're quite separated on the side of FaZe Clan. They really need to win these duels, because if they don't, there's unlikely to be a trade back.
First logic bomb will go out. KDS soon to generate the second one. Don't know if it'll be used very quickly or not. As they're very close to the bomb site. Look at FaZe right now. Cyber in particular is behind enemy lines, and he is very close to getting under the skin of W7M. Cyber has been, to his credit, through all 4 maps today, very good at finding these blind spots and exploiting them. Loban goes down at the hands of KDS. FaZe Clan doing well on their attack. That's the Dokkaebi in on the fun, and now Cyber was just waiting for Volps and will find him. Panic will ensue as chaos goes through the ranks of W7M. Dots shredding souls. Candela's going off. Cyber still very much alive. Still impacting this round. He's down for the count. Palu will need to clutch out, but Vidiking gets the final kill, and FaZe Clan gets the lead.
Cyber and KDS, a massive round from the two of them. Not together by any means, but the two oldest players on FaZe Clan from different sides of the map work their magic. I was so worried about Loban, Parker. That whole round, I was just staring at his position at the bottom of the HUD. I was like, what is he going to do from that rat spot that he was holding up above inside of Cash? But thankfully, the Dokkaebi was there. We saw KDS go through, clear out the one remaining roamer on the side of W7M. And as he is doing his job, Cyber's doing his job inside the bomb site. So deep, so early. 2 kills before getting traded out. A massive impact to come late into that round. KDS then comes in to finish off a pick at the end there too, and they both get 2 frags to win that one for FaZe Clan on their attack. So really nice push coming through. It's not all together. It's not a unit, but the individuals on different parts of the map know exactly what their win con is, know exactly what their job is to protect each other, and I think they executed it perfectly on the side of FaZe.
That's the kind of stuff that you do when you have full trust in your teammates and you know exactly how to play it. And FaZe Clan are going to completely blow up their composition here, Jesse. Every operator has swapped out. This is going to be brutal to deal with. A paralyzing lineup from FaZe Clan with the Ying, the Grim, and the Monty. As for W7M, they're along for the ride here. It was FaZe Clan that called their timeout earlier, if memory serves correctly. Was it not after round 4?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was FaZe.
So W7M still have theirs in pocket as far as my eyes can see.
I'm looking towards Palu this round, Parker. He's playing on the Bandit, and given that they banned out both Thermite and Habana, the only operators that are here are going to be really Ace plus can openers. No cans being brought this time around, but all very much candidates to be Bandit tricked away. I think that's why you're seeing Cyber jump onto this Maverick, because that is probably the best Bandit counter that we have. Mute's still good to stop some of these walls from being opened as well, and his Volps rotates one of those gadgets away. They can start to play a little bit safer inside of Cash, but whenever we do get towards Jacuzzi, I believe that's where Palu is playing. Watch out for him, because keeping that Jacuzzi wall closed could be a massive step up for W7M, a massive help for them.
Vidiking back on a very familiar role, reunited with his shields. He got his 7 kills, Jesse. He can play a little bit more support now. He doesn't need to frag out as well on the Monty, though we do see him get kills in the shields from time to time. It will not be his primary goal. A bit of difficulty opening up that Cash wall for Cyber. Good reason why some teams opt not to run a Maverick here. W7M's getting a little bit trigger happy, Jesse. They're looking for kills early.
Yeah, they fall back now from Cash, though. They don't contest after they say Vidiking on the Monty. One of the best passive shield players, I think, in the entire game. Struggles sometimes on, like, the Blitz Blackbeard, but exceptional on the Monty when he play this traditional shield style. After they get the CC side of the map, once they clear it out, they're just going to leave somebody as an insert. They're going to let somebody chill over there, and then likely start working more towards Jacuzzi. Get down below the bomb site. Set yourself up to walk up the main stairs. They really haven't left anybody even CC side, so it's all about the windows.
Just playing over top of those Kiba barriers. Candela's primed and ready to roll their way into Logi, and Handy is hoping for a pick. He finds it on Dots. W7M flashed out and right into the waiting arms of FaZe Clan. Only Cyber has taken some damage. It's got W7M now in a really bad spot where they are just sitting there and dying. Dotas and Palu do manage to strike. And Dotas will need to clutch out now as he works his way through construction back towards the bomb site. Vidiking has an opportunity to get Diffuser down. Souls and Cyber will watch the door. Souls getting the job done so effectively. And my God, FaZe Clan are pushing us towards a third map round after round. This FaZe Clan looks fired up. They've got that hunger in their belly, Jesse. When this team is like this, almost nothing can stop them, and it looks like W7M will call their timeout to deal with it.
No surprise there as the mics come down. The tack timeout is critical for W7M to right this ship. It just doesn't feel like we're watching W7M, as weird as that is to say. But you go back to Bank, Parker, and a lot of their defensive success on Bank came on them getting a little bit aggressive in the early game, going for a swing, maybe killing that Ying before the XU can come through. They were doing a great job of taking down Vidiking in particular early on Bank for those defenses. This time, they're just playing scared. I mean, they had that CC hold, but the second that things start to get opened up, the second they see that Monty, they all retreat back. They didn't have anybody playing down below the bomb site, so all 5 defenders in that last round were crammed into bedroom, they were crammed into gym, they were crammed into lodgy and bathroom, and that's just not enough space for 5 people to play on the defensive side. It's why the windows were so strong then, why the Ying was so strong from FaZe Clan to just blind those players, work their picks. No matter where you shoot, there's probably going to be a body in that site because there just wasn't very much map control that W7M could play in. I want to see them get a little bit more aggressive. I have to imagine that's part of what Norris is talking to his team about here, because if they can fight them in the early game, if they can take away a lot of that early pressure that FaZe Clan like to apply, that it's an entirely different game. But when you let them push into you 5v5 with the entire map under their control, I mean, you're never going to have fun as a defending team.
No, not at all. I mean, there isn't very much good to say about W7M here in this second half. They've been very passive in the way that they hold map control. They got a bit restless, like we said, through that middle of the round, but ultimately opted not to fight. And if you're just going to stand there and wait, the attackers are going to bring a lot of utility to beat you. Do keep in mind, the attackers get to completely choose a new lineup when they see what is being brought from the defenders. FaZe Clan literally did that in the previous round. They changed every single operator to counter what was brought by W7M, and FaZe Clan used it beautifully. Whether it was the Monty, whether it was the Ying, they were able to provoke early engagements that were disadvantageous for W7M, and FaZe Clan won every single one of them based on gunplay and util. Yeah. We're ignoring, of course, the intel as well, because FaZe Clan's intel has been pretty perfect through this second half. FaZe Clan have been leading the way in opening duels. They have been demolishing W7M when it comes to utility play, and now here in gunplay. The only player who has a positive number on the side of W7M is Palu. All of these other EPSs are underwater. Meanwhile, the complete opposite can be said for FaZe Clan. Not much is going well for W7M, and a great defending team is playing a very defender-sided map, and they are struggling. That is not a recipe for success at all. Chalet looking far more likely because of it.
And I'm glad you brought up the fact that the attackers should change their lineup in the prep phase, because the one counter to that is hiding your defensive operators, and that's what Volps did. Didn't move in the prep phase, didn't have to reinforce anything, just hides on the clash, and I believe he's successful. So FaZe Clan end up bringing the Blackbeard unaware that there will be a clash on the board to try to counter that shield play that they can bring. Because the focus is going to be Rafters, the focus is going to be Garage, it gives Volps a lot of power in this round. He's playing towards the top of Garage right now. He's playing in this Rafters position and still potentially unknown. If they walk up here with a Blackbeard, Souls is going to have an impossible task. Now just seeing the clash for a first time, this is not something FaZe will be expecting.
Not at all. And I mean, at this point in time, the element of surprise is one of the best things W7M has going for them, because very little else has been good at this point. Dodez swings and Vidiking punishes him. Jesse, how do you clear Rafters again? Oh, you just shoot him in the head. And that mission was understood by W7M and now seems to be understood by FaZe Clan. Volps has lost the coverage of these Kiba barriers and will very closely be watched by FaZe. I just don't know how you get out of here alive. No, you don't at all. Nobody on W7M seems to be. They even get Dots' foot through the drone hole to add insult to injury. Vidiking with the final kill, a flawless round by FaZe to answer a timeout. The worst round from W7M on defense comes after they call their timeout. Oh my goodness, this FaZe Clan looks so formidable, and they're sitting on map point.
Frankly, one of the best attacks that we have seen from any team this weekend. FaZe Clan put it all together. They're hitting every stride on Clubhouse. They deal with that Rafters position so perfectly. Vidiking deserves all the credit in the world. Walks in, domes Dodez with a brilliant headshot. And then Volps, there's not a lot he can do alone Rafters inside a clash, as a clash. you know, his idea was he's going to play alongside the Azami, make it really tough to take that space. But the second Azami dies, Volps gets pushed back by the Capital Bolt, and then he exposes his back to the window, the breach being held perfectly by Handy. I mean, that's just an excellent clear of the Raptors' position. I think Loban was in oil pit trying to do some shenanigans while everybody's eyes were focused towards the clash, but FaZe Clan were ready for that as well. It felt like every little move that W7M tried to make, FaZe were ready for it. They were waiting, and they punished it so perfectly. Now they are at 6-3 leading against W7M, very close to pushing us to a chalet. And with the tack timeout not working, I don't know what the goal is for W7M. Take it one round at a time, I guess, but this game feels like a loss.
You and I have yet to need a third map today, but we've only casted one best of 3 up to this point. Now, comeback for W7M has to be very real, but things are not going great in the Bull Land. They won rounds 2 and 3. Since then, FaZe Clan have dominated, with W7M only getting on the board once. And W7M's attacks, to their credit, were quite good, and the things that plagued FaZe's defenses are now plaguing W7M to an even greater extent. W7M has only been able to muster 4 kills on this defensive half. Those are terrible numbers and really do deserve a little bit of scorn. But while we give scorn to one side, you got to give praise to the other. And we have tripped over ourselves to talk about how just good and solid the fundamentals on FaZe have been. Even though it's not their map, FaZe obviously understand the mission here on Clubhouse and are achieving it so far.
King's been a big part of that too. Hey, I mean, probably the worst player just from an eye test point of view on FaZe Clan map #1, but now is putting up, he maintains these stats, his best game of the season. Paulu strikes first and will be able to shut down King just as I'm singing his praises. They try to clear him with the Kibas, but a massive 2K from the former player of Team Liquid, and they will get a couple of picks right after that too. A 2-man defense, or 2-man attack from FaZe Clan is all that remains to try to win this round. Disaster to start things off for FaZe.
This is at the point where these last 2 players can certainly make magic happen, but you're expecting us to go at least one more. FaZe Clan can work through this. And again, this bottom floor bomb site, good for the defenders. Not much else good beyond that. FaZe Clan did, to their credit, win one of the upstairs bomb sites. It was Gym Bedroom. CCTV cache has been won by the attackers every single time. So W7M will likely persevere and succeed on this bottom floor site. Which of those top floor sites do they go to? They just defended CCTV cache and it looked miserable. They were so poor in the way they handled it. And he gets one immediately traded out by Paulu, who finds 3 kills for his trouble. Loban seals the deal, and we go at least one more round as W7M find themselves in troubled waters. But yeah, where do you go here, Jesse? Gym Bedroom? Yeah, it's been won by the defenders a single time. CCTV cache won by the defenders 0 times. Do you go with it? I mean, they're locking in CCTV cache, but do you even bother to go to one of these sites? Do you potentially gamble on the middle floor? Like, is that an insane thing to do? I don't know if you're W7M at this point.
I kind of like a bar stage round 12. I'm not going to lie to you, Parker. We got to get there first, but W7M are one of the few teams that will play bar stage. They played it twice this season. They've got a win and a loss in official competition playing on bar stage Clubhouse. So they've done it in the past. FaZe Clan are not the same. They have never played that bomb site attack or defense this season. So it'll be a brand new experience if we do get there. But I mean, there's no easy answer right now, Parker. The bomb sites just have not been favoring W7M. They'll go CCTV cache. I like this decision as well from them. I know it hasn't been good for the defensive teams today, Parker, but it has historically been the best bomb site for W7M on this map. They have an 82% defensive win rate on this site this season before starting this matchup. So we know that they're a great team when it comes to defending this map. They'll get one more opportunity to try to lock it down with this operator lineup. They've ditched the Clash in favor of the Jaeger. They've brought over a Wamai as well. So a lot more of that anti-nade, anti-Capital utility going to be dedicated to Rafters. FaZe Clan, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Very similar lineup to the last time they attacked this site.
It's crazy that you say that, and then we look at the numbers here for this actual bomb site in this matchup. Again, it's a reminder that the numbers don't always back up what we see in front of our very eyes. And I mean, even if you just look at it, okay, W7M in a 12-round thriller takes FaZe's map. That is pretty crazy in its own right. Then you look at Clubhouse for W7M and you're like, they started on the bad side. They managed to take 3 rounds. W7M's going to walk away with this. And again, what's that with writing obituaries early? Team Liquid made us technically correct, but look foolish for a period of time. W7M have that same opportunity, but they'll have to stitch 3 rounds in a row to make it possible. They've only been able to win a single defense so far, so the numbers certainly not on their side.
It's not been as bad for W7M to start this off. My eyes are on the Azami, of course. This time it is going to be played by Dodes. He was here last time as well, and it was his early death that opened up the door for FaZe Clan to walk in through Rafters, take that map control. Dodes a little bit more reserved this time around. But the shield is coming. The Capital Bolts are coming. The Grim Bees are coming. The Util will be headed Dodes' way very shortly. He needs to be ready.
They shoot him in the head yet again. Remember, that's how you clear Rafters, kids. You just got to shoot him in the head, and Dodes almost gets Vidiking. They'll be flamed out of his position. Grenades go in, bees go in. Where do you choose to go at this point in time? Souls flushes him out. Yes, they get the kill, but it comes at great cost, and now Vidiking has been dropped as well, though he may be retrievable in the bottom of Garage. That's a terrific entry by FaZe Clan, answered back by a great rebuff from W7M.
Winnable in the 4v5 for sure. The time is starting to get kind of low. They've got 3 Toxic Babes still on Palu. Volps and Dots, not as much utility, but they're over towards Con. They're over towards Red Stairs. They could make some moves to catch FaZe Clan off guard.
Souls is looking for the vault in. Down goes Dots. This might be wraps on W7M. This top floor bomb site has been so difficult for all the teams. Cash CCTV just so uncomfortable for the defenders. W7M showing their issues, and Vidiking shining his crown. Last up is Volps, and he's slaughtered by Cyber. A flawless way to end it. And we will go to all 3 maps. These teams winning their opponents' maps, setting us up for one hell of a best-of-1 showdown in a few minutes. Jesse, did you expect anything different?
I thought I did halfway through that game, Parker, but I shouldn't have. I should have realized that this is what we deserve for the lower bracket finals. A massive game from FaZe Clan. Their attacks, absolutely superb on Clubhouse. Huge coming out from them. Vidiking in particular, a big bounce back game. Posts his best game of the season, 134 EPS, dominating after a really poor map 1 performance. That has got to be good to see from your captain.
Yeah, I mean, again, depth is a big thing here on FaZe Clan. If you have one off map, that is fine. You just have to bounce back for map number 2. Both Cyber and Vidiking made up for lost time. And now because of that, we've got a best-of-1 showdown. The winner advances to the grand finals tomorrow against Furio. Will it be FaZe or will it be W7M? We'll find out after this break.
Available now.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Year 10 will introduce Siege X.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. Map 3 is almost upon us, but first we got a debrief. In the museum right in front of you, we might hold some of the tapes of Brazil's international victories, but also the amount of effort and love and care that Brazilian teams put into their own regional finals is something that they've been known for a long time, and Brazil itself has multiple different tournaments that go on during the year, and also including the women's circuit. So a lot of cool stuff happening here, and a lot of cool stuff happening in FaZe versus W7M, because we're getting a reversal, Gabe, of the script that happened 2 days ago between these two.
Yeah, I did say, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see both teams win their opponents' maps, and it really just goes with the fact that you're going to learn from your loss the last time around, which clearly we saw W7M fix their mistakes from Bank, and then same thing with FaZe. But I do want to more focus on W7M here, because they were carrying that momentum. They were carrying the confidence, and honestly, going 3-3 halves on attacks. I mean, me and Fox have said this time and time again. You win Clubhouse off of your attacks, and they set themselves up for success switching to defense. But the bigger question was, once they switched to defense, they just stopped all of their aggression, and they only won one round, which was round 10, off of aggression. So it really makes me question the decision making of why they just decided to take their foot off the gas, because then FaZe just immediately ran away with it.
Yeah, it's very disheartening if you're W7M to win your opponent's map pick with a really good showing, very aggressive play, Loban on the roam, and now you come to Clubhouse and it's just not the same thing. Very disjointed. It wasn't as aggressive. I feel like they didn't have a response, really, especially with going 3-3. I was anticipating W7M to get to defense and just run away with it, but that's not what we saw. We saw FaZe very tactical, abusing the fact that W7M could not hold rafters, specifically on the cash bomb side. They could not hold distance on the gym bomb side either, and they were constantly getting these picks on the roamers, and that would just essentially, they would use that man advantage every single time after to close it out. And it was really well played from FaZe. Honestly, I want to say it was just kind of like cut and dry. They didn't do anything too crazy. It was a very default Clubhouse from them, but they did it perfectly. They executed flawlessly. They dominated in the opening kills, and I think that paints the picture. Like, we couldn't get anything going on the side of W7M. There was no opening picks. There was nothing really to hold on to if you were W7M, unfortunately.
Not sure what was happening in the transition between the two maps for W7M in this, but still it means we go to a map 3. Now, last time these two went to map 3, it ended up going the way of W7M. That's how they could lock things in 2-1 against FaZe Clan. But in this case, with how things have been kind of wrapping all between one another, there is the possibility of the script reflipped on itself one more time. And that, of course, turns into the next question, the one that we all want to figure out. How does Chalet play out, and who gets to make it to play against Furia in the grand final? I'll pose the question to you first, Gabe. How are we seeing it, given how both W7M and FaZe have shown their play style in a match like this, and with a map that can get really hectic like Chalet?
Yes, Chalet gets really scrappy. And, you know, I already said this was a game of a battle of attrition. I really think W7M is really running out of gas, especially when you look at that last half of Clubhouse. I really hope we don't see the exact same thing that we saw from the last time these two play, that it's an absolute stomp. But I think it really is going to be important for W7M, whoever's starting on they are starting on that attacking half, that they have to be faster. They can't let their foot off the gas, because clearly what we saw when they did do that, they couldn't find their stride. They couldn't find any momentum to build off of, and that's where FaZe just kept hammering on them and not allowing them to find their footing, not allowing them to find any success in any of their attacks or defenses. And then for the side of FaZe, I think you just keep playing this game, allowing Cyber to get into the building, allowing Vidiking to get set up, not dying early. I think those were the really big reasons. I mean, Vidiking more so out of anything, of just really being able to find, you know, his comfort within that map, being able to set up those attacks and execute so flawlessly. And I'm also going to be looking at the bans, you know, whether we're getting rid of the shields, whether we're getting rid of the Ying or the Deimos, to just take away some of those X Factor operators that FaZe was doing extremely well when they were on that attacking half.
Yeah, it's when you look at Chalet, it's going to be a battle of the lurker versus the lurker. Who's going to be able to get the opening kill first? Who's going to be able to get that advantage? Because we know Loban loves this map, but he hasn't been finding success at all today. And that's been the hardest part for him, for W7M as a whole, is on Bank, we saw him getting set up. On Clubhouse, we saw him alone on his own. On Chalet, it's a difficult map to be able to lurk on. If you're on the basement, the rest of your team's upstairs, it's very difficult to be able to connect the dots. And FaZe is doing a really good job at shutting him down. So I would love to see W7M utilize a little bit of FaZe's playbook and have Loban play back, have him play with the team. They can hold up and go for these coordinated fights, because all of Clubhouse was them losing the opening and then hemorrhaging kills one after the other. They weren't playing together or trying to maintain some type of advantage or 3-2-1ing, using crossfires. Chalet's a very aggressive map, and I don't want W7M to just, you know, bend over and just give it up and pretty much stop trying. Essentially, that's the biggest issue for them. They need to be able to maintain that aggression, like Lax said, all the way through.
There's no need to farm for clips here. You just want to get the win off of this. Just focus up on that, play as a team, and just get locked in throughout this game just to make it past. Because that grand final is going to be a doozy regardless tomorrow. And today, I'm telling you, Furia are watching this match hawk-eyed. They're checking every little thing you're doing because JV wants to get in your head tomorrow. He's going to mess with you. And that is an extra layer that you're going to have to somehow prepare for coming up on to our final day of competition here in SAL, which tomorrow will be a long one. We got tier 2 finals and of course the grand final of SAL. And speaking of tier 2, let's bring up our casters, please. Taro, Jesse, come on in. Let's bring them in with the 5 screen. There they
tier
are.
2? Tier 2? Hello?
Tier 2, baby.
Feels out of pocket. Feels out of nowhere.
I don't need the insults.
That's where you came from, Jesse. Tier 2.
We all came from tier 2.
We all came from tier. No, Fox and
Not
Laxing,
me.
they did not.
Not Lax.
We came in from tier 2 though.
I was here at the start of it. I was here as it was forming.
On Xbox,
Brother.
all right? Let's be honest.
And I made the transition. You came from Team Fortress. I mean, clearly,
Congratulations
there wasn't
on your
anything going
transition,
there.
Laxing, but it's been a while. It's been a while.
Jesse's
Doesn't play
honestly
the
just
same
shaking
way.
because I challenged him in Team Fortress, the childhood game he grew up with, and he is nervous that I'm going to absolutely smoke him.
I'm going to slam you in that game.
I'm
That's the
curious
only
what
game
chat
I'm good
thinks.
at.
If chat genuinely thinks that if I was to 1v1 you in Team Fortress, that you'd even stand a chance.
Chat doesn't know ball, okay? They don't know what they're talking about.
Parker, you want to cast that? That'll be fun.
Yeah, sure. I casted as some casual TF2 Highlander way back in the day before I ever casted Rainbow Six, so probably.
Yeah, I mean, this is coming from the man who quoted, "They're gonna have to glue you back from this one in hell at my actual wedding." So you can tell there's a lot of I say history and experience that definitely does get brought up here on the desk on the show.
I mean, that's what makes me a good demo mon. So, you know.
And if you were a bad demo man, you wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with
you now,
me.
would I? Yeah, that's correct.
Exactly.
That's absolutely spot on. I want to ask our analysts here, did you expect a third map? Now I'm the host. Look at me.
I was hoping
I said
not.
in the beginning of the series, I said that I would figure both teams would win their respected opponent's map pick, and sure enough, here we are, map 3.
I was hoping we wouldn't have a
He
map
mentioned
3.
it.
What about their
Why's that?
disrespected map pick, Gabe? You said they'd win their respected. What about their disrespected?
I mean, they disrespected, their each other's map picks. I mean, their preference map. So, it was respectful that they won the map that they didn't think they were going to, and it was disrespectful that they ended up winning their opponent's map picks for them to lose it.
What was really important here, sorry to cut you off, is the way that FaZe Clan were playing their anchorage around the site. Very important.
Anchorage is my favorite part of Alaskan defenses, actually. So it's a very specific pocket strat, and this time of year it gets a little cold. Let's put it that way. So,
that is a very specific reference. Yes, Fox. What would be disrespectful?
Is if FaZe make us go the distance just to lose out in map 3? Because the way that they've been playing, I'm not too impressed. I'm not too impressed with what we saw. Did they win Clubhouse? Yes, but it was a very default attack, very default defenses. It seemed very basic, so to say, because everybody knows how to play Clubhouse. And FaZe looks like they're playing not to lose at the moment. And that's my biggest flaw. It's the same thing as watching Liquid or watching the Liquid NIP game. It's like, God, like these guys are just playing very basic Siege and they're doing it well. But I'm not getting my socks knocked off of me. And it's not what we're going to want to see when one of these teams goes up against Furia. Because either way, if we see the same phase that we see now go up against Furia, they're going to get smoked, unfortunately, to say the least. W7M, at least they can match that aggression. If we can see them play a little bit more passive or a little bit more together, incorporating Lobe into the defenses or to the attacks with the team, we might see them have a good showing against Furia. But right now, the way FaZe is playing, looks very sloppy.
I do have a question.
When I have a question about basic,
Oh,
I just think Fox say so. Thank you. Yes, Lexing.
I mean, Jesse, is it morning where you are still? Like, I genuinely can't tell by the lighting. Like, is that a ring light or is it 8 a.m. over there?
That's 3 boxes over there.
Pretty close.
That's box lights galore.
That is box lights. That's a crazy eye. I guess you can see the reflection in the mirror a little bit.
Yes, I can.
So that's a good shout. But no, we got the box lights. It's bright and early. It's like 4 p.m. here in Edmonton. So yeah,
You're not even wearing pants. I can see in the mirror.
Pretty west. Whoa. Okay.
I'm in gamer hours now. I'm in gamer hours. The sun has set on my casting setup, unfortunately.
If I turn off the light in my room?
What if we all turn off the lights? What if we make it real dark in here? Look at that. All we've got is the Coke machine glow. The glow of our monitors, that's it.
No,
Jesse can't turn out the sun because his are probably manual. Jesse, that kind of tech has not made it to Alberta yet.
He actually has.
The lobby's crashed, by the way.
About to go into the game and the lobby crashed.
Oh my
so
god, the red
colors.
Jesse actually has a little. He's got a little bicycle wheel under his desk that he's just pedaling to keep the lights on right now.
I just had to stop for a sec.
Hey, nobody's got sun out there. I'm the only one with sun.
Oh my! What is that filter?
Oh my!
Yo, that's something Laxing would pull out.
I love how Flastry's just sitting in the audience for love of the game. Do you think he's front row? You think he's front row? You think they're like, what if we? Oh,
he's a front row gamer.
Yeah, that guy
TSM
wearing the
fan?
TSM jersey's very lost.
I mean, he kind of looks lost. Look at his hand
where you are and what game you were? What game you were a part
this
of?
Is? What year this is, brother? It's been a while. They won SI, but Bolo hasn't won. He won SI so long ago. It's too long ago.
Shout out to Norris. Hey, they look like they're ready to go.
Yeah. Did they remake that?
The question is, the lobby ready to go?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Gabe. All right, Jesse and Taro, let's see who you're going to send into the grand final. Take it away.
We're not sending anybody into the grand final. They will send themselves into the grand final, but we will commentate the action. Chalet is our final map of the day, and then we are done skis, my friends. Tomorrow, we will see a best of 5 between Furia and one of these teams. Operator bands underway. Jesse, take us through their thinking.
Shocked to see a Mira ban. I have to imagine Azami comes next. This is kind of the one map where you can be flexible with your bans. You can ban a wide variety of operators, but Azami is kind of the staple. I would be shocked if she makes it through. The attacking bans can vary quite a bit. The Monty is one of the more common operators to get banned out, and there's the Azami. They scared me a little bit by not banning it first. Usually you take it out first because it's the obvious ban, and then you give your opponents a little bit less information heading into their second ban, but it doesn't really matter in the end, I suppose. They'll take out the Grim alongside the Monty for W7M, so won't have to worry about some of that displacement coming through that is so powerful on those windows.
Jesse proposed a very interesting question to me while we were on the break, and I'm trying to answer it right now.
I stole this from TikTok.
TikTok scrambles your brain. You shouldn't watch it. You do not care.
No. Okay, like
you're a byproduct of the Alberta education system. Look, you need every help. You need every bit of help you can get.
Yeah.
I think I could do 6 states. I think I could drink 12 beers. I think I could eat 18 eggs, and I think I can bowl 24 strikes in 24 hours.
You think you can bowl 24? I'm not a good bowler, so I ended up putting that at the 12, and I said I'm going to eat 24 eggs.
You are a horrendous bowler. I have a hilarious video of you trying to bowl, and it is a cherished possession of mine as your body turns into liquid while you try to bowl like a normal person.
I'm good at bowling with the little balls. That's what I grew up with. The big bowl bowling, I can't do that.
It's called normal bowling. Canadian bowling is 5-pin with the tiny little balls, and it's horrible. Anyway,
I'm a fan.
Yeah, I know, because you got to take every win you can get.
I'm a little guy. I need the little balls.
And one of these teams is going to take every bit that they can get to persevere here. Denari being brought out right away. Denari has actually been a bit of a staple here in this matchup. Yep. Was brought back on Nighthaven Labs in our very first best of 3. Now is being brought on Clubhouse and has now been brought here on Chalet.
First time we're seeing Volps bring this operator on this bomb site, but it is very popular for holding down the game site. The Deimos will know exactly where Volps is pretty soon. They can force him away with the nade, but he is not an easy guy to root out from this position.
They'll use the death mark to try and flush Volps out of this position. Down goes KDS at the hands of Palu. W7M off to a decent start. Handy will follow as Loban cannot be out-dueled. And now Cyber's in a win or kick situation. He has to win this engagement, or else what is already a bad start will snowball out of control. W7M can just simply wait it out, but they position Souls upstairs. Library control has fallen by the wayside. So FaZe using that vert to their advantage, and suddenly a much more winnable round has appeared.
Yeah, very nice that Cyber didn't jump in. He had no chance of winning that vaulting through the window, so he just gets Souls to do it instead. That's a much safer way to run things. There is still some players up top. Souls wants a second kill on a Dota, is just playing around Mez, and that's going to be an equalized man count. We go to a 3-3 split. Don't forget the bomb site is up top, so they don't have very far to go to get to that executes. Palu down below is a problem, but they should expect that there's a Solus still down here somewhere. They know exactly where it is or not is a bigger question.
Nice damage being done by Cyber. Jesse, they've completely turned this one around. Now FaZe Clan has the advantage. Dots and Palu have watched as their empire has crumbled in this round. W7M went off to a great start with 2 unanswered picks. FaZe Clan have clawed this one back and are moments away from getting the job done. Souls will be the one to do it. Souls simply sensational as FaZe Clan goes up 1-0.
That's really nice to see from, I think, Souls and Cyber. Cyber, I think, directing a lot of that with his Deimos pings. He's able to find a lot of those players through the mid-round. Of course, we saw his first track force that kill into Volps, which Souls was able to get. Used a couple of tracks there, and then the final one just being used on the smoke, also helping his teammates get those kills. So the information really flowing for FaZe Clan. For W7M, arguably not retreating back when they really needed to. They've got those picks, but still Volps decides to stick around inside of games. Palu goes for a bit of a run, but then also just losing the guy top Mez. Dodes in the 4v3 gets quite aggressive in the small little library box, and you just gotta wonder, is that necessary at a spot like that? FaZe Clan will take those advantages and run with them, and they did so perfectly in round number 1, taking the early lead on Chalet. Usually thought to be a more attacker-sided map, so not the end of the world, but you never like losing your first defensive round.
Yeah, that's the big problem here. Momentum matters a lot to these teams. We're tracking First Bloods a little bit more aggressively today. And map number 1, the edge was just to W7M, but it was very, very close. And map number 2, FaZe Clan completely led the way. And with it, often the map goes too. I mean, the team that has drawn First Blood the most is a perfect 100 at this point in time, with W7M taking map 1 and FaZe Clan taking map number 2. Here on Chalet, it's not going to matter as much. This is a big map where lots of action tends to happen all at the same time. So First Blood doesn't necessarily mean as much because trades are going to happen pretty quickly. Though in that previous round, Jesse, it was 2 unanswered picks by W7M, and then they took top floor control. W7M retreated, thinking they had more map control than they did. It didn't work out. And FaZe Clan meticulously picked through the remaining W7M players. Huge credit to FaZe Clan for the way they tackled that. And a very well-earned first round, with Souls getting a 3K.
Same spot for the Denari, and it does strike this time. Palu, this time on the operator, is the one to get that kill, and then another one from Loban follows up right onto KDS. So another 2-man lead for W7M, but again, it starts to fall apart. It's Cyber the Deimos. Actually gets the kill this time, but a mirror image of round number 1 so far.
Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. That's exactly the same thing. History's repeating itself at this point in time. Palu on the Denari means that his gadgets will still persist. FaZe Clan are playing with fire at the moment. Still back in numbers as they try to flush out what appears to be Volps from this ever so popular position on Chimney. Out goes a smoke, Cyber down, so W7M have learned from their mistakes. No history to be repeated here whatsoever. Souls with all 3 kills in the previous round will add to that tally if he can find anything, but at this point, it's looking unlikely, though W7M is a little eager to come to blows. They're throwing everybody at the problem, and Loban will solve it. Souls goes down, and we have a tie game.
I like that. Still a very similar round to round one, but a little bit more passiveness gets it the way of W7M. They're managing to hold on to those positions. They're not over swinging like we saw in the first round. They're still playing together is a big point too. Volps is playing on Mez, but then it's Loban who's pushing up inside library. So it's one guy distracting, one guy getting the kills. It's that team play that I think was kind of lacking on round number one, but has been here for most of the series for W7M. That will be the reason they succeed if they do so on this final map against FaZe Clan. I think a lot of people would expect it to be FaZe and Furia in the grand finals, especially FaZe given their domestic success. I mean, these two teams have been the titans of the region for the last few years. For me, it feels like W7M are still on the come up. They're still getting better as a roster. They're still improving, especially since adding Palu onto this team. I think they will be one of the titans of South America soon, but I'm not sure if they're just quite at the level of FaZe and Furia yet, Parker.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I mean, we addressed this back in map 1, I think it was. Maybe it was map 2. Yeah. I don't know. Today is completely blurred together because all of these rounds and all of these maps and all of these matchups have played very similarly. Pacing has been quite odd today, but I've been enjoying it. And it is a little bit hard, I'm sure, for these teams to readjust to an old patch. Most of these squads have been scrimming on the current patch, which is the one with the mute changes, the hard breach changes. Skyscraper's not even in the map pool any longer. So teams do have to go back to old familiar, but I mean, W7M are a team that can certainly be among the best, but they have not ever given us reason to put them in that tier. FaZe Clan and Furia, their successes speak for themselves. We really don't need to spend any more time talking about how good those two teams are. But for W7M, you've got the tools. It's just about putting them together.
I think with time it'll come, and maybe that time is now. We'll have to find out over the next couple of days. This is a big statement tournament for them, certainly in preparation of the 6th Invitational. They're the only team in the top 3 of South America who have yet to win one of those, and it's what everybody's hunting for here at the highest level of Siege. W7M choose to repeat the top floor bomb site. They're going to run this one back despite their earlier failures, and this time the push complete opposite side of the map. They're all focused on Solar.
And down goes Dots. FaZe Clan will do something they've yet to do, which is strike first. The Nomad of Vidaking almost losing his head to a very aggressive Loban, who takes out the air jab and is now waiting for a second play from FaZe, but they are not giving it, at least not for the time being. They will pinch him with one coming over from Solarium and the other still on Big Window. Cyber's dead. Down goes Loban, finally answered. As FaZe are able to assemble their pieces very effectively, Vidaking still on Big Window, and now it'll be yet another player from W7M looking for that position. I believe it was Palu, but it's hard to say as he's now in a very uncomfortable spot. He'll link up with Dodez as Volps is off site. Another team kill. Vidaking gunning down Handy, but making up for it by eliminating Dodez. Still on that rappel on Big Window. What do we say about the pacing being weird? And then we have one of the weirdest rounds we've seen in a long time. 1 minute left, and it's a 2v2.
I don't know if you can win this with Vidaking just sitting on the window. KDS is going to retreat all the way to Library. This won't be expected from W7M. It's a wide rotation over, and on the window, they don't know Vidaking is still there. He's patient, and it pays off for him, Parker. Volps now is guarding the defuse kit. He's got it here on Solarium. He's standing right on top of it. They will have to push him to get this round win.
And that should have been a kill for KDS. He can't control the recoil, and he highlights Volps and makes up for it at the last second. But my, oh my, that was scary. Completely botching the recoil control, and I think all of his bullets went around him. You ever heard of divine intervention? KDS still gets the kill, and FaZe Clan regains the lead.
I like they didn't panic in that 2v2. I was a little skeptical maybe of Vidaking's position out there on the window, but it's a bit of a freebie as Palu just runs past, not expecting him to stay there, knowing that KDS had already made that rotation. So it ends up working in their favor. FaZe Clan, they win that battle of the mind games. They clutch up in the 2v2 in a, as you said, very strange round. I liked the idea of going all in for Solar. They had the Oso, which could have been a great way to try to get that defuse kit down, but Volps being down below and I think unaccounted for was the real problem in that round. Thankfully, they eventually kill everybody around Volps, and then they can win out the 2v1 with some really nice shots from KDS. So it's not a huge crisis, but FaZe Clan, the 2 rounds they've won so far have certainly been shaky.
Yeah. I don't think any of these rounds have been really confidence-inspiring so far. This is a far cry from what we saw in our first 2 maps. There's been a bit more sloppiness here from both of those teams. I do like the course correction we saw from FaZe Clan back in round number 1. That was the one good round that I can kind of hang my hat on. Rounds 2 and 3 were really scrappy affairs. And sometimes when teams are evenly balanced, or when there's actually, more often than not, when there is an imbalance between teams, sometimes you need to bring them down to that level and beat them with your own experience. There are countless times where we've seen tier 2 teams come out of nowhere and manage to stand shoulder to shoulder with tier 1 teams because the tier 2 teams just pull their brains out of their skull and just swing from the trees. And sometimes tier 1 teams don't know how to deal with that. Now, obviously, that's not what's happening here. But if there is an unpredictability to W7M's roams, or a FaZe Clan are entering in a way that is unconventional, it's going to be ugly siege, but it might be a deliberate strategy.
Yep. I also think it has to lean into the map, too. I mean, Chalet is a tough map to bunker on, so you got to play crazy. And when you're expecting those crazy moves, you can get a lot of good picks off of it. They drone out Volps. They force him to make those movements, and they capitalize on it by getting the kill. It's maybe a little sloppy from the Ella, but at the end of the day, that's forced movements from FaZe Clan, which is really nice to see coming out from them. They'll take the man advantage here in round number 4. It's bar games for the bomb site, so we've seen a lot of action towards this side of the map, but it finally gets to distinguish of being the bomb site itself. Top floor is usually going to be a focus. Lobin and Dodez will be holding that down from inside of the hallway and piano. Not actually in library at the moment, nor playing on the mez spot, so potentially some real estate for FaZe Clan to take advantage of, but taking their time moving through the basement and then top floor for the moment.
Volps with 3 kills is tied with Lobin to lead this team, but we're still too early for anybody to really stretch out over one another. Soul's got that 3K back in round number 1, and that'll obviously help his stats. Plenty of utility on the side of FaZe Clan here, by the way. Running that striker allows them both flashes and nades. You've got logic bombs, a set of EMP smokes, and another nade from Cyber being run as well. So FaZe Clan are sitting quite pretty. Just a little bit over a minute to go. First logic bomb will go out. There goes a black eye cam. Dota is punished by Cyber. An immediate trade is off the site. Dots takes down KDS. Cyber finding yet another. His rampage will end over by Billiards at the hands of Dots, who now has his targets towards big window. Here's one go. Mudroom loses the duel to Souls. That's a rough one. Lobin will now stand alone. Still got a player over by Mudroom, and as he tries to stop Vidaking, he runs right into his waiting arms. Vidaking pulls off the defuse plan, and FaZe wins yet another round.
And listen, Parker, it's not sexy siege, but it's really strong fundamentals. They slow things down after that opening pick. And then Cyber, he just gathers information. It's a good 60 seconds there where nothing's going on, but the intel is being gathered by FaZe Clan. You see Cyber just walking through the front door, find 2 massive kills. The 27-year-old from Guaratuba ends up with some massive impact frags, and it forces the TAC timeout to come out quite early from W7M.
I mean, FaZe Clan's all smiles here. Very different looks on the faces of W7M, but Norris is a good motivator. I'm almost certain he'll be able to talk these players back into it. We have had some early timeouts today, something that we addressed at a LAN, and the thinking is that you want to get that timeout in before that final ban comes in round number 3. Obviously, we've missed that mark at this point, but it's still early enough to settle things down. Again, nerves will play a factor. The most recent stage of SAL was not played on LAN. It was played at home centers or at team offices. So playing on LAN in front of a crowd will require a bit of an adjustment, and maybe W7M does need that, Jesse. Keep in mind, it's FaZe who played a best of 3 earlier today, not W7M. So Norris could hear some things in the team comms that need to be addressed before they spiral out of control. And it's something that we said, I feel like just a couple maps ago, where you might know that something is wrong, but if it's somebody on the team, Paulu at the time, was papering over a lot of your issues, you'll call that timeout knowing it's going to take some time for those issues to be addressed. W7M obviously don't want to be put in a position where they have to call the timeout this early, but they are, and they need to fix their issues, because right now they are getting beaten by FaZe Clan, who has seemingly figured out how to enter on this map very effectively.
Feels like we need to find some way to shut down Cyber if we want to win this game if we're W7M. This is what we said for Team Liquid back on Consulate, if you'll remember, with how good Cyber was being on his entries back then a few hours ago. They target banned his Deimos, the same op he played in rounds 1, 2, and 3, and then what does he do? He steps up in round 4 and gets the MVP of the round anyways. Massive couple of kills, played the IQ back then. Now he moves over to the Flores, which is certainly a different vibe to the Deimos and the IQ he's been bringing previously. Might just be something to bring, knowing that he's going up against this castle being brought by Dots, going up against some of these barricades from Palu, the shield, I should say, the bulletproof from Volps as well. There's a lot that they can try to bring through with encounter with this Flores, but I do wonder if maybe this change of operator will slow down Cyber at all in the fragging department.
After that first matchup, Cyber heard us disrespecting his name and decided to turn it on. But again, you do expect a bounce back. If you have 2 off games or an off series, etc., that's usually a death knell when you get to the final 3 of a region. Air jab hit pretty early. We're only a minute into action. Already utility from FaZe Clan is being placed well, but none of it followed up on.
Tells them there's still some players lurking around top floor. They'll know this. Loban, Palu, and Volps all playing up on this top floor. Dodes and Dots holding things down. A second air jab hits Volps, but Parker, again, there is no follow-up from it. They're getting information, but FaZe Clan haven't turned any of these air jab hits into kills. Volps almost looks surprised by this.
There go the smokes. Glaz of Soul searching for anything that he can find, but nothing materializes amidst that smoke, and the smoke is fully cleared. He's pushed all the way through it, and he will continue to march upwards. The jig is up, and he will get double peaked. He could easily line up for a collat here. He has to hurry, though, as FaZe Clan is being bled dry. KDS and Cyber both dead. Vidaking using that coverage to get Diffuser down. Souls mysteriously getting one. Dot still flirting with this angle. Vidaking and Souls last 2 standing. W7M in a 4v2. Numbers will go down for W7M, but only by 1. Soul still looking for the lockout, but W7M will clean up and find their second round. FaZe Clan pushed in through Trophy. It looked like they had a good idea of it, and they did get a pick and then Diffuser down, but ultimately it was all for naught.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being a strong round from W7M. I liked what Souls was doing on the Glaz, Parker. He got space for his planter, missed a few shots maybe, but still was able to get a kill before being taken out. The problem was all of his teammates ended up dying around him. I questioned if Cyber's change in operator would result in him losing some more gunfights, and that did seem to be the case. The opening death over towards Fireplace. He did die earlier on to Dodes. Loban then from top floor takes down KDS. Handy falls not too long in the midst of that as well, trying to push up through the kitchen hall. So it really just ends up being the players all around the execute that go down. Good plant from Vidaking, good coverage from Souls, but nobody else able to find value in the midst of that round. And so FaZe Clan will lose round 5, and W7M still in this game for sure.
I'm expecting overtime.
It deserves it, I think.
I think so. Yeah, I think we're going to get OT here. This will be our very last Brazilian cast of the year. And I mean, who knows what the future holds, whether we will still be doing an English language broadcast of Brazil next year. But this is the last time that you and I will be doing a regional cast. Is tomorrow, I think it's Lynx and X who will be doing the grand finals.
Yes.
So they'll be taking you the rest of the way in tomorrow's best of 5 grand final. Furia awaits the winner of this contest. Loser goes home. W7M, FaZe Clan, and Furia, the 3 remaining teams here in the SA League playoffs for the regional finals, not the playoffs for international major. All 3 of those teams have qualified for the 6 Invitational. NIP qualified earlier today based off of points.
Yep.
The team that was really hopeful to make some progress, Team Liquid, did get shut out. It was a 2-0 victory for FaZe Clan, and with it, Team Liquid's chances of winning this region have gone. They will need to do through LCQs to make SI now, and boy, oh boy, if there's a region, both EML and SAL will be fascinating to watch the LCQs for SI, Jesse.
Oh yeah, there's some spicy teams down in the LCQs that couldn't quite make it happen, but that's why we love them. FaZe Clan W7M won't have to deal with that. Here comes the Vaultin from Cyber. If she hits him with the air jab, Handy's the one who grabs the kill, though. Gets that vert angle with the buck. He's walking through bar, actually, so the horizontal pays off for FaZe Clan, and it's a really clean execute in through that roam game. Now they've got to worry about the other 4 players, Parker, and I mean, as Cyber has continued to rotate through his operators, he's still finding a lot of good success.
I mean, Volp's dying at the very onset, yet still having 4 kills shows that he's making impact when he does live. The problem is that his shelf life is not great. I was trying to think of something that expires very quickly, like milk or bread, but it's one of those days where, you know. Nitrocell goes out, Vidaking taking a bit of damage. Vidaking leading the way with impact. Not as many kills as Souls, but what a bounce back it's been after disappointing first map. Cyber has just enough bullets to take out Loban. And he might find a second as he repositions to get the Malusi. Nobody is able to outduel him. Vidaking now making his presence known. And Palu will ascend Solarium stairs from Trophy. He will be the trophy as Cyber and Vidaking double up. What a demolition we are witnessing as FaZe Clan take the first half 4-2.
It's a 3K from Cyber. In my heart, it's a 4K because it's his air jab that gets the kill onto the first player of Volps down inside a game. So feels like we're really starting to see FaZe come alive. Cyber playing his best Siege that we've seen in, well, at least in a few minutes. He's had some great rounds so far today, but really steps up for the multi-kill in round number 6 to give FaZe Clan the victory of the first half. They'll take that 4-2 lead and head over to the defensive side. I am starting to worry a bit for W7M, Parker. I know that this map historically has leaned a bit attacker-sided, but when you do dial in on these teams specifically, the defense does edge out the attack slightly. FaZe Clan a 60% defensive win rate this season on Chalet. So we know how good they can be on this side of the map. It's not like it's going to be a weak side, and it might be even stronger given these bans. We'll ban out the Scorpion from FaZe Clan, leaving up the Azami, leaving up the Kaid, leaving up the Mira, leaving up all the strong bans you typically associate with Chalet, and we go way out of left field with the Ella and the Nari bans. Huh.
I mean, you saw, those were the 2 operators that Volps played, but I don't know if they're aware that W7M banning these operators, like Volps isn't playing them anymore. Like they're not. Volps was like, man, I hate Ella and Denari. And they're like, say less.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I don't think you guys understood. From what you saw here, though, getting into the building was one of the main impediments that W7M was hoping FaZe would have to tackle. Now, that wasn't an issue for FaZe Clan, right? But if you saw the way that Volps was playing this operator, or these operators rather, they were being used strategically to slow the advance into the map. Once you get into Chalet as an attacker, the job is not easy, but it's a little bit easier. It's wrestling with those windows. It's wrestling with map control to get into the building. That is a huge problem. Ella and Denari were played almost every single round. Ella was played 3 times. Denari was played 5 times. The only round that we didn't see Denari was round number 4. FaZe Clan won that attack, but Ella was still present. And Denari was run by both Palu and Volps. Ella was Loban and Volps. These are operators that have great guns. The Scorpion is in a very good place right now. It's literally the gun that is used by both of these operators. The gadgets are very annoying to deal with, and they require you to bring operators to tackle both of these ops. Getting rid of them, I think, is a great idea, but I am a little surprised that they would be prioritized. Hold on a moment. We even get, oh my goodness, a barbed wire kill. Everybody's dying, and we're not even a minute into the action, Jesse.
W7M, they love their rush strats. They'll try it again, but the strong play from Cyber keeps up. He gets a second kill in this round. Leaves Palu all alone outside. Got the opening pick onto Handy. He cleared out the Azami, and that should have been the ban focus, but I thought, all right, you can have a way to deal with it. You bring the DMRs instead. But now Palu is left all by himself with still over half the round to go. The rush game does not go the way that W7M were hoping that it would. The Fuse Kit has been dropped. I believe it's somewhere around the top floor. I don't know its exact positioning. Palu will enter in through Big Garage to try to make some magic happen. So much time, even a drone in his pocket, Parker. So he's got the tools to do this. Just tough against these 2 great players.
This is going to be rough for Palu. W7M started off map number 1 so strong here, and they loosened their grip a little bit on map number 2. FaZe Clan capitalized, and FaZe is just doing FaZe Clan things. It is so hard to keep this team down. Souls and Cyber, the last 2 players remaining for FaZe Clan, 17 kills through 6 completed rounds. It's about to go up by 1 more unless Palu can pull off this clutch. I know exactly where he is. The Aurora walking up those Solarium stairs from Trophy. It's smoked off to isolate. 4 kills for Palu. Yes! My goodness! They let him take engagements all on his own, and Palu will close that gap. What a triumph for W7M.
And a ridiculous clutch from their newest player joining the team just the start of the season. Has a massive game to come through here. We saw him performing on Bank as well with a ridiculous stat total, and now we'll jump up to 7 and 5 on Chalet. A huge clutch from Palu. This was a rush that went completely off the rails 60 seconds deep, Parker. We saw the Amaru flying in through the window. We saw players trying to walk up those solar stairs. None of them were finding success. Felt like Cyber was able to shut all of that down. 2 big kills in the midst of it. Some big ones from Souls too. But Palu takes his time. He uses his util. They had a drone inside of Solar. They had a drone somewhere top Trophy stairs. That was the map call out. I didn't see it, but I saw it on the HUD. But there was a drone somewhere around top Solar. So the information was there being fed to Palu. He takes his time with it. He knows both are over there, and he uses that 417 so perfectly. The DMR sings in Palu's hands. And he might have just won the round. That gives the momentum back to W7M and gets them back in this game.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
None of these rounds have gone the way that we've thought. None of these maps have gone the way that we've thought. This is a great series, genuinely. And a great way again for us to cap off our final SA League broadcast of the year for you and I. For those listening, we are talking solely about ourselves. We are not talking about the actual broadcast. Yes, there is a grand finals that needs to be played tomorrow.
That'll be a crazy best of 3 being played between Furia and the winner of this game.
It's all on the line.
It's a best of 3, unfortunately. But there's also the best of 5. Finals. Best of 3, and then the Tier 2 finals at the same time. Another best of 3 to crown the champion of Tier 2 in South America.
Oh.
Looking for intel.
Well then, I think it should be a best of 5. Who do I call?
You might call up John Ubisoft and see if you can pull some strings, Parker.
Getting him on the horn right now and just typing furiously away to get this number.
Wikipedia says the best of 3 at least. It's possible they're wrong, but I believe it's a best of 3.
Yeah. I thought it was a best of 5. Damn. Give us what we want. Give us 2 more maps. Or potentially not. I would like this to be a best of 5, to be honest with you. With the way that these teams have matched up, I think it could go the full distance. We've still got a couple more rounds before we put Chalet in the history books.
And you're starting to look at some of these aggressive players. I'm looking at Cyber. Okay, I'm looking at Volps taking down Cyber in that meds position. Kind of leaves KDS all alone. Only Handy really to support him on the top floor now.
I mean, if you're going to take somebody out on the side of FaZe Clan, getting rid of Cyber is a good start. You've still got Souls lurking somewhere. Souls had issues when they were playing that Team Liquid matchup, if you recall. Or maybe it was KDS on that role, sticking to the objective, and it will get even worse. Yes, you're going to need to call on that cardiac sensor, but the bigger problem here is that you're going to have to be an active gun. No damage has been done to W7M at this point, and they've got KDS under watch. They're just going to keep tasing him with the Twitch drone, but he does not care at all. Playing on Chimney, Souls finding his mark. Dodez and Loban both buried in the ground, and we find ourselves in a 3v3 with 40 seconds left, Jesse.
It was a rough attacking half for KDS, but he's got the opportunity to make himself known on the defense. Already 1 critical kill and 2 more. Why not? Bulbs and Palu both fall and leaves Dots in the 1v3.
The ground in Chalet is mighty cold, but that's a strong shovel as KDS and Souls buries them all, and FaZe Clan goes back to a 2-round lead.
Just incredible stuff coming out from KDS. I was on the verge. I was considering talking about his poor performance. I'm glad I didn't, because he really does step it up on the defense. And I mean, for W7M, there's a clear game plan through these first 2 attacking rounds, Parker. In round number 1, it was Palu playing with the 417 that got the bulk of those kills, really ran through the enemy team and got them that round win. And then in round 8, it looked like it was going to be Volps with the exact same gun playing that DMR. It's always the big concern when you leave a zombie up, especially on a map like Chalet, how you're going to deal with those Kibas. W7M have said, we're going to try bringing in some of these DMRs, making sure we can shut down that utility if it does come against us. But you still have to be able to win your fights. You still have to be able to shut down the monster. And even though Cyber was silent that round, even though Souls was only good for 1, KDS was good for plenty. And that gets FaZe Clan even closer to the grand finals now, 2 rounds away.
It comes in a hurry, doesn't it? FaZe Clan and Furia could be set for a match for the ages to determine which is the best team to emerge from Brazil. Usually the best team from Brazil wins some type of hardware. Of course, the most recent event that we had North America on top, but there's SI coming up in Paris, isn't there? And I mean, Brazil's got a pretty good record at SI over the last little while, don't they?
Yes, Parker. I think both the teams that we might see in the grand finals have a little bit of history there. They've played some decent games against one another too, FaZe and Furia. I'm sure Furia will be hoping to see W7M in those finals. I know they love playing FaZe Clan. They're good friends and good rivals, but the record between Furia and W7M leans very heavily towards the Panthers. FaZe Clan, I think, will be a bit of a tougher challenge for Furia, but I think as viewers, that's kind of what we're hoping for.
I'm surprised you can say the word Panthers without blacking out from anger.
All right, we don't have to bring in every hockey reference, Parker. We can rein it in.
No, I have an opportunity to dig at you for your hockey team. Of course I'm going to take it.
All right.
It is a nice little flourish, though, that we find. W7M logo is the Bulls. FaZe Clan doesn't really have an animal or anything associated with it. Liquid, the Horsemen. Furia, the Panthers. There's always the Cats.
We should give FaZe an animal, something that starts with F, because their logo's a big F.
I think it's really up to FaZe to choose their own logo, not us.
What about a ferret?
I think that's a terrible idea.
All right, well, didn't hear you coming up with any suggestions, so just thought I'd get the ball rolling. It's fine.
All right, well, I gave you my suggestion anyway. Halfway point through this round, and it was an absurdly quick clear by W7M to push these defenders back off of the office side. Keep in mind, the bomb site is downstairs. W7M wanted to go for a full clear, but they decided, what if we just attack the site directly? It has been to their demise, though. Dota's the only kill for W7M. FaZe Clan doing very well to slow down these attackers. The plan for W7M was relatively straightforward. They went for a direct clear, a linear take. The full clear would have allowed them to gain some control upstairs. That lack of control up on that top floor is now proving to be a major impediment to W7M's successful attack. Though they've got Dotas in a very strong position, and he does find KDS. He's now left all on his lonesome. Sidearm out. Vidaking will take him down, and FaZe Clan moves to match point.
Really nice fighting up on the top floor, Parker. They did try to challenge it on W7M, but the hold was too strong from FaZe Clan. Want to give a lot of pressure, a lot of commendations over to Handy. His play on the Tubarão keeps that office wall closed for so long, and then eventually got a kill onto the Maverick just through the breach as well. That utility coming out from FaZe Clan really wins them the day top floor. Even Souls, the one anchor player, getting involved with a Nitro Cell to open things up from down below. Feels like FaZe Clan are just playing their game. They're having an excellent time with it. They are dominating on the Utsil. They're dominating on the entries. W7M struggling to get a foothold here on Chalet. They will finally ban out the Azami, but is it too little too late?
I mean, history would suggest that W7M will claw back a round or two, and then FaZe Clan will break their hearts, because that's kind of the FaZe MO at this point in time. Whether you're Ninjas in Pajamas, whether you're Team Liquid, whether you're W7M, FaZe Clan are able to hold off a resurgent team, and W7M will need to be resurgent here in order to prolong this series. The thing is that FaZe has been in complete control of this matchup. W7M is yet to win back-to-back rounds. They have not looked very good On the rounds that they have played, 2 of their 3 victories came defending the exact same bomb site, which was Kitchen and Dining, the bomb site that they just got tripped up by FaZe's defense on.
5 seconds to go.
Though, let's not write them off yet. FaZe Clan are going to defend the only site that W7M won on attack. So if that thinking holds, W7M should be good here. We go 6-4, and then the issue becomes, which bomb site do you successfully attack next? Because that's been the bigger issue for W7M.
Cyber's looking to break some hearts. A rat spot close on the library window. Nobody's pushing him super early in this game. It looks like the pressure might come Solar side, so Souls may be the first point of contact for FaZe Clan. We know how important this is to W7M. I mean, often one of the most positive teams, always with a smile. They won't be smiling if they can't get a victory at some point in these next couple of rounds. I remember you and I saw saw Loben after his defeat to Furia in Munich, and one of the most devastated I've ever seen a player after a game. Let me just say that. So it's important to this team. They bleed for Siege. They bleed to be the best in South America. They've been it before, but yet to find that consistency or that legacy. Down below with the Buck, Logan's going to try to force out some player position.
It's always fun when you find teams get to this point in time because you know that there are big moments coming, or maybe they fizzle out and FaZe Clan just wins a pretty mundane round. Sometimes there is beauty in the ordinary. W7M went for a direct bomb site hit in the previous round. This time they are below the site, trying to flush out these FaZe Clan defenders. They will strike first. Down goes Vidaking.
Wow.
Cyber answers right back on a jump out, and he does so with impunity. Nobody punishing him inside a lobby. Now Souls will lose some footing as Loben tears through the floor beneath him. That Buck being down on the bottom floor allows FaZe Clan to do some math in their head. That means that only 3 will hit the site directly on. Those Bs will give away Soul's position. He's in a really rough spot. The assault from W7M stacking up on the Trophy and Solarium side. They will find their targets, and they will find them well. Down goes Handy. Only 3 more. W7M successful on this bomb site before. 50 seconds to go, and a run out from Cyber as KDS's Nitro Cell gets dots. This is winnable for both teams, Jesse.
Yeah, with the smoke coming down, the plant's going to be a little bit awkward. They don't have to have the diffuser in their hands, but they at least get that pick. Godes finds Souls, and back to a numbers advantage.
KDS's numbers aren't good at the moment, but boy, oh boy, he's been able to do some great stuff. Cyber with his dozenth kill. A swing in now from Volps. Searching for another target. He gets swatted away. KDS shutting down Volps. FaZe Clan has turned this round around. And Dodes with hat in hand, all on his own, will try to find the 2 remaining FaZe Clan members. 10 seconds left. Time running out on this story for the Bulls. FaZe will shut the door, and they have a date with Furia tomorrow in the grand finals.
And a well-deserved victory from FaZe Clan. The world champions will be back in the regional finals for Brazil. This team has dominated this region for years at this point. Some were saying they fell off this season. Some were saying they weren't having that same success, but they're going to get one more opportunity to right those wrongs. Furia versus FaZe in the grand finals, the best rivalry in all of Siege, and they'll be going at it tomorrow in a crazy best-of-3. The W7M, they'll still be at the 6th Invitational. They'll still be at the biggest event of the year. We will see them in Paris. Domestically, that trophy will not be theirs.
Again, Brazil cares so much about the best in their region, and FaZe has an opportunity to cement their place as champions yet again. How many times does FaZe win in Brazil, proving that interregionally they are the best? One of the major knocks that we used to have against a FaZe Clan team, Jesse, is that they would run up the score against Brazilian teams, but Furia was better internationally. FaZe Clan have fixed that. They were the best Brazilian team at Munich. They won the 6th Invitational at Boston. Yeah, Furia won Reload, whatever. But in terms of officially sanctioned circuit matches, FaZe Clan has been the best Brazilian team so far this year, and they have an opportunity to knock off Furia tomorrow in what will assuredly be an incredible match.
I can't believe we got to watch such a great game, Parker. I'm sad the 3rd game didn't go to overtime. We were smelling like it could have, but unfortunately just falling a little bit short for W7M. I'm excited for their journey, though. I can't wait to see what they do this 6th Invitational. They've had a couple of tough couple of tough events over the last calendar year, but it really feels like they're starting to warm back up into things. I like a lot of their play today. Getting back onto the horse with Paul Liu has been a real game changer for this organization, and what they do for going forward is, well, it's all up to them.
Paul Liu was by far and away their best player statistically. As Paul Liu went, the rest of the team went. He actually topped the charts in all 3 of those games, but his brightest and the most that he shined was all the way back in map number 1. And funny enough, that was the best map for W7M as well. That's it for this best of 3. We've got 3 eager gentlemen waiting to break this down. The desk is here to talk about FaZe Clan versus W7M.
Yes, we are indeed, my friends. There it is. It's locked in. The Classico now. A Furia versus FaZe. What has become over time. The Classico is all set and ready to go. And Gabe, I mean, the reverse Uno card has just been played the entire night here.
I mean, I don't know if it was a reverse Uno card. I think it just really went into what we were talking about, you know. It was a battle of attrition. It was who was going to wear down who, and when it really came down to it and push came to shove, W7M, I think they had an idea of what they wanted to, you know, have happen inside of Chalet, but what we just saw round after round, they just looked defeated. They didn't look like they were able to converge on site properly, go for executes properly. I mean, Fox has said it time and time again. They look very disjointed, and I think that's true. I think, you know, them not relying on their aggression on Clubhouse really did kind of mess with their mental. I mean, we even saw it in matches like Furia where, you know, they could try to, you know, amount some sort of comeback. They could try to gain a little bit of something out of it, but just something in their own mental fortitude, just time and time again, just rears its ugly head, and then we just see the performance just fall off. Where I really do hope that we can see, you know, a lot more from this team. And I mean, Parker said it best. Palu, this entire series, again, 37 and 23, 7 and 1 on opening kills. The highest kills underneath him were 18 and 17, and then it just falls from there. So it really was a big performance from Palu. It's a little unfortunate, but from the side of FaZe, I mean, they got a lot of gumption, clearly.
Well, Fox, before you come in with your rebuttal, let's give it a call. I know you want to talk about it, but we have to have a chat with our victors from FaZe Clan. Let's bring up JP here with us to have a chat. JP, you can hear us?
Yeah.
All good. Congratulations. Yet another final for FaZe Clan. Now, come on, man. You're just collecting these like they're nothing.
Thankfully, right?
Thankfully, yes. It's working out real well for you. And W7M today, I mean, the maps alone were kind of giving us a little bit of a turn. What was your point of view as kind of the analyst preparing for all of this for the team, saying, hey, look, we have to go play 2 of the 3 maps that we had yesterday? What's the brain kind of thinking behind it?
I mean, we knew that today we need to ban Cafe, because like the last time we played Cafe against them wasn't a good idea. And went down to Chalet, we knew that we were playing Chalet. So yeah, we were prepared for the 3 maps. Like, we knew they would play the Clubhouse because recently we weren't playing that good a map. But yeah, we knew we were gonna pick Bank. We didn't win, okay, some mistakes. But as I told you guys, like, went all basically in our communication. Like, when you're communicating properly, and we did some changes on the map, mainly on Clubhouse. Like yesterday, me and Rafael, like we went late night and switched some things on Clubhouse to be able to surprise them. Of course, weren't like game changing changes, like small changes that make difference, you know. Like, it works. And Chalet, I mean, we have prepared this Chalet since the last time we played Chalet against them in the Copa Sul-Americana. So yeah, we were prepared, honestly. But they play incredible. Like Paulo, crazy, man.
Yeah, y'all got to stop letting him get those 2v1s. I mean, he just seems to make it happen. But again, congratulations, JP. Yet another grand final appearance. Now your opponent is Furia. We talked to Felipox after their match. They said they were expecting to be versing you guys. It seems that's just how history repeats itself in the SAL. I mean, is there anything that you are going to be taking from this match versus W7M that you're then going to be implementing into the match against Furia? Or are you going to kind of relook at the blueprints of how you're going to approach Furia and just have it be a different mashup of things?
Yeah, I mean, strat-wise, they are very different, two teams. So The preparation for the game will be different, but I mean, the communication will be something that you have to bring. How we communicate to today to game of tomorrow. But prep-wise, they are very different teams. We have to do like a different preparation for Korea for sure.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on your guys' win. One thing that I noticed in this game is you guys have you do a really good job at being able to shut down the lurker on W7M, Lobin. I think on Bank, he was getting away with a couple lurk plays, retaking top floor, but you guys were able to shut it down in the next 2 maps. Was that something that you guys needed to focus on after Bank that you talked about, or is that something that was a part of the game plan?
That was actually one of my calls. Like, when Bank was over, I told you, talked with the boys, and I said, guys, they're trying to hide with the drones. They try to like playing the way that make us like being confused. So we try to bring like a Dokkaebi to deal better with this kind of situations, and like try to drone better. Like, don't let them be in the corners and stuff like that. And like works basically. Wasn't like a crazy thing. I just say that and it worked.
It did work.
Well, JP, given this victory, given that you're in the grand final again, is there anything like to say to Furia ahead of tomorrow's matchup?
Let's have a good game. I have friends there, so we're expecting to win, of course, but let's have a good game. Sure, it'll be a close game.
Thank you very much, JP. Congratulations again to you and the FaZe Clan on yet another grand finals appearance. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Good night, guys. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. There it is. Well, Fox, now it's your turn to spill all the beans over the replays.
Yeah, I really like the fact that he gave positive feedback, I mean, to Paula and the rest of W7M, and I'm glad that he was able to confirm the fact. That's always one of the nicest things when you are an analyst and you're watching and you say something, and they're like, yeah, that's something that we actually focused on with dealing with the roamers, because I think Chalet, we talked about it going into it, that the roaming, the lurking was going to be a big factor, and how can FaZe shut it down? They shut it down pretty well, but also added elements of their own. I mean, specifically in their defenses on that last or second to last master defense where the C4 was downstairs, KDS with the C4. They constantly had layers on a map that's a little bit more aggressive that they tried to have in Bank, but they didn't find success on, and they added into Chalet with having C4s, having the utility to be able to stall out W7M or get them into a SAL sense of comfortability, and then that's when they would strike all together. And that's what we wanted to see from FaZe, is them play well, way better together as a unit, and not necessarily just trying to match this aggression. They can match the aggression, but when it's perfectly timed, when they call the moment to be able to do it, and then they do it together. You know, it's a damn shame for Paula, unfortunately, that he did not end up getting that win, because he tried his absolute best. Yeah, it's unfortunate for him, but I think from everybody on the team of FaZe, they definitely were able to tighten up, and regardless, win or lose tomorrow, they always make the games go the absolute distance, because they're constantly showing the adaptation and the thought process within the server. And so it goes to show, you know, their preparation is very good, but they're actively changing things within the round, trying to deal with the problems at hand. And so they definitely, you know, they were the better formidable team in today's matchup.
There you go. That's all we're getting here, gentlemen. You'll see the end of it here as KDS locked the spot in for FaZe Clan into the grand final. And of course, from then we go to our MVP, Souls. 5-0 on the entry, 73% on the cost. This man has definitely put in the effort and the work for today, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, their support, it's no, I mean, we saw it through and through throughout the entire series. I mean, their support staff is a very strong, solid backline, and that's what makes them so strong of a team, is every single player in their own role. We talk about how versatile they are. There's a reason why they're a world championship winning team, is because everyone individually, their own individual prowess, can play their roles exceptionally well, and Souls is clearly an advocate of that. I mean, 30 and 19 in the overall of that series. It's, again, it's being a player, a former player rather, and you doing everything you can on the beginning half and then being able to kind of take the pressure off you if you die, if you don't find success on the roam, even for a player like Cyber, that you can rely on players like Vida King, that you can rely on players like Candy, you can rely on players like Souls. It really does take a lot of pressure off the team when everyone can do their jobs with each piece of that layer, with each piece of that defense or attack. It just makes everything come together so smoothly. And again, it's the reason why FaZe is now pushing themselves into this grand final.
Yeah, they're going to need it, especially for tomorrow in their matchup against Furia, because right now the way we're looking at it is, we've seen it. Cyber has been getting a little bit shut down in today's matches, all throughout this tournament so far. And then when it comes down to KDS as well, he's been not having the best performance. So you're going to need those support players to be able to step up, especially with an aggressive Furia that's going to be going for those gunfights, going to be going for those opening kills, that they're going to shut down the early game very fast. It's good to know that you have a backline to rely on, but it's going to need to be all there, even more than what we saw today from the rest of FaZe, if they want to be able to keep it up with Furia.
I do also want to add and just commend FaZe. We've talked about this throughout this entire stage and this year, them changing Cyber's role, essentially not letting him kind of have that freestyle of play that we've seen from him time again, and where it's really kind of made them look weak and look beatable, but they still have just forced this play style. They still have forced Cyber to be on these roles, and they're still creating success out of it. And I really have to commend them for that, because a lot of teams, when we see them make instrumental changes like that, it really does shift the entire dynamic where these teams start losing, they start losing focus, or they start creating problems. And we have seen these problems, but FaZe time and time again just seem to fix it every single time. Cyber's still performing, everyone's still having good performances across the board. So I really have to give the staff also as well that they stuck to the change, because it is a risk whenever you make changes throughout the Pro League, throughout just any situation where you're changing the dynamic and style of play of players or a team, and it just continue just hitting the hammer on the head and making sure that it continues to work. I really have to commend FaZe for sticking to their guns and making sure and seeing it through.
There's this part of consistency within the CG sports is definitely seeing both FaZe and Furia, two teams that are playing against one another tomorrow in the grand final, that are always consistently delivering results no matter what, and that no game is ever over that they're part of until the buzzer actually hits 0-0. There's our bracket as you see, Furia v FaZe in our grand final. It is a best of 3. For that reason, just to let you know, just before that game goes live, we'll also be covering the Tier 2 finals for the region. Of course, that's Stella Gaming and Elevate Academy. We're just kind of trying to understand what's going on in the Tier 2 of Brazil. I myself have gone through many a gauntlet of casting back in the day, Brazil CL and the CL final as well. In this case, it is a similar system, but all the way at the end of it. We'll be discussing all of that. Actually, one thing that I would like to talk to you guys about tomorrow, this is kind of teasing for the show, is the path to a professional player. You both have gone through that gauntlet many a times, many in transitions, also specifically for Gabe from Xbox into PC. Maybe there's some lessons for all of our viewers out there that would like to one day compete, even just for the fun of it, to learn from the professionals themselves. Then again, that is our day pretty much done and dusted. So Gabe, Fox, thank you very much for a third wonderful day of SAL. I'll let you go live out your lives, because tomorrow we have a long day of just having fun all together for both of our matches. For all you watching at home, thanks so much for joining us. We love you so much. Have a good night.
contact.
Available now.